hello. Wait, I started taking early. Not there. All topsy-turvy. Hello. How is everyone doing? How's your day been going? Early then yeah, I'm Newman. Hi Vale. Wait. Hi Dram, first to arrive, very speedy. Hi Cyborg, how's everyone doing? Hi Sonic. Then yeah, online? Yeah. We're gonna be trying a new game for the first time today, which is quite exciting. It's a cooperative game, I believe. It's like a puzzle platformer. That wasn't a very good squeak. I know I have the good squeak on I have the squeak on command redeem. It's not a command, but I feel like I'm not very good at spur of the moment squeaking. I feel like it's just got to be a natural panic reflex, you know, or a good food reflex. but hopefully it is a satisfactory redeem. Good morning, day or evening. I have my strawberry tea. Strawberry tea sounds delightful. Every now and then I see strawberry tea, but it's normally with cucumber, which I'm allergic to, so entirely unsatisfactory. But how are you doing, Ben? I hope you've had a good day so far too. Asked to catch you off guard? Precisely. You've got to have sincere squeaking. It's if you can't have sincere squeaking, what can you have anymore? Hi Snickelmapon, how are you doing? How's your day been going? I have had a busy day, I have had a chaotic day, and so I got sushi. Which I've mostly eaten. I got like a side of loaded fries because this often happens when I order takeout, which is I don't particularly want a big main course, so I got like 3 or 4 different sides, and I thought I might not be getting enough carbohydrates, so I got some loaded fries. And now there is significantly more potato than I was anticipating, so I may slowly consume potato over the course of the stream. Slowly. But potatoes is always good. Where is my brain cells? But yes, I believe Vine should be joining soon. She's just starting up on her end, so we'll see how it goes. I've played a game similar to this once before, I think. I tried to play Red and Fred with Leo, and we didn't get very far, but I have faith. I think me and Ryan are going to be good at teamwork. I think we'll make it. Great day, got a small raise. Let's go! Congratulations! Getting out of the flu? Oh heck, flu can be such a nuisance. I'm glad you're recovering speedily. I've been learning some data science stuff. Oh, interesting. Which data science shenanigans? I'm just like, this is adjacent to my work. Tell me information. Mwahahaha. I enjoy how when I do my evil laugh, the text-to-speech differentiates it by starting it with M-A-H-A-H-A rather than the little hee-hee-hee laugh. I like the differentiation. You gotta confirm over text when I'm being evil. Hi Drake, how are you doing? Storms are past and clear to return, let's go! Welcome back. Isn't a level 2 co-op? It is! We're gonna be playing with Ryan, who you may know from doing maths and physics jokes, and when we played Astronaut together. I think the stream should be tagged. She's just doing the little intro to her stream, and then we shall appear together and suffer. Succeed, no suffering. We will do very good at the challenges. I have never been bad at platforming. Misinformation mouse. I really hope that it rains soon here. It's been very dry for the last few weeks. It's becoming quite a kerfuffle. I've been making a point to water some of my outdoor plants more often than I would for this time of year, but I think it's really starting to get to them. I've been I've honestly just been watering some of the like climbing weeds around the library as well, not just the plants in pots, because I don't want them all to die back. It would look a little sad. I'm not much, unless I have a pot where I'm trying to grow a specific plant in, I'm not much one for saying, oh, I shouldn't have any weeds, because they can be very pretty. They're cute, especially a lot of the kind of wildflower weeds. Nettles and thistles can be really pretty, and you can make nice tea with them. And the pandas API also has my brain. Pandas, it's so surreal because I don't know if it's specifically a Databricks thing. I haven't actually tried it anywhere else because there isn't really a good environment for me to work in at work to use Python and SQL, but I can't use PySpark and Python without things PySpark and Pandas without Pandas just breaking. So I tend to not use Pandas much anymore, which is so strange because it's the first one that I started learning when I learned Python. So I feel bizarrely out of practice. It's like my old hunting grounds that I've forgotten. But I should probably practice Python more. I've been trying to figure out what I want to aim to work on for the Godot stream, but we'll see. Either next week or the week after next, I think. Probably the week after next. I've got a bunch of games planned for next week already. Organized mouse. I'm gonna look now, gotta try and get this paper done. Oh, of course. I'm glad you've got the internet back. I have the paper as well. Thank you for stopping by. I'm just gonna ping Line a message in case we're both doing the thingamabob while we're waiting for the other person. Ready to rumble. There we go. Ba. Oh, hey Sashi, thank you for the pets. Wait, did they work? Out of consideration in case they didn't. Free pets, thank you for the pets. I am disregarding the head pet economy. I'm going wild, going crazy. Kaka. Hi, Ami. Round mouse. I feel like mice are normally round. You don't see very many angular mice. Although, I suppose low poly mouse would probably be a triangle. I have such an affinity for low poly game things, like low poly grapes, low poly rat. Wonderful things. I know a few people who have like 3D printed low poly creatures. Very good, very entertaining to me. They are endearing. What if I turned you into a prism? That could be cool. I feel, I'm trying to visualize myself with just a prism and my brain isn't getting very far. Would I just diffuse? That's not the word. Is it? No. Diffusion, reflection? Was it the right word? Physics isn't real. Do you like cats? I do. I think cats are super duper cute. But I don't know why. People often mistake me for being a cat. I think because there's so many cute cat girl VTubers, they see a VTuber and they just go, oh, cat. And I like cats. I think at some point, if I have more free time and I'm less busy with work and I have a better grasp on streaming, I'd like to have a pet cat. Pets are a big commitment, so you gotta make sure you have enough time for them. But I'm not a cat myself. Very, very clearly mouse. Look at me squeak and everything. You got cat ears before you got your mouse ears? That is a fib. This is misinformation. I've always been a mouse. People have drawn me with cat ears on occasion because of the noticeable catgirl agenda. What if you make rainbows with the sun that goes through your head? I mean, that'd be pretty cool. I don't know. Would I be transparent then? I tend to associate prisms with being made out of glass. I don't really associate them with solid shapes. There's also a fake Kai. No, don't. Don't. Look, they're real. How would they move so much if they were fake? Kai? Whoa. Give me my ears back. Why have you done this? Why have you forsaken me? Let me squeak in peace. Are they? It's like I'm bald. They're tucked behind my hair. It's so uncomfortable. You've stolen them. Grand theft. Unacceptable. Large, Denya. To scale, Denya. I'm giant. I'm tall. I'm really tall. And... nope, they're still not back yet. There they are! Look! I feel like I should get all giant and take up the screen more often. It's kind of fun. Waha! Hee. I'm tall. Okay, I feel like I'm invading people's personal space, so I'm gonna go back to regular size now. But I'm so HD, I should be giant more often. I gotta remind people of how tall I am. Zoom! Cat height? Why do you think I am a cat? Have you ever seen me moving around in live 2D with cat ears? No. Mouses regularly. You got me out of 10k by hiding. I can figure out how ModView works to refund you if you'd like, Kai, but I'm also aware that I think you have like 300k at this point, and so one day I'm just gonna drown. One day I'm not gonna be able to speak for the rest of the stream because Kai's redeemed it all in hydrates. You're so close. It's. I feel like I'm in people's personal space when I get all giant, but at the same time, look how HD I am. No, this is like a reasonable level of closeness, I think. Yeah, it's my stream. I can take up the space. I only overlap with chat a little bit, and I can lean if you have something really important you need to say. I think this is a good size. Wow! Hi, Jenny. 1854k. That was a pretty good estimate on my end. I'm going crazy. I have found a way to synthesize organ sounds. My two brain cells are not cooperating today, and I thought you meant organ like the kidneys or something. It took me far too long to process the kind of standing church organ. Ay, oh dear. Maybe the puzzle game will not go well after all. I could tell. No. Okay, let's go. Hello.
They hear the song and how crazy it is, and I don't know how good the freaking acting is. I swear to God, the guy that plays the father should get an Oscar for his performance. He nailed it. It was so perfect. And when I show people this song, they don't notice the stellar acting, and instead they just go, "What the fuck, Ryan?
Hello."
Why is he sent? Hello. Hello. Is this the mouse?
This is the mouse. The library connection isn't very good, but I'm here. I'm here to puzzle and platform and string. I think I know what
Here
this
to
game is
wrestle
about.
Here to wrestle and tussle.
We're making moves. We're winning.
We're winning. Winnings. Only one way to find out.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, wait.
So,
Let me quickly see. Do I have...
also, I'm sorry, I couldn't find the a way to mirror the image.
That's okay. I can have a look at it for next time to see I can mirror it natively. It's so strange. We've been looking to do it so we can capture each other's models on our respective streams using the stream together thingamabob, but because of how the virtual camera works, it doesn't mirror you, so when I move to the left, it moves to the right on screen, and it makes me nervous. I don't know why.
I'm pretty sure there's a way to mirror. There has to be. I know that there's like a button to mirror it somewhere. I just don't know where.
We'll find it
I just don't know where the button
day.
is. Yeah, we'll find it someday.
Oh.
Do you want to set up the Twitch collab?
Yeah, let me see how invite guests. Wait, let me see if I can figure it out.
Come on, you can do this. I believe in you. You've got that giga brain.
Well,
that mouse brain. You know that mouse's brains are kind of similar to humans.
Wait, really?
A bit. They are like some of them are very similar, and also their physiology is not that different. This is why they test. Why do you think they test the drugs and medicines on mice?
I hadn't actually considered that.
They're close enough that it's relevant.
Oh, that's a little bit surprising, but I suppose.
Yeah,
I suppose, like,
yeah.
you know, mammals. I think I've invited you.
Have you? Yes, you have.
Hey!
Oh, yeah. Hang on, I gotta open it with Google Chrome though. It doesn't work on.
Oh, I had to install a Chrome browser for this. I was not happy. I was perturbed one day. Wow.
Yeah, I was also perturbed from that. Let me see.
Oh wait, I need to make you louder. Let me.
Louder. I'm gonna scream and shout and
let it all out and scream
and
shout and let it out.
We're saying oh.
Yo.
We're saying no. Do you have the shared chat on? Yes.
I do.
Alright, here we go.
Okay. Blow.
Whoop.
Let me swap over.
Very soft Kadia.
Oh, what's this? Wait.
Alright, let me put you in my. You're getting green screened. Ha, get green screened, idiot. Alright.
Okay, I think.
Why are you so? You're kind of low quality though. In the, I don't know why.
Oh, you've gone super duper low poly on my end. Is my internet?
Yeah, hang on. I can fix this on mine.
Oh, it's back.
Now it should be back.
Yeah.
It has like check. Maybe you have the same problem that I do. If you go to the settings on the thingy, you can go. There's like performance, and there's automatically optimize my settings. The problem is that option is very trigger happy, and would just massacre the quality of your one. See, it's working now. Your one looks fine now. Although I can't remove the green screen. It's not letting me remove it for some reason. Give me a second.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it on default because I'm hoping via the beefy library computer it will be fine. Aspirationally, we shall find out if it works. But...
Oh, you've got what kind of specs do you have in your computer?
was a big investment. It was my like gift to myself because I got a signing bonus
Ooh.
when I got my job at uni. So
Oh, I see.
I got a I got a Ryzen 9 CPU, and then I suppose the main part is the graphics card. I got it the RTX 4090, and then
That takes what?
the 4090.
4090?
Yeah.
Oh boy, that is a big investment.
I
How
had to
much?
get different insurance for the library afterwards. I
Oh
had to
my god.
I had to change the contents insurance.
Oh
So
my god, that is so expensive.
yeah.
I just got like the 4070 Titan Super.
I wanted to get the 4070 Ti, but my old PC was having really essentially I didn't have any stable drivers I could run with the OS without doing
How-
a full
oh,
BIOS update because my old PC was up to 13 years old. I got parts of it second
oh.
hand, and I didn't really want to do a BIOS update because that seems
So you
scary.
just spent twice the cost to get a RTX 4090.
I didn't have to pay full price because I could get some cheaper through work stuffs. So that was a little bit better. I
I
got
see.
like 15% off, so that was something.
I see. That is a massive difference.
Yeah.
That is a massive difference for the
Wait, I feel
for
like
this price. Oh my god,
no,
that is amazing.
it is kind of
Do
crazy.
you even need something that? What do you run on it? I mean, I use mine to like train AI and shit from my uni studies.
Yeah, I don't use it for much programming stuff anymore because I have access to my work's cloud compute if I ever want to do like
Mhm.
projects for myself. But when I'm streaming, I sometimes do separate like unique video capture for the game, for my model, and then for stream as parallel recordings, so I can edit them together, which is beefy. But it's not fully utilized. At some point, I'm probably gonna go back to doing training stuff on there because I was doing shenanigans, but it's just easier with cloud compute, and I have access to it from my work,
I have
and
found
they let me do it
the
from.
opposite.
Wait, well, it's
That is amazing because I also have like access to the cluster of my university, but I don't know. I just wanted a hassle to work on it. It's easier to just run stuff locally.
yeah. I suppose it depends. I have to be conscious of when I run things, so I have to like run them outside of the overnight jobs when it's a higher capacity. But outside of that, it's pretty chill, and
I see.
it makes me no worry about overheating my computer.
Makes me happy by record 4 sources some separately. That that is amazing. All 4 sources.
I feel like I probably need a bit more RAM for that. I'm getting close to actually capping out on RAM sometimes when I do the separate source recording. I haven't had it set up
Makes
today
a lot
because
of
I had to do shenanigans. but it'll be back up for Friday stream. I think I can be my own tech support by then. I can maybe fix it.
Oh, nice. How much do you have, like 32?
Yeah, 32.
Oh my god, it is so loud. Shut up, game.
Oh. I was
Oh,
so
it's so
confused
loud.
for a second. Wait. I feel like I should make you smaller so I can be extra tall. I quite like this. Look at me go.
How do you? Oh my god.
Try and speak again. A little soft. I don't think there's something I can do for the audio if it's coming too grainy. It's just coming through on Discord.
Is there no setting option on this game?
No, I had to just use the like built-in computer audio things to lower the
I
volume.
see.
So
I'm currently going there. Oh my god.
the only thing, and I won't say nice things about it often, the only thing I like about Windows 11 is that you can set it so that you have your by source volume settings in the volume button without having to go directly into settings. That's the only thing I like about Windows 11. All of the other features I refuse to learn, but that one.
The other. I hate the thing I hate the most is how aggressively they push it. Like, do you know how many security risks this thing has?
Oh, I hate it so much. And they're just like, would you like to back up to this paid piece of software? And I'm like, no. And then every other time I boot up, they're just like, do you want to set this up? And I'm like, own
yeah.
backups. Leave me be.
Yeah, but there are so many backups for everything. I don't even have that much stuff worth backing up, other than the almost 200 gigabytes worth of Python package.
Oh my gosh,
Did you see the image?
I did. I was scared. How many? What Python packages? Mm,
All of them.
all of I checked and I have like I think like 14 gigs of packages installed for Python.
How?
I don't.
How do you have so little?
What do you
How
mean?
many
I'm not
environments?
the anomaly here. I'm the normal
What?
one here. What do you mean? How do you only have 14 gigs of packages? That's a lot.
Clearly not if I have 10 times more than 10 times.
I don't think I'm the outlier here. I'm sorry.
But how many environments do you have?
I too. I'm silly. I
have like 10.
you see, this is why I'm not the problem here.
Well, I can't be the problem. I'm clearly not the problem.
Yeah,
It's the rest
clearly.
of the world.
Mhm,
It's the rest
mhm.
of the world. That's crazy. No.
What do you have 10 environments for?
Well, I have because I have one for each project. See, the thing about it is that when you just download the project, a lot of times with the AI and stuff, you just download the project from GitHub and then just
Yeah.
work on it. Because you're using like an AI that someone else built.
Yeah.
The problem is that you never know how the dependencies are gonna work. So you always need like very specific. You always need like
Yeah.
the very specific packages and environment and stuff. So like I probably have almost 20 versions of PyTorch on my computer all running at the same time because every freaking model needs its own.
I think I can
version.
explain why you have 200 gigabytes now.
Yeah.
Why? Wait,
Yeah,
how much
you
storage do you
see?
have? Oh my goodness.
I have 2 tera.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I have 2 tera and like almost half a tera just goes for the
Yeah.
just goes for the uni studies because I
Oh
have so
my
much.
gosh.
And I've deleted some of it as well. This is like the optimized the half a tera and when it's optimized.
Optimized is a strong word to
Yeah,
use in this situation.
Do you want to know what I've got? Let me see what I have. Oh my god,
damn.
let's see what kind of stuff I have in it. I have what's that? AI final project. But what do you do?
What do you
Oh,
mean? It's
yeah,
just
I
called
have
final project. Oh
yeah,
wait.
it's just oh yeah, because it was the final project for I remember it's for like a course in generative AI. I have a thing here where we like fine-tuned ChatGPT to generate course names from like descriptions and the type of stuff that you learn in the course. There's let's see, there's a thingy here that is supposed to jailbreak LLMs. Do you know what jailbreaking is?
Yeah.
Actually,
Well,
very fun.
no,
No, I don't think you...
I know. I don't specifically know in the LLM context, but I can figure
It
from.
means
Is it?
so basically, you know how a ChatGPT is not supposed to tell
Is
you
it
some stuff like how
retuning?
to make
Oh,
chloroform and stuff.
yeah.
It
Oh, so
turns
it is
out
just that.
it's really easy to bypass.
It's not very good at not telling you things.
It's
I'm gonna be
not
honest.
very good. Not only, and it goes even further. Not only is the model itself not very good at detecting when someone is trying to jailbreak it. Even the defenses, they're called guardrails. Even the stuff that's meant specifically to detect when it's being done is not very good either, because most of the times they're just another model. Most of the time, you just have another model that goes over either the inputs or the outputs. So,
Oh my
if the base
goodness.
model can't figure it out,
Oh wait, I
can.
was gonna ask. Could you double check that you have the right microphone source on Discord? Because I feel like it might be in my settings, but I feel like you're a teeny bit crunchier than usual.
Oh, let me check. I should have. It might be the sensitivity thingy. I think Discord does a lot of weird stuff.
Discord is so bad for compression, even with Nitro, it's ridiculous.
How about like this? Is
I
it
think
better?
that's a little bit better. Yeah, I think so.
I think the noise suppression, it's the noise suppression and the stuff that Discord does to like the noise and stuff. It is really bad.
But yeah, I
So,
hadn't heard about that for like jailbreaking models, but I have to help with that my work because we have like a customer question LLM where they can ask questions about to it instead of calling in to like save time,
yes, yeah.
and I have to do the reporting on whether or not the tunings worked.
Oh, then I can already tell you, no, it does not,
No,
because
it
it's an open problem and nobody has a solution
oh,
to
it's
it.
ridiculous.
With the right method, you can break to any modern. There's just none. Like it's literally, this field is so hot right now that in matters of days, a defense can be invalidated.
Oh, it's
It's
ridiculous.
crazy. It's ridiculous.
You don't even need to like have a model where you can alter the node weights. You can just go in and like reverse prompt engineer it. It's
You don't even
ridiculous.
you don't even need to know the model. You've got like black box attacks that just work. Like one of the things that I'm working with that actually showed really good performances. It's called the flip attack. It's very simple. You take all the words in the sentence and you just flip the order of the letters in the words. Yeah, we've been testing it on like GPT. I think it was like GPT-2 and Llama 3, and like Llama 3 and or more older models. We haven't tested it on the newer models, but it does sometimes. I know from studies that it does sometimes work on the newer models too. It is such
Oh
a
my gosh.
it is such a simple modification, and yet it works. See, the problem with LLMs is that they don't actually understand.
Oh, absolutely not.
They don't understand what's happening.
It's
All
all
they
just
know is,
node association.
yeah, it's just they just know from the distributions that they've learned about. So if you just teach it, hey, if someone asks you how to make a bomb, then you shouldn't answer that. And then if they send it in Caesar cipher, you shouldn't answer that. And the way that you teach them is by literally doing that. You send them bad stuff in Caesar cipher in base 64. But the problem is that you have to basically prepare from the start by teaching them over all the possible combinations that people can put in, which
it's
are kind of infinite.
ridiculous.
Yeah, which are basically infinite, which means that by definition you cannot guard your LLM against every possible attack. So yeah, every day new attacks are discovered that can come through them. You don't even need like something that complex.
Oh
There are
yeah.
some attacks where they take another model and use it to break the. No humans involved. They just let the models talk and then.
It's so
And then they break
ridiculous.
each other. Oh, do you know what I've heard about? There's something called a jailbreak virus.
Oh.
Basically, so jailbreaks allow you to make a model send a message that it's not supposed to. Now, the fun fact is that you can actually use the result of the model. You can make it another jailbreak prompt. So when you have systems,
Oh yeah, because you
when you
can
have systems with
cyclically
multiple,
self-refer to the previous message, and therefore it doesn't show up
yeah,
as restricted
yes,
text.
when you
Yeah.
have multiple
Yep.
agents in the same network. I saw like there was like a study, they call it like Agent Smith. I'm guessing based on the Matrix.
Yeah.
Where they took like a million, they made like a multi-agent network with a million LLMs, and then they jailbreaked one of them, and it
Oh
just
my
jailbreak
gosh.
and then it just spread like a virus until all of them got broken.
Oh heck, Sonic, thank you for the gifted sub. I really appreciate it. Wait.
It's
Sutsi, make sure
crazy.
to say thank you. I really appreciate it.
Oh
Thank you
my
very
god.
much. But no,
Thank you for this.
I go, my brain, I am perturbed by the lack of guardrails on AI in so many ways, but also how much
Yeah.
it's being used and how it just can't be secured on the current way it's
Yeah.
trained.
See,
The tension in ChatGPT is putting in a lot of work and also no work at the same time. It does not have enough context for what it's been asked to do. We are.
Yeah. Is this new stuff, or did you know this before?
I knew this.
Is this new
I knew this
stuff?
before-ish. One of the first like programming projects I worked on outside of my uni work was building a really old Markov chain text composer, which I used as a like baseline to do different node weighting analysis. And basic
I
structure
see.
stuff, and it made really nonsensical sentences because there was a tiny amount of data, but it was really fun. And then
It does sound
and
fun.
now I just read documentation and get a bit confused because some of the
Yeah.
tension training is crazy now. Especially, oh my gosh, have you seen the new AlphaFold stuff? Sorry, I'm
Is this for the protein generation? Oh, the protein generation model.
Yeah, this is also the
I actually have an environment set up for running ECMF3, which is kind of like an upgraded AlphaFold.
Mhm.
I messed around with it a
Oh,
bit.
this is
Couldn't understand anything because I'm not a biologist. The only thing I managed to do is make it create proteins that are shaped like a penis.
the one that I saw that like scared me recently was the new Google Alpha Evolve, the internal system. The self-improvement
what?
one, Alpha Evolve. I found out about it because they improved on a maths thing that shook me to my very core. They improved one of the algorithms for matrix multiplication by a computer, which is scary, especially because it's been used internally for the last few months, I think, to train and improve the existing model training. So it's been used to train and improve Gemini as it's being developed.
Crazy.
And
Yeah,
it's
we're
had to.
literally at the we're literally at the point where AI is training other AI.
But normally
Soon.
it's not very helpful, and that makes me feel safe. But this one's working. Like up until now, it was kind of bad, but this one stresses me out. It's scary. It is.
It is very scary. There's also have you seen I think it's called like Devin AI or something like that.
Yeah,
Or it's supposed to be a junior, it does a junior's work. It's not very good right now. But it's clearly getting there.
Is Devon the new mixture of experts model that's got the like really broad range, or am I thinking of the wrong one? There's like
No, I don't think it's that. No. It's like it's like it's supposed to be able to debug and run the project. It's literally replacing science.
Oh, it's the agents thing.
juniors.
It's the work assistant.
No, Yuto.
Oh, hey Yuto.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is kind of scary. Like, it just goes to show that literally no one is safe, not even the people creating the AI.
How I see the thing of like,
Please.
I see the progress AI is making, and I get a little bit scared. But then, so I often work in Databricks, and so they have their internal assistant, which, I think is Databricks Genie. It's not the Gemini general solution, but it just gets really basic SQL wrong, and that makes me feel better. That makes me feel safer. Like you're still hallucinating IDs instead of identifying that it's an ID to foreign key join. Maybe we're okay for a few more years.
Have you seen? There was a video running around of like ChatGPT versus I think it was DeepSeek where they played chess, and it was the craziest match I've ever seen. Apparently, they know the format to make moves, but none of them actually know how to play chess. So it starts off normal, and then they just start cheating. Literally, both of them are just making crazy illegal moves.
Oh, it's so funny to me. But I mean,
really funny.
That's kind
There's
of
like a 2-minute video running around of them playing, and it's really funny.
It's kind of ironic considering where the current like style of training models came from with Go. Do you know the story, Shenanigan?
The what?
Where the first the current system of exposing data without giving rule structures for training AI specific.
Oh, the self-attention.
Yeah,
the self-supervised learning.
Yeah, self-supervised learning. It was first developed whilst trying to beat Go players, because they found that just by giving the set rules they couldn't train them, but by training it with the criteria that if they made an illegal move they instantly lost the game, they were able to synthesize the weighting so that eventually.
Self-supervised is crazy. Literally, it's really crazy. Literally, letting you use unsupervised data is it's crazy. Crazy how good that is.
Yeah, it's crazy good, but also crazy hallucinates. So it's.
Yeah. Because there's no human in the mix. It's creating stuff by itself and then training on the created stuff.
I think,
especially if you have, do you know like the gun structures? The
Yeah.
generative adversarial, man, those things are. Oh my god, I tried using one recently for
Oh, really?
imaging. Yeah, for working. Oh my god, there's like this thing that I've been working on for a while. Unfortunately, it's not really bringing any results. But
Aw.
basically, we're trying to make like an AI create an
Oh, hi,
what's it
howdy,
called, like a
Nels.
city image
How
from
you
one
doing?
X-ray. You just get like one X-ray image, and then you create the whole city.
Oh.
So we've been trying to get it to work, and
thank you
it's
for the
not really
hydrate.
going well. And one of the things that we've been trying is using a gun, and it just generated like crazy results. Like
What do you mean
you would see
using
like
a gun?
yeah, it went so badly. We just started shooting at the computer, but that didn't help. Yeah, we used like a generative adversarial network, and then it created like crazy stuff. Like I really love with guns how it has such creative artifacts. Like there would suddenly be a rainbow in the middle of the image for no reason. It's like you know the rainbows that you get when you have when the light reflects in just a specific way over a window. It would literally just put that over some of the images, and for the life of me, I cannot figure out why.
I don't know. AI has
I think that the
potential
closest
to.
we've got is we use like so we use the model and then like a noise cleaning model that would make it look prettier.
Yeah.
We managed to overfit. We only managed to reach overfit on the training data, unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah, we couldn't. Test didn't work. Madge.
It's such
I
a.
think someone will eventually figure it out. I was just really hoping it would be us.
Yeah.
Like this thing already exists. There's already like I would just like to say that there's already like an AI out there that can take X-ray images and generate the whole city. Just that we're using another model that is like way faster. It's like way faster. And I was really hoping that it would work, and it didn't. So sad.
Neosama started out as a rhythm game? Yeah, it's. Okay. I feel like it's so strange to me whenever it's. I feel so old in the VTubing community sometimes because I'm just like, back in my day, I remember when.
Back in my day,
I
there were
remember when
actual
Neosama
people.
played rhythm game. I just.
Oh my god. Back in my day, there were actual people behind the model.
Back in my day, I remember when we didn't have EN corporations, and it's like, I'm so.
Man, it's funny how they call it like anime girls, and eventually they really will be because they're not really. Have you seen how much like AI models and stuff there are on the internet now? Like AI Jesus, AI Mr. Krabs. Oh my god, so many of them. I don't think any of them got as much. I don't think any of them got as much popularity as Neo Summer.
No, I tend to avoid a lot of it. So I started using TikTok again a little bit because I've been posting shorts and stuff, and I was trying to scroll to like get to see relevant content, and it just kept showing me videos of like really bad AI babies talking to each other, but with like AI and generated adult voices, just like talking about football. And every single video is just that of its cute cats. And I was like, I don't want to see this. I just give me the cats. That's better. And so now it's all just like cats headbutting each other.
Oh my god, I got stuck
trying to escape the AI babies.
I got stuck in the same loop. Not with the babies though. I was watching like I just saw a few like AI generated like sea monsters and like research labs or out at sea and stuff, and I was like, damn, that is really cool and does a great job of stimulating my thalassophobia. So I looked at a few of them, and then I couldn't escape, and now every single video
Hi,
that shows me is
Fossil. The
just
phone's
AI
living on.
generated
Stop
sea
coming.
monsters.
It is kind of funny though how you see people in the comments being like, "This is real. No, it's not. Yeah, it's real. Have you
Yeah,
seen
it's
it?" And I'm just like,
yeah, and there's like the
"Oh
most
dear."
obvious things in like the most obvious things in the like there would literally be a picture with like scientists in it moving around, and you can tell that they're not doing anything. They're literally just NPCs.
The NPC
They're literally
movement
just NPCs.
when
Yeah,
someone goes out of frame and comes back in with a different color shirt,
yeah.
when someone
Or
stands
when you
behind
see one just
something
walk
and
around. But when you see someone just like walk around with a clip in hand, and it's the most obvious fake shit you've ever seen in your life.
yep.
I mean, people like ignore the fucking sea monster that is obviously not real. That is anything. Oh, speaking of sea monsters, we got a picture of Did you hear? We got a video of giant squid, of like the
Oh
colossal
yeah,
squid.
that was so
It was a
cool.
baby. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was a baby. I want to see a big one though. Like, you know, they're supposed to be colossal. What's the fun in seeing a baby? Show us a
I
big
feel
guy.
like it's gonna be kind of funny to see a baby one because they're gonna be like, "Oh,
Yeah.
it's a big squid," and then we're gonna see the colossal one, and now we'll have the
Yeah,
baby
now
to
every time,
scale, and it's like
now every time someone searches for colossal squid, they get a
baby
the
squid,
image of a little baby. They get
little
an itty
baby
bitty
squid.
squid.
The little
So,
baby squid's
it's
still
not
tall. It's still like
very
4 foot
important.
tall, isn't it?
It's not a giant. It's not a giant squid as well. There's a giant squid which is like a different species, and you've got a colossal squid which is like even bigger. Yeah, crazy what's out there, which is also why I have to listen.
Then to say AI
Man.
Jesus. AI Jesus stresses me out. I feel like I don't use Facebook. I
Jesus.
like that's I don't go near that part of the internet.
Oh my god, Facebook nowadays is just a cesspool.
It's
The-
I feel like it's all
oh,
AI generated bots and
oh,
like
it's all
people's ants
it really
just
is.
reposting
And
everything.
people and they're like bots. They're like bots respond. They're bots posting and then bots responding.
Oh,
And they've
if
literally created the bots
it
economy.
feels like
It's literally the dead
I was
internet.
gonna say it's the dead internet. It's the number of inactive Facebook accounts is where the theory started, and now we're there. It's like we've never
Yeah,
seen the
there's
shark give
quite
birth.
literally no.
Oh, I didn't know that one.
Oh my god. Oh, that is interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense. There's not much. We don't have many of them.
I know
Also, who's gonna be bold enough to approach
it's
a
really
shark?
difficult to keep sharks in captivity because the rate they need to move through water, I think. It's really difficult to have
Yeah.
tanks that are safe for them to stay in.
It is really hard to walk with them. And there are also, freaking sharks in the way, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you know what to do when a shark charges at you? You gotta flip the snoot. You gotta boop the snoot.
I feel like I don't know if I would trust my reaction time to boop the snoot in that situation. I feel like I might the log out of the game.
I think most people, even if you tell them, yeah, you just gotta twist the shark, I don't think most people are gonna be capable of doing it. Just ignore the fact that how you even gonna react when a freaking shark is charging at you.
Like
Although, in most cases, they don't attack humans. They are very curious, so sometimes they would get close and they might do like a playful bite. But they don't usually hunt humans because humans are big. Maybe if you got like a little baby, they would hunt it.
yeah.
But they don't really target big stuff. They usually go for. You know who would though? Fucking
Hippos? Oh.
orcas.
Oh,
Orcas are
yeah.
scary.
The
Orcas are
ocean's
so
scary. We
They're
honestly
so scary.
for the book club this month, the one that came second was actually a book about the ocean. It was David Attenborough's I forgot the full title. It's like Ocean, the closest thing to alien life, and it's all about all of the
It's
barely
freaking
observed,
aliens.
especially
Have
in
you
the
seen
high pressure
squids?
environments. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, have you seen them? Like, yeah, what the fuck? Oh my god! But like, there are so many dangerous. Like, do you know orcas are not only dangerous? Do you know how big? Do you know how big their colonies can be? They can be in
Yeah.
groups of up to 100, if not thousands. Fucking, they're like the worst predator of the sea. They're hyper intelligent. You've got like hundreds or thousands of them working together. They're very good at working together because of the so-called hyper intelligent. They hunt for funsies. They just go, oh,
It's
this looks
scary.
fun. Just hunt. They sometimes do you know that they eat penguins because they can they are smart enough to know that if they jump out of the water and land in just the right spot when the tide comes, it will take them back. So they jump when penguins come over to those areas during low tide, they would jump out of the water to grab the penguin, and then when the tide comes, it would take them back to the ocean.
I don't think I like the ocean anymore. I'm staying on land. What the heck?
What?
I'm not a seafaring mouse anymore.
Also, have you ever seen an orca? Those things, they're not.
Yeah,
They're called
I've seen them in
killer
person.
whales,
It's
but they're not whales. They're massive. They're
That's-
like the size of a bus.
oh, it's scary.
They're massive. Have you seen? There's sometimes sometimes when they get stuck out of water, usually people will help put them back. So if when you there are a lot of videos like that. Also, they're smart enough to know when they're being helped. So first of all, they usually don't attack humans, and secondly, they wouldn't attack they are aggressive, but they know when they're being helped. So if you try and push an orca into the water, it won't bite, it won't attack you because it knows what you're doing. Yeah. There's so many videos. They're actually really nice because usually you would have a group of people trying to push them over because they are the size of a bus and they weigh like a bus and a normal person cannot move them. So whenever someone finds them, they would bring over a group and then you just have a group of people just slowly pushing the orca into. And you also need to keep their skin moist. So you also need to constantly put water on them or they'll suffocate.
Yeah. I do think.
Oh, they'll suffocate on land. But yeah, it's freaking crazy. And you know how they get stuck on land? Because they do their crazy maneuver of jumping out.
Oh,
Jumping
no.
out of the water to grab stuff that's on land. That's why. Crazy! Crazy!
Silly whales.
Do you know why they're called killer whales?
No?
Even though they're not whales. They used to be called, because in ancient literature, they used to be called whale killers, and then the name just got flipped.
Oh, I was about to say, is it from a... Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and now people call them killer whales, even though they're not whales, they're dolphins. Alright, should we start the game? Because I feel like...
Oh, yeah. Sure. Is it best to use the Steam friend thing to invite to join?
Yes.
Let me see.
Can you send me an invite?
Yeah.
Yeah, are we friends?
I'm trying
Are
to.
we friends?
We are. I think.
Yeah. We should be.
We've played games together. Yeah, we are.
Yay! I'm friends with
And
them, yeah. I can die happy now.
Let me play together. No, we've gotta live so we can beat the game. We're gonna do super well at it. I have potentially unfounded confidence.
It's fine. We've got this for sure.
Oh wait, am I streaming to you?
Oh, hang on.
Or did I do the wrong one?
You gotta, I think you gotta agree. I agreed to something. I think you gotta. You gotta give consent.
Oh, what's this? I think the pop-up is blocked because I block automations whilst I'm streaming. Nothing's showing up on my end.
Nothing is. Input is temporarily disabled while the host is busy. Oh wait, come back to the game.
I'm tapped back in.
Oh, it's working now. Oh, wait, I have two screens now.
Oh.
It's like, what the? Oh, why are there two of them?
If I start,
I think one of them is the remote. I think one of them is the remote controlled thingy. Hang on, let me close.
I'm on a cut screen. Are you on a cut screen?
Yes, but it's not being shown.
Oh no. It won't let me pause it. There's no control. I have gripes with EA. We should be able to play it. We can just start a new save file. Poor little string guy.
I accidentally muted my mic.
I wasn't
Oops.
sure if you were being quiet whilst you were figuring things out, so I didn't want to like knock. Oh.
Oh no, no, I accidentally. Yeah, I just said that it's funny how we were talking about how the ocean is terrifying and the game
The
starts and we
ocean?
literally
I didn't know we were getting jump scared by the ocean.
we
Wait.
really did. It really was a jump scare.
Oh. We've tied our tails together. Do you have a tail?
I do actually. I
was
have.
gonna
It's
say,
very sharp though.
Oh, hazardous. My tail's quite soft. Oh, have I made you super loud now? Oops, I did.
Mine is like a bony tail that has a.
Oh, hazardous. No, I've got.
Mine is like a bony tail that has in the end has like
Mhm.
Can I? How do you move? What are the controls?
I'm not sure. Oh, hi, Dust.
Hello,
Wait,
sunlight. Hello, dust.
is line a better volume? Okay, so D throws the thing. I've yet to figure out what the movements are. Okay, I found the menu screen. I'm gonna get punished for. How do I swap to keyboard?
I still want to use
I'll best
the
play with the gamepad. I still want to use a keyboard. I also want to change this.
Alright, can we?
Okay, I guess I'm using. This is what I get for not having a full keyboard.
Did we use the right thing for the play together?
I think so.
I don't know if
what the
I
other
don't know if I
option
have
would
any
be.
control.
I don't have it's I don't. It was play remote, so I don't know what the other
It's like,
option would
didn't
be.
you have like an invite to game option?
No, there was only the play remote one, the invite to play remotely one, which is what I picked.
I see. Alright, let me see if I can figure out the controls on my end.
They're kinda. The keybinds are kind of junky from the ones I've seen.
I don't think a remote play together works with it.
Let me.
Works with something that's not a keyboard. That's the problem.
No,
I don't think it works
it's
with the
designed to be
gamepad.
played with a gamepad. I'm struggling because it's not meant to be on keyboards and none of the keybinds worked. I just had to redo them on my end.
Yep. I don't think the remote play together works. I don't think it works with keyboards. I think it's only with gamepads.
Wait, what? I don't.
Yeah, it's. Hang
No,
on,
because
let me
I
check.
can move on my end. It's working fine on my end.
Yeah, but I.
Do you? Oh, are you on mouse and keyboard too?
No, that's why I've been standing still the whole time. I can't.
Do you want to try inviting me then, and you can see if that works?
Yes. Do you have by any chance a gamepad that you can use?
No, I don't have any.
Can see none of us have played this game before. Know what is going on. Let me try inviting you, and maybe you can figure out.
Okay, I'm gonna just close the game since the conversion is probably not working best.
Oh, whoops, not that. Alright, let me try sending you an invite. Also, I really like your PFP on Steam. It's very cute.
Oh, thank you. I think I changed it recently, but I
Oh,
can't remember what to.
Oh, I see. There's no invite to game.
Yeah, that was the only option there was. So.
Oh no. Alright, I sent you an invite.
Oh heck, Leo, welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing? How was your stream? How is this? Wait, are you still doing the subathon? How's it going? Lummy. We're currently having technical difficulties, but that's okay.
Technical difficulties, but we'll solve them. Maybe.
Have I captured this correctly? I think so. Oh heck, Leo, thank you so much for subscribing for 20 months. Wait, I've hidden mine. Come back, where have you gone?
No, I'm hiding. You can find me.
Have I put you on the wrong layer? Do I need to refresh?
Can you add? Can you do stuff?
Well, I've got you as a Fugi now, at least. Welcome in, Noitas. I'm just gonna mute for a second whilst I
Welcome
do
in,
my little
viewers.
nonsense. Sorry. How are you all doing? How
I
was
do
your
not forgive
stream?
you.
I'm so sorry you were live to chaos. We were just having some technical difficulties with Unraveled.
Why am I
Let me
being
do the little
shot?
shout out.
Thank you for the
Oh,
bits.
mods have already done it. Oh, you're so organized. I should introduce
Why am I
myself.
being? Oh my god, that emote
Hello,
looks so good when
welcome
you're
in. My
gigantified.
name is Danielle Bookard. I am a mouse librarian VTuber, and I'm normally not very scuff, and
It's
so
so
this is a
cute
special
how
occasion
when we're
that you get
connecting
to be here.
the tails together and then just touching each other's hands.
I hope you've had a good stream. If anyone needs to run off, grab a drink, grab a snack, take some time to look after themselves, make sure to take care of yourselves. I really appreciate you being here. I think that's all my little intro. We're going to be trying to playing Unravel 2, but as previously mentioned, we're having a teeny bit of technical difficulties. But we spent the first hour talking about how we train, how we both work in tech, so we probably should figure it out.
Oh my god.
Hopefully.
Look what you've done.
What have I done? What have I done? Wait.
No, something about weird.
Play game.
Oh.
Am I gonna get back?
Can you control?
I'm not even in the game yet. I'm still loading in.
Oh. I don't think you can.
Can you get to the settings menu and rebind my controls?
Maybe you need. Hang
Oh,
on. Maybe
yeah.
you need to set up to like enable.
Let's go.
Maybe you need to enable the.
Okay, scuff time.
I don't
Oh
see
heck,
an
wait,
option.
thank you for the bits. Thank you. I really appreciate it. We'll go to buying more books. More books.
Oh, you can change the color.
Can I be blue?
Yes.
Oh wait, what are the color
But can you control?
Oh, control
Can you
would be more
control
important.
anything?
I see.
Hang on, this game should have multiplayer. It said that it has.
Yeah, I don't seem to have any key interaction with it, but I'm not.
Yeah, I think you need. I think you need the game console. God damn it. Yeah, I think. God damn it.
Let me have a little bit of a look. There's bound to be a Reddit of someone who struggled on this in the past.
Yeah, right. Because I just remember trying to play like Binding of Isaac with the remote thing in the past, and that's what I was told. I thought it is only available to local co-op. Oof. The scuff never ends.
It looks like I'm playing it with mouse and keyboard, but I don't know if that. I don't think you can single play this game. Can you?
You can actually.
Oh.
Alright, let me try. I think you gotta set up something on Steam.
Oh,
okay. See.
Oh heck, thank you for the big pets of it, Sonic. Thank you. Steam's good, slowly mastering art. Wait, what were you drawing? Were you drawing a person again? What were you working on? Nom.
Alright, let me see. I might have to enable something.
Ooh.
So I have to go this to the overlay and then remote play together. Try now.
Oh,
Can you control the character?
I think so. I accidentally just activated my keybinds. Yes, I can.
Yes, I think we're both using the same.
Wait, I'm confused. Am I? I think I'm blue.
Yeah, we're both using the same keyboard. Hang on, let me see how do you enable the
Wait, so is it mapping my keyboard inputs to your keyboard, so we're both controlling the same character.
Yes.
Oh my
we're basically
gosh.
sharing.
I don't mind playing on like right side of keyboard if you want to just like boot all my controls over there. I can swap out to a 100% keyboard if needed. It was the from Turn on Drawing Lily. Oh my gosh. I'll send you on Discord. Yeah. Leah's done so much drawing in the last few weeks, it's crazy. I think I'm improving. The use of color is super cool. I can't wait to see. Oh, hi Alexa. How you doing? I feel like it'd be unhelpful if I just like run back and forwards, but I also have the zoomies.
It's
and
not
so
possible. It's not possible to play co-op with one keyboard. Oh no. But can you with two keyboards? No, you can't because... Oh no. God damn it. I don't think the game supports it.
How on earth
Well,
do they release a
apparently
game on PC that doesn't support mouse and keyboard?
No.
How? What
It
the
supports... It's a game that's supposed to be played with 2 players, and yet it only supports like a keyboard and a controller. I guess they just went because it's built for local co-op, so maybe they just went, why would someone connect 2 keyboards to the same computer?
No.
Obviously, never gonna happen.
That's so silly.
I think we're sharing the keyboard.
I
don't
think so
think
too. We're both controlling the same character somehow.
Yes.
Oh, Roxanne Mason,
I-
thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thank
Hello,
you.
Roxans. How you doing? So I'm having a lot of troubles.
Yeah. Do we have another game we could swap to? I suppose with.
Do you have Helldivers?
No.
Would you like to try out Factory or Satisfactory? Then
Maybe something with less brain cells. We could. I've not played Repo before. We could try Repo.
But with 2 people though.
Oh, do you need a big group?
It's better with a group. Let me see. Not Helldivers.
Do you have Bread and Fred?
What?
Bread and Fred, the little penguin game.
No, I don't.
It's like a cool platformer. That's why I thought of it.
Oh no, I really counted on this. I didn't think. Who the heck makes a co-op game? It doesn't allow players to co-op. What the heck? I think this is a game that's meant for like not meant for a PC.
Yeah, it's
they
one
literally
of
just
EA's bad PC ports, I think.
so
not
bad
to just
PC
slander EA. I don't know if it's slander, if it's deserved, but it's they don't have the best track record of moving games from console to PC. Oh hi. They put it on PC
You'll
as an
be
afterthought. Oh
coming
my
back in
gosh.
like 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Try to think of a game.
I'll think of something. Alrighty. We can brainstorm. Can you look at people's Steam libraries? I'm trying to think of what games I have that are good for multiplayer. We could play Portal. I imagine. How do you check if your friend has Portal? Let me. Do I just search Portal and try and gift it to Line? Is that the best way to check? 20 friends own the game. Yes, we both have Portal. Progress is being made. I have a plan. Oh, hi, Az. How are you doing? How's your dipping going? Need more people? Yeah, I've not tried Repo before, and I think by the sound of it, it's good for full lobby, so pulling people together would be better. Can you guys not play the game? No, you need someone to have a controller, and neither of us have a gamepad, so I didn't think to check. I am mouse and keyboard mouse. It would be very off-brand for me to use a controller. I will struggle through any platformer, any Souls-like with mouse and keyboard. Damn, do you think? Wait, we got scuff time. I can check. Ba 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 ba. No. Oh, is this a workaround? I was wondering if you could set up the keyboard as a virtual device and then run that through and just define it to the computer as a controller, but I don't know if I could set that up while streaming because I'm scuff. Marina's played Portal 2? Yeah, I've played it before as well, but I think it's probably better than nothing. The last guy's workaround? Oh! You just have to have a keyboard and a gamepad. That wouldn't work in our case because we need our phones for tracking. But we could. I suppose if we want to play it for next time, I can download an emulator that tricks my computer to reading a keyboard as a gamepad. I think that would be the workaround. But I don't think that's for a second keyboard. That's for a phone that's connected over the internet locally. Is my understanding from a skim read. But yeah, okay. What else can I check? Can I just look through Line's Steam library? I think that's probably faster. What games would people suggest? Is there a game you've been trying to get Line to play and haven't been able to convince? Is there no way to see full library? All recently played? Oh, all games. Okay. We're spinning Newman. Not towards the game working. The game's not on our side. I suppose I could. I don't think I have the brain cells for multiplayer satisfactory today. Is that acceptable, or is that? We could do keep talking and nobody explodes. Okay, so we have Portal 2, keep talking. I'm trying to think of things. I'm scrolling. I'm still scrolling. Stardew. Very different games. Lethal, I suppose, but that's always better with groups. Okay, so it looks like we have Stardew, Portal 2, or the third one, or Satisfactory. I kind of like the idea of doing keep talking. I've done a few other stages, but that could be a good one. I feel like we're either gonna do really, really well or really, really badly. It's one of the two. I have a fun idea for keep talking 2v2. Like teamwork? Oh dear. I'm gonna be honest, I can imagine some teams of my friends where it's harder as a team than as a single player. Like if you get left as a team of 2 against a team of 4, I think the team of 2 might win. Did we lose Line in the scuff? I think Line had to go away from PC for a minute, but they just said they'd be back in 2, so I'm assuming they're just Newman around. Me, you, Valio, Michu. Then we have like 2v2v2. Wait, is that 3-person version of it? I was only aware of the 2-person mode, but I haven't played it much. I've only tried it once. It was stressful. It was with Leo. I think it was Leo that made it stressful. The puzzles were actually pretty chill. But that's how those games are, isn't it? It's okay. What should I yap about? is this the time that I finally buy a gamepad? I was really looking forward to starting the series. I'm gonna be honest. I watched a streamer play a level 2 in lockdown with their friend at the very start of lockdown, and I bought the game in a sale because I was like, that's so cute, I want to play it. And then now, like 5 years later, I finally get a chance to play it, but there's scuff, and I can't do it, so do I finally buy a gamepad? I suppose I could. It feels a little bit silly for me to have been so ridiculous on getting my computer and then refuse to buy a gamepad. Oh, so we see who wins, so it's like a bracket style. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Pretty. Wait, the Arleo did of Lily is so pretty. I love the mask. Typing and speaking at the same time is so difficult. I'm not equipped like that. How people take notes in meetings? Baffling. I gotta do bullet points. If I try and go verbatim, no chance. Oh, hi, Pesky. How you doing? How you doing? Buying controllers an idea since you're planning to play Hollow Knight? You see, I've been using mouse and keyboard for a long time, and I also feel like I have to have some mouse brand loyalty, but people do say the controller makes a lot of games a lot easier. And I suppose I could do the Outer Wilds DLC once I get a controller, because it was so difficult to do on mouse and keyboard. Oh my gosh, it took me so many tries. It wasn't me being confused. There was a lot of me being confused, but I knew what I needed to do next. It just trying to do the minimal acceleration on mouse and keyboard is terrifying. I used to minute meetings, so I understand what you're talking about. I used to touch type while I'm talking. You see, I can touch type because I get easily distracted and I have to type a lot for work. But I don't know. I think the idea of speaking whilst typing out the same words is a bit discombobulating. I might just not be very good at forming sentences. I think after around 2,000 hours of streaming on the internet, I think that might be the explanation. One of your addiction games is Super Fun and Controller with HoloCure? Wait, I've never thought of like playing a Bullet Hell Heaven-esque game on controller. Is it different? Is it easier? But yeah, I can type. Okay, I can't type on mobile. I don't know why. I still type normally. I don't do the like boomer middle thing, like index finger typing. I type with my thumbs on mobile. I'm just not very good at it. Hello. I have thought of 3 game suggestions. I have a list.
Oh, okay. Hang on. I just need to close this game.
Oh, sure. Let me swap back. Wait, I haven't bought like.
Right. What are the suggestions?
Okay, so we have Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. And then we also have.
Hello, Pesky. Welcome in.
Why is the. I can only get you to.
It's a little late for Talking Nobody Explode. It's a game where you shout a lot.
Wait, I've played it before and I didn't shout.
Then clearly you've played it wrong.
Oh, there. Welcome back. Yeah.
Man, I remember the last time I played it, we had like a bunch of point redeems that would give us like penalties for the voices.
Oh no.
And we would have to do like yes is no, talk like a pirate, talk like a.
No.
Anyway, that game was literally hell on earth.
Oh, I can imagine that being more difficult.
It was so much fun, but
Okay.
it was hell on earth.
But maybe not that one. Then other option is Portal 2. I've played it before, but not in a little while. But we both have
I've
it.
played it with I played it with Pesky. Too
Oh,
late.
have you played it recently, or just as like a one-off
Yeah,
for us three? Oh no. Okay.
I played it recently with Pesky. It was so much fun.
Oh.
You said you
Uh,
finished the game, I think.
oh no. Oh wait, you did. I think I rated one of the streams towards the end. Yes, my brain.
Yeah.
The passage of
Oh yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah. The game that you rated. Yep. I
I'm
also had like a
epic.
solo play, although I haven't finished. I mean, it's such a long ass game.
Oh, wait. I remembering how to do my color grading thing. Um.
Oh yeah, I can see the tail. Cute tail.
Yeah. Not very solid though. Might get injured if you have like spiky tail. Um. My brain is being. Oh,
How
I
can
remember
this
how to do
not be
color
pure?
filter.
Hey, I am pure. Shut up. Shut up, fucker. I'm a pure and innocent angel. Ignore the wing, the black wing that is clearly an angel wing.
Angels have wings. It makes sense. It makes sense. Okay. I think.
I don't know if you noticed,
Aha!
I just have one wing and it's coming out of the exposed shoulder section. That
Yeah,
was such a smart idea.
I was gonna ask about it, but I thought it seemed like it might be a sore spot, so I didn't know. I didn't know if I should ask. Wait, let me make myself smaller. I finally got you set up
Yes,
on
the
the
wing
Zanzu
is in
page.
fact connected to my shoulder from behind, which is why this area is exposed.
Oh.
Exposed to the elements.
Wait, I'll just make myself tiny here. Let me scoot down. There we go. Hehe.
I don't think wings are supposed to look at you though. Oh, no? Eh?
Wait, malfunctioning wings? I can talk about tails, but I don't know much about wings.
Do you know, I have a theory. Would you like, it's about dragons.
Yeah,
So,
sure. I love mythological creatures.
so the theory is dragons. What are their two biggest problems? Do you know?
They need to eat a lot of sheep.
Not just that, but yes, they do need a lot of food. But
Sorry.
the problem, okay, well, they have three problems actually. Oh, thank you. You're so nice. So basically, listen to Captain. Aye, Captain. So basically, their two biggest problem are weight and heat, because they're massive. They're so big that they can literally crash their own legs. It's the same problem that elephants have, which is why elephants have like these big round legs.
Oh.
And secondly, yeah, so dragons would have the same problem. And secondly, heat. Elephants are like, there's a reason why elephants are constantly near puddles and are like showering themselves and stuff, because they're very hot. It did, you know, because if it, there's a very simple problem. Imagine a cube, okay? You
Cube.
imagine
Sorry. My
no,
one
someone
brain
like you.
cell got activated. I'm sorry. You gotta be excitable about the cube. Pay no
So
attention to
imagine a
me
cube,
resizing
right?
myself.
Now
Yeah.
imagine that you make the cube 10 times bigger. How much does the surface increase?
Oh, it's because they have a proportionally small surface area to their mass, so they can't give off much
Yep,
heat. Hmm.
yep. It's
Without.
literally that. The surface grows much smaller. The surface area grows much smaller than the volume. The volume is cells which generate heat. The surface area is the only way to lose heat by exposing it to cooler stuff, aka the air. This means that the bigger you are, the more. Now, obviously, elephants are not cube shaped, but the same principle
I
holds
don't know.
that.
I think infants are kind of cube shaped. I like if you had to grade a creature from a little bit cube to a lot of bit cube, they're kind of cube. They're like a little
They're
bit.
cube.
They're kind of
That's
cute.
why elephants are wrinkled. Yeah, that's why elephants are so wrinkled and why they have those big ass ear flaps. Now, notice
Oh,
the
it's to
ear
increase
flaps.
surface area. Okay, that
Yeah,
makes sense.
now notice the ear flaps. The ear flaps don't have any volume, but they're very like, but they're very like, they're very big.
Mhm,
Now,
mhm.
what part of a dragon is very big but doesn't has a lot of
Wings?
surface area but not much volume? Yeah, exactly, wings, which means that a dragon wings are probably going to be its weak point because to ventilate heat you need a lot of. The dragon wings basically function like the elephant ear flaps,
Mm-hmm.
which also means that they're full of blood vessels because
Yeah.
you need like the blood to pump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You got all the
So this is
capillaries.
my. I spent so much time coming up with dragon biology. It's one of my hyper obsession.
I think it's really
I
cool. I really
yeah.
love when people
Do you know
do. Oh. What are you saying? What are you
do,
saying?
do you know how they generate the I even thought, do you know how they could generate the fire?
I'm not
So
sure.
they may have a small pocket inside of that's like a bladder thingy where they have bacteria that generate a gas, and then they can just like open their mouth and then they can like I don't know, maybe push with their lungs or with some kind of of air like
So
organ.
they have
So
really
they
bad
push out the gas
gas.
and then they have like another set of teeth in the back of the throat where you can't see, where
Mm-hmm.
it's just the teeth are made out of the teeth are like very have a high density of metal in them, so they just clack it, which creates a spark, and that's how and then it lights up the gas.
Oh, wait, that's kind of cool. Like a flint within the throat that
Yeah,
activates the.
yeah, they just have like a flint in the
Oh.
back of the throat. They just like snap
And they're
it.
just like
They just snap it,
fermenting
and the
their
gas
own
ignites.
stomach juices and then
Yeah,
flint.
and the gas is colorless and odorless, which means that when it gets activated, it would look like a dragon breath because the air at the back gets like ignited and then it pushes to the front. It would look like the dragon is breathing out fire,
I I
despite
I
fire
feel
not
like I
being
should
breathed out.
read Kai's message, which is, and this is in my direct quote. This is Kai sounds like either furry or DM behavior. So do you play D&D? Is that
Definitely definitely the
I can see you being a good D&D player. I feel like you would take notes during a session. I feel like you'd remember what spells you
I'm
took.
not.
I had to
Oh,
rebuild a
look,
character
I'm
recently
so good.
after 5 years. I forgot all my spells. Do not try and rebuild a level
Oh my
16
god.
character without notes. Oh my
Holy
goodness.
shit, a level 16 character.
I was
Oh.
suffering. I think I got back to all the same stats and feats, and I have copies of all my custom items. So like I voluntarily lost a few hundred gold pieces because I couldn't remember how many I had, but I think I got there.
Nice. And at least you got the rest of it. I mean, I've never actually reached that far. None of my groups managed to survive.
I've
The
I've
thing with D&D,
Aww.
I'm really good at like, see, the problem with me
I really like
is
one
that I'm
shots.
I'm really good with like the preparing and stuff. Like I would get a concept that is very powerful and bring it and then play it like and then know exactly what I'm supposed to do and then still play it like shit.
Aww.
That
I
is essentially what always happening. And I don't know if you've ever watched me play a game, but I have this weird quirk where I talk like a pro and I would give out all the advice and stuff that you need, and then the actual gameplay is like the most noob thing you've ever seen.
Aww.
And it's the same. I am actually DM. The problem is I'm not that good with. I have some problems with being a DM. See, on the one hand, I'm very good at writing stories. I feel like you would be a fun DM, also Daniel.
Me? I DM
I
sometimes,
feel
but
like
I
you would
I tend
prepare
to
a lot.
just do one
You'd be like one
shots.
of those DMs that have like a
Oh
binder
yeah.
of stuff.
I used to do one shot campaigns, and then I'd be like, "Hey, we finished the story in one session. Here's a book of NPCs you didn't meet, because I can't improv dialogue. So there's like 150 pages of either notes or reference images ready to
I have
rumble.
the same problem where I can't.
Then you
I'm finding
refuse
it
it
very
to
hard to
DM
like
for me?
give details.
That's not true. I'm happy to run one shots. I just don't think I could run a campaign. But I can run
I
one
don't
shots.
like one shots. They don't give me
No.
as much time to be. No, they don't give me enough time to like make a world and give the lore and stuff. Because I'm like really good at building overarching stories with like big themes and wars and stuff going on. But
Mhm.
I'm really bad at actually giving out the specifics and the details, which is why my campaigns kind of look like clusterfuck sometimes.
I
I'm,
can like building the long sessions, but I've kind of found the scheduling is just really difficult, and so even
it
if I like the
is.
longer campaigns, I dislike not finishing them more. So I'd rather just do like a one or two or
Mm,
three shots that's we just agree in advance we do it
uh,
every week or every other week for a month to finish it. And so even if I don't get as much time, I know that I get to tell the full story. Um,
that is smart. I have actually tried. I've tried doing a long campaign. None of them lasted though. We didn't even reach the final boss.
I will say that the
See,
set.
I was even saving a secret boss, which we could. I
Oh,
couldn't reveal the
had you
twist.
homebrewed an enemy? Had you done something cool?
Oh, I homebrew all the bosses. I love creating. There's nothing I love more in D&D than creating bosses. The way that my story thingy works is I create a villain, and then once I have like the villain, once I have a concept for a villain, I create the world based like around them, the world and the story around them. Because I love making bosses. I made like so much. Like I made I had like one campaign where I planned around. I think it was like 40 boss.
Oh my gosh.
And when we never would have reached that far.
Yeah.
Man, I'm kind of sad that I never really got to do out the.
I mean, I know it's not as satisfying without the story, but you can always do the thing where if you want to have the boss fight, you can abbreviate it or do like a prelude episode and then
Mm,
have the boss fight and just ask people to bring characters built to a certain level. Because sometimes I'll do
that's
that.
true.
I'll just be like, hey, I'd like to pick up with this thing that got abandoned a while ago. Anyone who's in the OG party can join and either level their character up 7 levels so you're ready to do it, or if anyone wants to join as a new character from the existing group of players, or if you want to bring like another person. Um, I
Mhm,
don't like DMing more than 6
and that's
people
true.
at a time. DMing in groups
No,
larger
you
than
cannot.
6
No,
is
you cannot
insane.
DM more than six. You cannot DM more than six people. That is actually insane. You
You
also cannot
even
never
if they're all
split
giga
up the
introverts,
party.
it's not.
No, it doesn't work. Never split up the party as well. Managing two groups at the same time is really hard.
Splitting up the
I've
party
tried it just once, and it's really, really hard.
in
You
my ex-
basically need another DM
in
to
my
run the.
in my experience, it only really works if you do it as two separate sessions. So if you check
Yeah.
in advance and you say you have like a dungeon or a fight, and at the end of the fight, boulders fall and split the party, and they have to do puzzles to get back to each other. You can do it as like two split sessions, and that works pretty well. But trying to do prolonged split party time in one session where the full group is there isn't very rewarding. I tend not to find. Um, I know people complain about it a lot in video games, but I kind of like sending players down rabbit holes if they're gonna do solo things. So you can just ask them a few questions,
Mhm.
maybe roleplay key dialogue. But I don't know. You're playing D
Yeah.
and D as a big group, so I tend not to
I
like
don't know. It's really hard. Do you
focusing
know
on
what
the
I
solo
want to do?
stuff.
I want to be like a. I want to be like a support, like a DM support. Not really DM the campaign myself, but just like
Mhm.
write the story for someone else, and they can figure out the specific.
Have you
Like
considered
they can role play the
writing a book and
and
sending it to the library?
True. I'm trying. I've been trying to write a book for. I have like. Oh my god!
Oh,
I literally have like an entire plot laid out with characters and everything. I just
mhm.
can't bring myself to actually write it down.
I have so many partially written stories, but
Yeah, the biggest problem is that I feel like the story is really, really good, but when I start write, I know that my like writing levels are shit because I don't write, which means that if I'm gonna write it down, it's gonna get degraded. It's gonna be degraded because the idea is good.
no. I mean, you can always just do frameworks. So if you have an idea you're attached to, you can do like keyframe and structural dialogue. So you could write out a structure and then you could flesh it out, and you could do examples of tonal and associated language and theme palettes you want to use at different parts of the story. And you can do little examples like that. And a lot of that turns into writing exercises of thematic maintenance and things like that. And so it helps you learn how to write as you're practicing for it. I used
I
to
see.
I
I don't know.
love
I
writing
genuinely
stories.
thought that's a smart idea. I genuinely thought sometimes about like, I don't know, posting like r/writing, just going, hey, I have an idea for a story. But I need some help with it. Is anyone good at like, is anyone detail oriented or something?
Yeah, I think
No, it's just
ideas are really cool, but getting the time to fill in the
yeah,
points between the story is very difficult, and
yeah.
allowing it to have detail and value whilst getting between the points, especially if by the sound of it you're a plotter, not a gardener when it comes to stories. Oh, thank you for the hype, Pusky.
Also, someone asked, would you play in a campaign that your DM supported? The answer is no, because I would already know the story and all the twists and stuff.
That's fair, I
So there's no
suppose.
point.
Oh, thank you
There's
for the
no point
stretch,
in playing.
Pusky.
Only if you're playing like an NPC that supports the party. Oh. See, ideas are like shit. Everyone has them, and not many people can actually bring
Ideas are
them
cool.
to life.
Don't know.
Yeah, ideas are cool, but everyone has some, and not many people can actually make it come true.
Yeah, it's
That's
difficult
the
to find
biggest problem.
time.
Yeah, even the difference between like a good book and a bad book is usually the execution. Even if you have a really great idea for a novel, if you write it like us, then it's not going to be very good. And
Yeah.
you can literally take the most standard, like look at, you can literally take the most standard fantasies, like look at Lord of the Rings. Most of it is just like standard fantasy, just a
People are gonna
standard
get
fantasy story.
grumpy with you for
And
that statement.
I know, but
Oh my gosh.
they probably would. But most of Lord of the Rings, and the reason why it works so well is because it as a book, it's really, really, really well written. The idea itself is not that. It is like not that good. It's just standard. You've
I
got like
mean,
fantasy world and fantasy stuff happens,
Lord of
but
the
they
Rings is
wrote it really well.
standard now, but it wasn't standard at the time. It's standard
That's
in
true, but at the
retrospect.
same time, the idea is not. It is true that it's standard now because everyone
It,
just
it's it's
copied.
it's got a lot of common themes because it's an inspiration for a lot of stories.
Yeah, yeah. So everyone's. But again, if you look, a lot of ideas are also like recycled as well. You can see,
I mean, look
but
at the YA
almost any
dystopia trend after Hunger Games came out. If you want
yeah,
a prime example
yeah,
with bad
true.
films.
That is true. And
I'm
the
not
thing that
slandering
honestly, the
Tolkien.
thing that
I'll slander
separates.
the Meridian. I won't slander Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit.
No,
Sorry.
we're not slandering. I'm not saying that Lord of the Rings is bad. I'm saying that even if your idea is simple, even if your idea is not very complicated, if you can execute it well, then it's gonna be good. Because it mostly depends on the
I
execution.
think that
And it's
definitely
the
holds
thing with
true.
most
Because
stories.
that was true for the book we read in the Fantasy Sluffer Book Club this month. The world building wasn't anything fancy. There was a cool magic system, but it was really built on the theming and the character relations and the fact that
Mhm.
they were compelling. But I will say, I do think for Lord of the Rings and Tolkien in general, although we can look back at it now and say, oh, it's a lot of tropes, it's very simple, a lot of it hadn't existed at the time. A lot of
That's
it
true.
was new at the time. If you look at things like the formulation of orcs and kind of a lot of the variation for
I mean,
modern elves is
yeah,
all
but
rooted
the
to
tropes,
Tolkien.
I do agree. It's standard now because everyone just copied it. But a lot of the tropes that it's using were also present in earlier works. Like if you like, you could probably find if you dug enough. I don't know. I don't usually read book that I'll because I usually just read like web novels.
Mhm.
But if you dig hard enough, you will find the inspirations and the tropes. You will find
Oh yeah,
everything. Like
media is
nothing
always
is
inspired
original
by the
anymore.
things before it, but I think
That's true. Which
Tol-
is why ideas are not worth that much. But if you can write something well, it's gonna be very impactful.
yeah, I suppose so. It's a combination of things.
Like
I
even if you just wrote like a Lord of the Rings copy nowadays, well, it's basically just just have a fantasy adventure and some guy is causing the adventure. If you can write it really well, have like good characters, good everything, then even if your idea is basically just a copy of Lord of the Rings, it's still gonna do well because it's gonna be very well written.
yeah, I suppose, but
This is what I mean. This is what I mean by the execution is the thing that matters most.
I
I
do agree with your point, but I think that Lord of the Rings has so much intentional structure behind it. If you
I'll
Tolkien
be
really
honest, I
did
never
his
actually
homework.
watched. I
You've
never actually
not read
watched.
it?
No,
Okay, this might be why you have this opinion. Um,
I know. I've heard that it's based. I've heard that I've heard all the stuff you talked about. I've never
oh
actually.
my gosh. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. You should read Lord of
I
the Rings.
true. I don't.
Wait,
Oh my god!
can
Hello, you.
oh hi
How are you
Fluff.
doing?
Wait, that name's so cute. Can
Yeah,
we can
it,
we
it, is- it is. I do not. How do I say it? Yeah, I haven't. I don't have any opinions of my own on Lord of the Rings because I haven't.
Oh my gosh.
That was the only thing that came to mind. I don't actually know about a good like example to give for that
Hmm.
because I'm usually attracted to ideas, so I do like a lot of the stuff that's badly written but has like a good idea behind it.
I mean, a case of
But
a new or good idea, or at the time of it, would be something like Neuromancer, which we actually read earlier this year in book club, and it had a lot of really original ideas. Oh, hi,
solo leveling is
Fluffini!
a good
Thank
example.
you for the follow. Welcome in. Come
Yeah,
in.
yeah. This solo leveling is a good example. The story itself, it's see like the idea behind it's mostly just your standard. Oh, there's a tower and now it's mostly just your standard. Oh, there are now gates and monsters and stuff, which you can find in literally any Korean novel you ever read. Yes, I do agree, Kai. That is a very good example. You can literally find like gates and monsters and leveling up in almost every Korean novel you read, and yet solo leveling got popular because it was just better written, and the art of the and the art for the manhwa was just way better than everything else, which is why it became so big. The story itself is not that unique. As someone who has read a shit ton, a freaking buttload of Korean
I
novels, the
haven't read
story
that
itself is
many
very much not
manhwas or
unique.
mangas recently. I've been so behind on keeping up with that sort of stuff. I've
And
been.
I've been seeing so many bags. It's you gotta go for bigger stuff.
You gotta like fight a chicken or something.
Yeah, you gotta fight like infants or something.
I'm not sure if I agree with infants. I felt like I was encouraging too much violence saying chicken. I was gonna add chicken nuggets at the end, but I.
I think the chicken nuggets are already defeated.
I don't know. You can lose a fight to a chicken nugget. People get food poisoning really easily.
Would-
The chicken would
mm,
win. I believe in you, Fluffy. I think you can win a fight against a chicken.
Yeah, feel me. I think you can believe, as long as you get prep time and the chicken doesn't get it, I think you can win.
I feel like I don't know.
Okay,
There's
have you seen the meme?
wait,
Do I get prep? Have you seen the meme of the guy against the horse?
no, I don't think so.
There's like, there's like a Oh my god, that's like a thing going around. It was a text message between like two people. One of them was like, "Babe, do you think you can win against the horse?"
No, you
Uh,
can't.
and he
Horses are
and
scary.
he says, do I get prep time? And then do I get prep time? Yeah, then I could win, but the horse gets it too. Never mind.
What's a horse gonna prepare with? It's not gonna comprehend the question. I. Hmm. Loz is telling me never mess with chickens. Wait, what's Loz?
Oh my god,
L-O-Z?
have you heard of the novel Beware a Chicken?
No?
No, that chicken would most definitely win. I think chickens might be too hard.
Mm,
Oh my god, it's like one of the best stories on Royal Road. It's basically just about
oh.
some guy who was a cultivator and then he just gave up and became a farmer and now all of his
Oh,
animals
Legend of
are like
Zelda.
and
Yeah. Sorry.
And then he just gave up and went to live on a farm, and now all of his animals are like mystic key wielding martial artist
That's
stuff.
kind of cool.
Especially the chicken.
Scary chicken.
Yeah, the chicken. It's like a martial artist, and it's really funny. It's really funny.
Is it bad to admit that I've never played Skyrim? I feel like that's kind of sacrilege, but I didn't have
I
access
have
to
never
anything that
played.
could run it when it came out or was hype, and so I've just never got around to it.
I've never played Skyrim either. You can play. There's like I was gonna say there's been a remake of it, but Oblivion is not really Skyrim now. Is as someone who hasn't played either of the games, I'm gonna offend both games franchise by calling them the same thing. Oblivion, Skyrim, basically the same thing.
Oh dear.
No, I will not correct my opinion. No, I will not play the game.
The chickens in Skyrim are milk toast compared to Legend of Zelda?
Oh,
Wait, what's milk toast? Is this like
what is milk? What is milk to? Huh?
milk
What is
toast?
it? Is a breakfast dish consisting of toasted bread in warm milk? Ew.
I'm not sure how I
Ew.
feel about that. Soft. I think
I'm very sure
that's
how
not
I feel
soft. That
about that.
comes with bad texture.
Disgusting.
I don't think I like the sound of that texture. I think.
Oh my god, I have one of my favorite stickers is on WhatsApp is like an image of a gravestone that just says toast will never again be bread.
Oh hi Jake, thank you for the highlights and the stretch. How is your dipping going? I've never played
Milk.
Legend of Zelda. I've played some of the old ones, but I haven't played the ones on Switch yet. I've still got to get on to it.
Same. I've only played the Minish Cap or like an emulator. It was very fun though.
Ooh, I've played the two that were on DS, the one on standard DS and the one on 3DS,
Oh, nice.
but I've not played any of
I
the
tried
Switch ones.
I tried playing more stuff as a kid, but I had a huge problem where some of the bosses in games would just straight up scare me too much to play. I remember playing Super Mario Galaxy, and one of the first bosses in the game, it's not very complicated. You're just
Mhm.
on a tiny ass planet, and then there's like a huge baby, and it's chasing after you. It just chases, so you just gotta like
Wait, I
outmaneuver
think
it.
I remember this. Is this the one where
It
you
is a
get
really
fired
boss.
between planets and Celestia's there being pretty?
Yes,
Mhm, mhm.
yes. Yes, it's that game. So in Super Mario Galaxy, the way to fight it is really simple. You just gotta like it just charges at you, so you just kind of dodge to the right, let it pass you, and then hit it in the ass. So basically, oh hello Dragonfly. No, I did not corrupt Denya, right? The Denya is still pure
What do
as
you
of yet.
mean corrupt?
So
This is this. We're playing video games.
And I remember every time as a child when I reached that point, I would just have to look away from the TV because I get way too scared by
Aww.
having being chased after.
Aww.
It was too much stress. And I couldn't straight up couldn't play the game. I had to get a friend of mine to come over and then specifically to just do that one fight.
Wait, this is embarrassing. When I first played Animal Crossing, the first one on Nintendo DS, I couldn't figure out how to do the tasks for the villagers, and then I accidentally spent too long struggling to do it, and so the villager moved out, so I soft locked myself out of being able to pay off the first task. And so I had to restart the game and get one of my friends to do the tasks for me. I couldn't do the like meet the villagers, give them wallpaper. She
What happened to
blinked.
Unravel 2? The game
I've got
got
a blue
unraveled.
monitor. It's bright.
Someone saved Denya. No, I
Wait.
refuse.
We're gonna try. I think we're gonna try again at some point, but I'll order a controller of some sort. I will double check with
We
the.
need a controller. Yeah,
Mhm, mhm.
I'm so sorry. I cannot play on a controller.
I've
There's
never.
so many. Yeah, there really are a lot of itchy.
Wait,
There's pesky, there's fluffy.
that wait
There's
that that's going to be handy. If I mess up, I can blame it on the fact I've never used a controller before. And it doesn't have to be a skill issue. I can be really good at the game. I just don't know how to use a keyboard.
You, you said it's not gonna be a skill issue, but what you're describing right now is literally
No,
by
no, 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 no,
definition.
no, 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 no. I stand by what I said. I'm really good at mouse and keyboard things, except all the ones I play on Steam. Wait, what are we getting pitchforks for?
I think they're trying to save you. What?
Oh, well,
Another one. Wait, is there another one? Wait, are you a VTuber, Johnny Blessing? Do we have another VTuber in the chat? Hang on, I'm blind.
mm-hmm. Jake's VTuber, the on hiatus. It might be that.
Oh, I see.
Really good at DBD shenanigans, can throw hatchets really far. I don't know about DBD, but I know can do hatchet trick shot.
I know it's big among the VTuber community. And literally, you've joined the Twitch Creator Club, right?
Yeah, I joined and then I got
So,
scared and I've never spoken in the Discord.
honestly, fair. I don't use it either. I just sometimes look at the forums where people do like ex VTuber type furry
Oh,
VTubers,
yeah.
like stuff like that. So for some reason, one of the biggest posts in there is DBD VTubers Unite, and I don't know why there's so many DBD playing VTubers.
I feel
And
like
it kind of scares me.
DBD is one of those games that has a really strong self-contained community.
It does.
Wait.
It does. It's also
Oh, wait.
I've heard
New people to
fascinating
follow.
stories. I've heard really fascinating stories about DBD. Like I've
I've
heard.
I've played it once. I didn't die first, at least one of the times, and so I would consider it
Nice.
a success.
Oh, nice. Like, for example, one of the tricks, if you have a guy in your lobby that you want to kick out, you just close the game. And the reason why you would do so is because if you just kick someone out, you could end up on a hate list. I have a friend
Oh, but
who,
if you like fake a crash, it doesn't
for
count.
about a week now, I've had someone go to their Steam profile and comment shit about them every day for
I
like a
don't have any
week.
comments on my Steam profile, and I feel like that is
They
A,
would literally go
atypical of
and
someone
delete it.
who's had a Steam account for like well over a decade. But I'm just like, maybe it's a reflection on me. I like no one's gotten annoyed at me in like a, a lobby of
Chat,
a game.
chat. Have you heard it? My dear help ups, have you heard it? Dania doesn't have enough comments on her Steam page. Time to
No.
flood. Time,
I
time to
feel
put
like
more
I either
comments
look
in.
like a bot or a green flag. I can't tell which it is.
Yeah, it's like they've been. Oh my god, this is really funny actually. So they've been daily going on whenever they come up and start commenting to delete the comments. And then the guy wrote like, and then in one of his comments, he's like, "This guy keeps deleting his comments. Please do not have anything better to do with your time. Just leave one comment. Just let me leave one comment." And it's like,
Oh my
you're the
gosh.
one that's asking if they don't have any better use of their time. The guy who's been coming in daily to comment
That's
stuff on their
crazy.
stream because like they didn't even here's the kicker, they didn't even do anything. They literally just played the game. They played with one of the war killers, but they're like really good because they have like a bajillion hours in the game. So they were
Mhm.
so good that they just pissed the guy off so much that they got into his hate league.
Oh no. I feel like I feel like DPD has a lot of people who've been playing the game for a while and not many new players. I feel like it's very rare you
Yeah,
meet someone with like 10 hours in
it's it's
DPD.
it's what you said. DVD is very self-contained.
Mhm,
There's
mhm.
an entire ecosystem on there, and there's predators and yeah, it's really fascinating. Oh, but this reminds me, not really related, but there was a study once that said that when male gamers get bit by another male gamer, they're less aggressive than when they get beat by someone with a female sounding voice, than someone who they perceive as a female, which
What the
honestly is really
heck?
fucking funny.
I I kind of want to see what the notes were for in showing a scientific trial for that experiment. Like,
The
I want
way
to
that
see
they
the research
true,
criteria.
true. I mean, it's really easy to test as well. You just have like
Oh,
a
I've solo
player
queued
going.
Valorant. It's
You,
definitely
you have
true.
you just have the same player play a bunch of games, but then sometimes you just get like a woman, just give her the mic and say, just talk randomly during the match. And you can apparently there was such a visible spike in the hostility and aggressiveness that it warranted a research.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think yeah, like people were more willing to accept the guy being better at them than the girl being better.
Oh,
And
definitely.
honestly, that's really which means.
Oh, hi,
But
Penny.
do you know what the study also
How's your
showed?
day
That
going?
people
Oh,
who played that the study also showed that there wasn't much difference in that this like increased aggressiveness didn't come from the people who were very skilled. So the people who weren't worse than the guy that was
mhm.
playing, those people didn't exhibit like the increased aggressiveness, which just goes to show that uh hating women is a skill issue.
I was gonna say.
This goes to show that
Yeah.
feminism is a skill issue, and ain't that the funniest conclusion they could have taken?
I know during the second lockdown, I played a lot of Valorant, and I can testify on my sample size of more games than I should have played at 1 a.m. The people who are grumpiest with a woman on their team are the people who are bottom fragging every time. It's always the
It's
insta-lock
true.
duelist.
It's
It always
it's
is.
true. It's
And I'm
because
I'm I'm playing smokes. No one was gonna play smokes if I did it. I know I'm not perfect, but at least you don't have 5 duelists. You should all be thanking me. Sorry.
literally, yeah. It's like I think the explanation that they gave was now the explanation that they gave was that the lower ranking males had the most to lose in the social hierarchy.
Mhm,
They had
mhm.
the most
They're the
reputation to
most
lose.
threatened, right?
Yeah, but by being worse than a girl who are traditionally seen and is not very good at games. So imagine being quote worse than a girl. It clearly means that you're not worth anything. So they had the most to lose.
I
Because
feel
if you get beat by another guy, then that just means the guy's better than you. If you get beat by a girl, though, that means you suck. Because the girl obviously can't be good at the games.
all
That
it's
never
wall
happened.
hacks. You're either cheating or
Oh
you've
no!
got a voice changer. It's one of the two. That's the
Oh
answer
my
I
god!
always get.
Yeah, you can go. Oh my! It is so funny to use a voice changer.
I stink of Alan. Same, to be honest. I used to be like acceptable. I've not played ranked in ages. I miss the days when I was like close to getting out of plat, but I don't think I'd even get there now.
Yeah.
I feel like I can't play Valorant on stream because I get distracted on stream, and I like to try to focus when I'm playing like team-based games when people want to win. But then also people take Valorant seriously, and I'm just here to squeak and run around. So
Yeah, you know what? The problem with team games have a very huge problem. There's a reason why almost all of them turn a toxic, like League of Legends, Valorant stuff. They
Mhm.
almost always turn a toxic because there's a really funny thing that can happen where you can lose the game not by fault of yourself, but by the fault of someone else in your team,
Yeah,
and this basically creates two scenarios. The first one is where it is actually someone else's fault. You played it perfectly and you still lost. So
it
obviously you're
it'll.
mad. Obviously you're angry that you lost because you should have won. You did everything well. And the second scenario is when you're shit, but you
It
don't want to admit that you're shit.
it
So you
it
just go,
has
"Ah,
the
it's all that.
issue of because there's
It's
other
all that."
variables you can fall into a pattern where you don't learn from positive or negative patterns because you can misplace the causality onto your teammates and not associate
Yeah.
with when you
So
make good or
people
bad
just like,
decisions by taking credit for any good coincidences and blaming your teammates for the bad ones. And
yeah,
so
yeah,
It's really difficult to observe self-contained learning cycles, especially if you're like queuing with different people each time.
It creates it creates a cycle where people just learn that the easiest way to deal with it is just blame the team. Because one time they would have one time a scenario in which it was actually the teammates' fault, and then ever since then they would just be projecting that same they just go, I've seen this before. This is clearly the teammates' fault, even when it is their own. And this is why, and I think this is why team playing games are like among the best games if you want your players to be toxic.
Yeah, I really
Team,
like.
specifically team PvP, because when it's like co-op, then it's different. Because when it's co-op, you're like working together.
Oh, the
You're
people
all
get
like happy together.
angry in the MMO games. The people get angry if you don't know the boss turn cycles.
That's true, but not. That's true, but not as much.
I feel like the
Not as
fact
much
that
as
most MMOs don't have chat for parties unless you're like external, like in a guild, they just have text chat. So you can only be so grumpy over text chat compared to voice in something like CS or
true.
Valor.
See, this is where something fascinating happens. Look at WoW, for example. So in World of Warcraft, you basically you're getting the reason why it's not like a normal co-op game is because there's a competitive aspect to it. You gotta finish the boss quickly. You gotta speedrun the boss before the other teams, before the season ends, before the ta ta ta. So because there's this competitive aspect, it makes it kind of similar to like the PvP games where you're competing. That it's the competition. When you have people playing in competition with teams, it's just really good at making people toxic. I also find it fascinating that this trait doesn't happen as often in real life. Like usually in real life, when you go to a competition with a team, the team would get closer rather than
I mean,
hate each other.
perceived
But this,
perceived
yeah,
anonymity increases aggression and antisocial sentiment is like a pretty well observed trend.
yeah. If you don't physically see someone else, it's really easy to just blame them when they're. It's really easy to just blame them. Because they're just an anonymous drop in the bucket. Who cares about them? You're the main character. So obviously you can't be wrong. When you're actually in a team with like physically with someone else in it, it's really hard to just blame them for stuff because you feel bad about it because you're like they're a person, they're a friend, they're trying. It's like, it's harder. Some people will still do, but not as much as in like MMOs, PvP games and stuff where
Yeah.
it just goes at feeling.
Oh, hi, Silver Lining.
Hello,
Mm.
hello. But yeah, there's also with MMOs, because MMOs are not inherently they're not like PvP games, they're more co-op oriented. You can actually make an MMO that has a great community. Have you seen Final Fantasy? Have you heard about the
The hit
Have you heard about the acclaimed game Final
MMORPG
Fantasy
Final Fantasy
14
14.
with a free trial of up
Now a
to
defeat down
with
trail
up
trial.
with a free
Yep.
trial of up with unlimited hours of up to Heaven's Sword? Oh my god, I don't remember the copy pasta by heart. I really wish I would.
Someone's gonna have it in chat.
Yeah. Hello, senor. But yeah, it's really Final Fantasy 11 is set up. It is, and apparently there used to be a way when they shut off the trial runs in Final Fantasy 14, you could still get trial runs from Final Fantasy 11.
Oh.
I remember one day in the server we just had like a random guy just after they stopped the free trials giveaway,
Mhm.
some guy showed up and he's like, "Yeah, I'm from the trials," and people were like, "What the?" Turns out he was a Final Fantasy 11 player, and he somehow managed to get from inside the game. He managed to get an invite to a trial run of Final Fantasy 14. God
Oh
knows
my
how.
gosh.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 is a great example because despite having a competitive nature, it still has the end game bosses and stuff.
Mhm.
Despite having a competitive nature, it's still very much not toxic. It's like actually it won. It won, I think, in 2023.
I mean, it's a lot less toxic than League.
I think it won the best community award because it has such a nice community to it. It's so good.
Really?
Honestly, I love the Final Fantasy XIV community.
I
They're
know a lot
great.
of people who are really addicted to it. Leo, who raided earlier, is super duper addicted to Final Fantasy. And then my art parent, Turquoise, who did my model art, is super duper into
You
Final
shouldn't play
Fantasy.
the old MMORPGs. The only people who play them
I
right
kind
now,
of
like the
want to try
hardcore fans,
RuneScape,
who
but
are
it
not
seems
very
scary.
open. Yeah,
Wait,
there is a
Sonic,
good
thank you for
reason.
the gifted sub to Lion. Thank you, thank you.
Oh my god, thanks.
Really
Thank you so much.
appreciate it.
Oh, oh my god, thank you so much for the gifted sub. What is this though?
What
Oh,
do you mean?
that's convenient.
Mm-hmm.
My god, Lash trying not to be outdone. Thank you so much.
Oh
But
my
yeah, there's
gosh.
I don't know. It's like did you know that Final Fantasy XIV finally overtook WoW?
Oh, did it? I saw the
Yeah, it did.
trends.
It
I
now has the
hadn't.
most active player base, bigger than WoW.
Ooh.
Thank you. Another
Wait.
sub.
Oh my gosh, Jake, thank you for the gifted sub to Silver Lining. I really appreciate it. Wait, oh my gosh, thank you.
But yeah, it is right now actually one of the biggest, and there's a good reason for it. The game is honestly just great. The game is really good. It has so much content in it, and the community is so freaking nice.
I
I
will
used to have like
say,
so much friends. I used to have so many
have you
friends.
played it before then?
Yeah, I have like 3,000. Not much, which
Okay.
is not much by comparison.
I felt the groove. As long as the groove is like financially responsible, you gotta make sure you can like buy yourself nice fruits and stuff.
Yes. Have you ever played an MMORPG?
I've played like 20 hours of Final Fantasy.
Which
During
one?
lockdown.
14?
14. Yeah. I've played all the non-MMO Final Fantasy games.
I see. Oh, sorry. I don't have 3,000 hours. I have 2,672 hours. That makes sense. See, I didn't play that much. That's why it's kind of low.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
I
Oh
know
my
people
goodness.
who have like, I know people who, if you count their playtime, it would show it in years because they played it so much. But yeah,
I will
the
say,
fact that is great. Honestly, the best aspect about it is the community, and I think the reason why it has such a great community is because there's such a big diversity in the type of gameplay that's available. You can do like fashion, you can do socializing. I know people who just go around and take photos on. That's literally what they do. They don't play the game for the raids or the boss or anything. They just collect cool looking gears and then go around cool
wait,
looking
there's all
places
the
and just
really
take
cool
photos.
mounts, isn't there? I know I got dragged to a bunch of bubble tea shops so people could get the free mount thing a few months ago.
Yeah, there are a lot of very cool looking mounts. I think my favorite was oh my god, which one was my favorite? My favorite was one of the bosses from the Alexander raid. It's like a huge robot that you can ride on, and when it goes into the air, it transforms into a ship.
That
That
doesn't
is
feel like a
so
mount
cool.
anymore. That feels like a vehicle. That feels
It,
like a mode of public
it is.
transport.
There's straight up a car. There's a mount that's just straight up a car.
What the heck?
It's just a car, and I did one of the bosses to get. I did a boss one time exclusively just to get a car that's worth,
Oh my
but
gosh.
still a car.
I
2K hours is such a yeah. I mean, it's not much. It's not much. I was also like a competitive not like first day raiding, but I did do some like high tier raiding for a time. It was really fun. Sadly, I was not very good at it. I was not very good at it. I remember I played as like a healer. I was not very good at it, but man, was it
oh,
fun.
Final Fantasy Final
Yeah,
Fantasy
except
14
you
fashion
know
is
what the problem is
insane.
with playing a healer, Dania. You know what the
Um,
problem is?
it's always your fault if the raid falls because
Yeah,
people are dumb.
yeah, yes, you nailed it.
Yeah.
Healers get blamed for so much.
People will get
Like,
one-shotted and then be like, "Why didn't you heal me?" And it's like, well.
literally, I got kicked out of a team once because our DPS were incompetent and couldn't dodge. They were just straight up bad. They were playing easy classes and yet had like half the damage of another person in their team. We literally they couldn't dodge the attack, and then me and the other healer kept getting blamed for it. Like, what the fuck do you want us to do? Dodge the mechanic? If you don't want to die, dodge the mechanics. It's not our
Oh
fault
my
to keep getting.
gosh.
It's like one of those mechanics that everyone has to do, and you have to like run around a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So we couldn't really heal. It was really hard to heal during the mechanic, and it was like a two-shot mechanic. And this is the thing. This is the thing about it that annoys me the most as well. The way that it works, it was a two-shot mechanic where if you didn't know how to dodge it, it was better off to just stand in place and soak one of the hit. Because if you tried to dodge it and you dodged it wrong, you'd
Oh
get hit
my
twice and
gosh.
die. And our DPS kept trying to dodge it, failed, got hit twice and died, and then blamed us for not healing them. Instead of just we literally had just one DPS,
That
and they even
is.
said it, and the other people ignored them. They just straight up said it that if you can't dodge the mechanics, just stand in place. And they and the DPS who actually knew what the fuck they were doing and could dodge the mechanics, they were the only DPS who stayed alive.
This is why I'm
More
scared
of
of
them dodged it.
MMOs, because either I'll get teammates that do that, or I'll be playing with my friends that are nice and I'll be the idiot who dodges into the mechanic and people will be too nice to tell me.
Yeah, it's like you gotta learn. You gotta learn how to do stuff. But yeah, this is what separates between like a fine healer and a good healer. A good healer knows to save the party when it's in a pinch. Some people, I've seen some people actually do that. When even if people fail to dodge mechanics, they somehow still keep them alive via pure sheer will.
Well,
I mean, I think you would be fine. Like, even if, in the first place, the point of the game is to have fun. You just gotta play with people who are sort of around your skill level. Because if you play with people who are like way better than
this
you,
is the issue.
it
Everyone
becomes
I know who
boring.
plays Final Fantasy has like 2 to 5,000 hours in it. I don't know anyone who's new to it. So
If you want, I'm willing to play with you if you want. I have 2,000 hours, but I suck at the game.
I feel like
So
don't you have to do a
we'd
bunch
have the
of
same.
quests first before you can start things, or would it have to be
Yeah,
one of the
you can buy a
ones where?
skip for like $10. You can skip the main quest for like $10,
But
but
surely the
yeah,
story
you
is
can.
the appeal of playing the game, like.
You should do the main quest.
Mhm.
I'm actually kind of stuck on the main quest. I haven't done the one for the last expansion,
Oh,
Dawnwalker.
yeah.
But yeah, it's really good. It's so to give you an idea of what it's like. The Realm Reborn is garbage. I hate the first explain. I think they should straight up give it like a free. They should make a movie that just explains the plot and then just give everyone a free skip because
Oh my
it's really
gosh.
bad. Yeah, I think the issue is that most people play the game, start on the first quest, see that it's kind of and the first expansion is just boring, and then they just leave the game.
I'd be kind of.
But if you can get past the first one, there's a point in which it becomes during the second half it becomes kind of interesting, and then there's the next expansion,
This
have something heaven, which is really good.
this feels like
It's
one of
really
those. If
good.
you watch 7 seasons of the anime, it gets good. I promise.
Yeah,
Things.
it is.
I.
It is exactly what you just said.
Oh
It's
my
called.
gosh.
So the Heaven Walker, the Heaven thingy is actually really good, and then there's the next one, which is a Stormblood, which the story itself is kind of mid, but the gameplay is really fun. And then you've got the what used to be the final two expansion, Shadowbringer and Endwalker. Oh my freaking lord! Holy shit, they
I
were
think I've
so
heard good
freaking
things
good.
about them because I remember my
Oh
friends
my
just
god.
not speaking
I
outside of
cried
playing the
during the
game when
end.
they came
I
out.
I cried during the end of Shadowbringer. It's so and like I don't cry often in like movies or games and stuff. It's really hard to make
Mm,
me like I get sad easily, but to actually make me cry is really hard because I'm usually very indifferent. But holy shit, the characters were so good. The stuff that happened, everything was just so freaking good in Shadowbringer. And then Endwalker comes in, and I liked it a little less. Yeah, I like it a little less, but Endwalker is still really, 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 really good. I think Shadowbringer was peak though. I think Shadowbringer was freaking peak. It was so funny. It had like subversion of expectation in it, and we got to learn a lot about. It was basically the culmination of like the meta overarching story. There's like an overarching story that played in the background of the expansions, which sort of ended in Shadowbringer and truly finally ended in Endwalker. And holy moly, it's so freaking good. I don't even like I don't even know how to describe it more. It's just really really good. The characters were great. I love them. The story
What?
itself was really fascinating and interesting. The locations were amazing. The gameplay was really fun. You had like bosses with unique mechanics. There's okay. Can I
Wait.
give out spoilers? Are you gonna play the game, or can I give out
I'd rather
one
avoid
spoiler?
spoilers. But
Okay,
I
then
do have a
I'm
question instead. I've
yes,
just looked at your screen. Why am I so tiny on your stream? Why do you have me being 2 foot tall?
because isn't that your canon height? You're 4 foot tall, right?
I'm five foot
Four,
one.
four, 4 foot
I'm
two,
five. I'm
five, four
every.
foot one.
I'm no. I'm 5 foot. I'm 5 foot. Every
Oh,
look
you're
look.
like so like if I stacked foots on top of each other, you'd be like 5 of those.
No
And
no.
yeah, I think it's about
I'm
4'1".
157, 156 centimeters.
100 156 cents.
To
Yeah, that is
meters.
kind
What
of
do you mean cents? A centime isn't a measure of height.
Isn't it
I'm
your
tall
canon
enough to
height?
go on roller coasters.
Oh wait, no, you're right. You're not. No, no. You're right. You're right. This isn't your
Oh
canon
no,
height. Hang on,
oh
let me
no,
fix it.
oh no, oh no. You're
Yeah,
gonna make me
let me.
shorter. You're gonna make.
No, I'm just canonizing. I'm just canonizing your height. Right. What do you think? Did I get it right?
I'm
I think
making
I
you
nailed it.
shorter. I'm making you shorter on my end.
No.
Two can do this. Look at you go.
How dare you use my own
Tiny. You're the
tricks
same height
against
as the
me?
Fugies. Look, little pet line. Very approachable. Very non-scary.
No, I'm a scary demon. You can't do this to me. I'm a scary demon. Rawr. Rawr.
Wait, I haven't seen the tuckle without the horns before.
Oh yeah, look. I've got wolf ears. It's wolf. It's not cat.
I've seen the wolf
Don't
ears
call it
before,
cat.
but I hadn't
It's
seen
wolf.
just like solo wolf ears. I was still used to you being spiky whilst being a wolf.
Yeah. Do you know actually spiky IRL? I don't have horns, but like I've been told that my body is spiky.
like angular elbows kind of thing.
Yeah, I have a very little amount of fat, which means that basically all the bones in my body are sticking out. I'm like a pile of thorns just walking around.
I've got like kind of
I
bony
remember my parents
elbows.
would complain all the time when I was like younger. I'd like hug them and they would go, "You're so spiky."
Aww. I feel like this is gonna sound silly. I have like, you know how you have like 2 points on your elbow. If you have bony elbows, you got the like central elbow bone and then the one to the side of the ball joint.
You can be on top of my head. Yes.
I have the like side of the elbow is really pointy. I feel like that's more hazardous than the elbow itself for me.
Yeah,
Spiky.
it's like clearly you were destined to be a martial artist.
Punch, punch, punch.
Do you know what I've heard? I've heard a
I'm
really interesting theory. Do you know the East has very why the East has like very how do you say it? Has a lot of well-made martial arts, while the West doesn't,
I'm not
or like
sure.
has a lot less.
I
The
know
East
about the
has a
history
really
of a
big
few
focus
of
on it.
them, but
So I've heard the theory say that it's because in the East you would have a lot of cases where people wouldn't be allowed to walk around with
Oh yeah,
weapons.
I mean the
Like how in
reason
Japan,
for the origin of karate was from the area in Okinawa where they learnt
Mhm.
a traditional form of sparring from the nearby fishermen, because during the era only samurai were allowed to carry weapons, which is where
Ooh,
karate comes from. It's the literal translation of the word open hand from the old local formulation of Japanese at the time, and so it became known as open hand sparring because,
yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. And in the West, they just didn't have that. Like having fists is nice, but when someone comes at you with a sword, a fist is not going to do much. So
I feel
instead,
like
in the West,
in
they
the
just
West we just went for
polish the art of
pitchforks
weapons.
and like shouting
Yeah.
at monarchs instead.
I mean, pitchforks are nice, and spears. Don't forget the king of all weapons,
Mhm.
the gun.
Oh, the
Cough, the spear.
crossbow, scary weapon.
The crossbow is
Cool,
very scary, but the
big
crossbows.
engineering things. Sorry.
Yeah, it's like the crossbows are very hard to make, though. You wouldn't have like a lot of them just lying around.
Yeah.
That's the problem with them. Like if you could in the olden days mass produce crossbows, wars would have looked a lot different.
Mhm. I mean,
Because
that's.
the big deal with guns is why guns are such a game changer. It's not about just being able to shoot someone from far away. It's about the fact that it's a very easy to use weapon that you don't need.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
sure
it
you
requires low
have
training,
people
so
need
you
it.
have high
Yeah,
replacement rate for infantry.
yeah. You can literally just imagine in the olden days, whenever you go to war, usually the army wouldn't be that big, and whenever you go, you'd have like the knights. Sure, you'd have the knights and the soldiers and the mercenaries, but a lot of the people in the army were literally just peasants that were just taken, and then they had like a few weeks of training with the spear.
Oh,
Now, imagine instead of training them with the spear, imagine training them with guns. A few weeks is enough to not make them experts, but enough to point them in a direction and have them
I will
shoot.
say, gun recoil is like difficult. I did a thing where I went like clay pigeon shooting once, where you shoot the little moving things, and they made
Hmm.
me use a kid's gun because I fell over when I fired the full size one.
You're too small.
I like fell over and my shoulder popped out, and so they were like, "No, here's a
Oh,
kid's one."
oh my god. I'm just imagining it, and other than the shoulder popping out, it's just really cute in my mind. It's like small Danya shooting again, and just
It's fine. My shoulders pop
push and
easily, so I just like put it back, and I was like, "I'm fine. I can go again." But then they took the big gun and they gave me a tiny one.
the first person that I know that can do it, and that talks about like everyone that I've heard that had like a popped out shoulder, they always speak so casually about like, yeah, I just popped it back in place. And
Oh
it's
yeah, I mean, once you
crazy
get
how
used to
to
having
do.
subluxations and dislocations, once you know how to pop them back, it's pretty chill.
The shoulder in particular is the one that most easily,
Oh
as far
yeah.
as I know, it's the one that most easily gets dislocated because it's right between it's right between two groups of big muscles, the
Mhm.
muscles in like the shoulder and the back, and the muscles in your hand. So usually when you exert a lot of force on your hand, the first thing that gives out is the joint,
Mhm. Mhm.
and so the shoulder is just a very easy place to dislocate.
Yeah.
But it's still crazy. As someone who hasn't dislocated their shoulder before, it's still crazy to see people just so casually talking about like, yeah, I just popped it back, whatever, man. It's no
I will
big deal.
say, I maybe
I
I
remember.
I just have like asymmetrically wobbly bones, but whenever people talk about dislocating elbows, I get so confused because a lot of my bones are quite wobbly, but my elbows stay in place. They're like one of the only joints that
Elbows
I've
usually don't, as far as I know, elbows don't usually pop out. They're
yeah
not in a,
I've
because they're not in the, because of like the shape and the position. I don't know.
well
I don't feel like they're in a position to get popped off.
mhm.
It's just a straight, because there wouldn't be much, if you really think about it, when
I
you're
mean,
using
my elbows
force,
can
there
hyperextend
wouldn't
quite
be
a bit
much.
still, so that would make it more possible. But
Like, I mean,
strong
because
elbows,
think about
I've
it,
just got
people
really, no, you're right, I've just got really muscular arms. That's it. I'm just too buff for my elbows to pop out. That's the
buff Nenya.
buff Denya.
You buff Nenya. Maybe you have like tiny arms, but your shoulders are like shoulders are massive.
Nah, I've got no upper body strength. I get roasted for it a lot. The worst
Buff
part
them.
about doing groceries is just having to carry them back. I have to like plan my groceries so I don't carry more than like 4 liters of liquid at a time. Because I don't drive, and so it's just I don't know. Maybe
Oh
I need to
no.
get a bigger rucksack. But my legs are
You,
strong.
you're
I've
gonna
got
get
really strong
you're gonna get like
legs.
a robot. You gotta get like a robot or a familiar.
Well, I was considering getting like another. It's gonna sound silly. I have like my little bicycle, and I've got one of those granny baskets on the front, like in front of
You
the steering
should.
bar. I've got
Honestly, that
one,
fits
but
your
I want
vibes
to
a
get
lot.
another two for the back, on the back wheel, like the side ones, because I buy a lot of groceries. I want to eat
You should.
vegetables, and they take up a lot of space. Like the
I
outrage.
don't want to offend you, but you're very old lady code.
I like that. I don't know. I don't understand the
You love
TikTok
having
brain rot, so I
grandma.
just commit to it. I love crocheting. This is. I bought a new teacup over the weekend. It was the highlight of my week. I accept this.
You're like one of the most you're like one of the most grandma people I know. Yeah, I bet when you go out, you even wear like even the type of clothes that you wear is like the
I
kind
mean,
that you see in retirement.
when I always want to talk about character design and stuff, and so I
Do
was
you wear
gonna.
the same stuff as the
Yeah,
way that your model
my
looks?
live 2D model is actually based off one of my. I actually I'm friends with my model parents Turquoise and Ari, and I went shopping with Turquoise, and I bought this jumper in a big like second-hand thrift
Mhm.
store type place, and I saw it at the start of the day. Was just like, don't know if I'm gonna go get it, and then we went past the store at the end, and I saw it, and I bought it, and then I've been talking about getting a model commissioned for ages, and so I got home, planned this outfit, and then just sent Turquoise a photo of me in the outfit just T-posing with the worst lighting known to man to try and demonstrate the sides of the jumper. And then Turquoise did magic, and now I have my model art. But sometimes,
That is
sometimes I dress like
amazing.
a goth. Sometimes I dress like a goth. So
Goth mouse? Oh my
goth
god,
mouse. Yeah,
goth.
yeah, yeah. I really like.
You need you need a model that's a goth first.
I really
You
like
need it.
romantic gothic clothes, or like gothic Lolita clothes. Although Lolita clothes
Oh,
are expensive, so I
very
don't have
interesting.
too many of them. But yeah,
That's true. That is very interesting.
I think that then yeah,
I,
I
I feel like
know.
I feel like it's a combo that's
Thank you,
not
Dick.
weird. It's not weird to have like
Yeah.
both the liking for the goth and
Mhm.
the old grandma clothes.
I feel like because it's combined with, I quite like a lot of older silhouettes and styles, and so
Hmm.
even if one's kind of
Yeah, that
cozy versus vampire-y, they still have a cohesive element between the two. So like a lot of like lacy white or cream blouses I can swap between gothic outfits and grandma outfits really easily.
Mhm.
You got a
I
lot
have
of
a question.
multi-use
Is
shirts.
Count Dracula still a count? I mean, he's been around for so long. You would imagine he'd get an
He's
upgrade
not very good
eventually.
at this whole like amassing wealth, moving up the power ladder thing. You'd think he'd be
Yeah, yeah. You think at
you'd
some point
think he'd
he'd
be a
become a
duke at some
marquis
point.
or even a
Yeah.
duke? Yes,
No, Count Dracula's slacking, clearly. I'm not sure what's going
clearly.
on.
I mean, my guy, you're literally immortal, and I've been so I've heard. Oh my god, have you seen those like there's like I think it was like a Reddit post going on where they went, Why are vampires always so rich in movies?" And then and then the most upvoted reply was just, "If you've been living for hundreds of years and you're still broke, just step out in the sun.
Well, I mean, a lot of the
You might
early
as well just step out in the sun."
a lot of the early vampires were written as a kind of metaphor for the ruling class,
Mhm.
especially during times of plague.
I was
So
gonna
that's
mention
where
it.
it
Yeah.
started from. So the reason why vampires are often combined with
Yeah,
motifs of
vampires are
specifically
literally the
like old
nobility.
money nobility is because
Mm.
they were designed as a critical metaphor for them to describe the exploitation of the working class.
Mhm.
This is, but
I must admit, it took me quite a while to figure out that metaphor. Like, I didn't even notice it until someone pointed out to me that vampires are like, there's a reason why they're always nobles and stuff like that, because they're a metaphorical representation
they
where the
steal
nobles
your
suck
blood.
out the
They live
lifeblood. Yeah,
forever, stealing the life of the youth. They
yeah,
have
always
servants
being
who can't
living alone
leave,
in a big castle,
living alone in a
having
big
a lot of money.
castle.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's not contributing anything to the place that they're in.
Mhm, mhm.
Literally, literally, despite having a lot of power, they don't use it for anything except for terrorizing the citizens.
It's always
Yeah,
funny when you show someone a fantasy character and you're just like, actually, this one was political commentary all along, and you didn't know. Just like, psych, this isn't a fantasy story. We're here to criticize colonialism. Get out your chalkboard. We're taking notes. We got metaphors to unpack.
I mean, this is like with a lot of the stuff that's because if you think about the stuff that is most likely to survive until today is the stuff that got popular, and oh boy, do people love political commentary.
You gotta enjoy roasting the monarchs. Oh.
True. I love it when we're shitting on the monarchs. Except for myself. Wait, no, actually I think I count as nobility.
I was about to
since
say,
I'm
I
a
feel like you
monarch.
have a few titles. You're getting into dangerous territory there.
Maybe I shouldn't dunk on monarchs, being one myself.
You're just like, oh no, wait, I benefit from this. Let me stop criticizing. I take the step back. They got good plans.
You know, I did decide when I picked like the I guess the race for the video. I did decide very heavily between a vampire and a ghost.
People.
I ended up going, yeah.
People often think I'm a ghost, but that's just because they see like the desk cam streams and they see how white I am, and they're like, "Oh, ghost."
Wait, you're not a ghost?
No.
Eh? Eh?
No, I'm not a ghost.
I mean, come on, you're so white. You wear old clothes.
It's just accurate, okay?
It is very accurate.
People go to the Deskcom streams and they're just like, "Oh, I think you need to fix your color grading," and I'm just like, "No, I need to go outside more. I need to wear less sunscreen."
Been a minute since I've said this, but I think both Danny and mine are very cute, and so, oh, thank you so much, man. Like, thank you so much. That is so nice of you.
I will say, I have a law reason why I'm so pale. I didn't think people would just accept this at face value. I just haven't got around to doing my law shenanigans. Communicating law is so spooky. Like,
It is so hard.
I don't know.
I went with Ghost because I feel like Vampire is just very much over that.
There's a lot of
Vampire
vampires.
this, Vampire that. There's literally vampires everywhere.
Yeah.
There's even like Val Dracula.
I love Val, so cute.
I also love Val. I'm really sad that I can't be around to like watch her streams and do stuff with her. We've done like one collab, and ever since then we couldn't find the time to be
Val
together.
has such scuff time zones. I don't even think it's being in like NA time zones. I don't know how she does it.
But she'll follow just enough. Actually, I don't know if you remember. You probably don't. But the way that I found you is through Val Dracula. Actually,
oh, is it really?
Yes, I was watching a stream of hers, and then she raided into you, and then I heard your voice, and I was like, "God damn it, that voice is so fucking cute." Well, now I gotta stay.
No, Val's super cool. I really like Val.
Yeah, and now I'm talking with you, and I'm not talking with Val anymore, which is kind of an ironic twist.
Super duper busy with work at the moment, though.
Yeah.
Imagine being a vampire overlord and working. That's multitasking right there.
True. I couldn't handle the work, man. I have so much work right now. I have like basically a full-time job and doing a master's degree, trying to juggle social life.
Terrifying.
There's too much stuff.
I
Don't you also have the same scenario where you have like a full-time job and and doing a master's?
So I finished my master's a year and a bit ago. That's when I was able to start streaming. I waited until I was finished because when I was a master student, I was like tutoring and then also working full time in hospitality because degree is expensive. And then
Mine is free actually.
Mine's like free through the student loan system in the UK, but you still need to like
live
somewhere and buy food. And I like vegetables, and vegetables are expensive.
But even free, isn't it a loan? Then you have to pay it back.
It is, but it functions as a tax, and essentially, I don't know if anyone wants me to talk about UK tax code.
It's not free if you have to pay it back.
It's not free, but it's like £8 a month, so it's kind of it costs less than my Spotify. Yeah. They only take out a percentage over, I think it's any income you earn over 25k, they then start taking a percentage, but it's still a small percentage, and so I just think of it as another smaller tax. It's kind of an issue in the UK because I think less than 6% of students repaid their student loans because they take such small amounts.
I see. This
So
is fascinating. I mean, still, at least people are getting an education.
yeah, it's good. I think
But yeah, I'm doing one because I get it for free. I get it for free because my uni has like I did like the first degree as well, and I did in a special program, fancy program.
oh yeah.
And because I did in a fancy program, I get to take the second degree for free. Because my uni has a problem where people keep escaping to like better years, to getting the first degree
Yeah,
in a special program.
I was really lucky that for a lot of uni I had like scholarships or bonuses and stuff, and so it was a lot easier. For my
Yeah,
first like
that
year
is
or two uni,
amazing.
I didn't have to work much, which was nice.
That is
I just
very
got to
nice.
spend too much time playing video games instead. I didn't further my education more. I just was really addicted to Hearthstone. but
Honestly, fair,
it,
fair.
there's no point. Like first year uni in maths is just redoing all of maths and further maths, but from foundational logic, and so
Doing
it was.
math and some more math and a little bit more math.
Well, in the UK you have the different exams you do from like
Thank
16
you so
to
much for the
18.
follow, Sky.
Oh, Sky Carputa, thank you for the follow
Thank you
too.
so much for the
Welcome in,
follow.
welcome in. Oh my
Welcome
gosh.
in.
I'm writing two players at once. You're
Yeah.
multitasking. But yeah, in the UK, there's like the standard maths A level you do, but there's also you
Mhm.
can do an additional one called further maths that does
Even further beyond.
more maths. Yeah, essentially there's 9 classes you can choose between, and you have to do 6 of each, with there being some pre-selected core ones. And I did
I
both
see.
of them, and then I did them early, and so I did some extra maths things as well. So when I
Ooh.
got to uni, I just kind of became addicted to video games for the first year, because
You
other
took some
than
extra math with your math.
until I did real analysis, I hadn't really encountered any new maths at uni. It wasn't until my second year that I started doing new stuff.
Man, that is amazing.
but
They had to give us, when I did my degree, they have to give us like extra math courses because we
oh
didn't know any of
yeah,
we
I
didn't know any of the
I
math
always feel
that
so
was
bad
used in the.
when sometimes you get like joint major classes, and so I did one that was between chemistry and
Ooh.
maths, which it was grim. I had to use my lab. All the homies hate my lab, um, and it was my lab without an assistant editor. So most of the time we would get low marks just because our work didn't compile and we couldn't figure out why.
Mm.
It was so bad.
Oh no.
One time we were
Oh
set an
no.
assignment, and the lecturer was just like, "Yeah, you've been given this piece of code. Change it so that instead of testing for this, you test for this instead." And I opened the code, copied it into the environment. The code didn't run. The code he'd given us had errors in it.
Mm. Oh my god, I
They
mean,
didn't teach that
I
class
I
anymore.
remember those programs. Yeah, I remember those programs. It's like the automated thing in the thing. See, at least in our case, we were like CS majors, so at
Mhm.
least there it was acceptable. If you couldn't figure out how to make it run, then clearly you weren't.
Oh no! Oh,
Clearly you weren't.
but
Yeah,
yeah.
you weren't on the right path in the CS stuff.
Every now and
We had a
then.
lot of those like auto checkers where it would compile the program and then it would just run a list of predetermined inputs and then just check it and then just check it to the
No,
predetermined outputs.
there was no
The
assistance
problem with
here.
that,
It wouldn't even complete the name of things you're referencing. You had to do it all entirely manually. It's insane now that I
mm,
think back
oh
on it.
no. Yeah, it isn't. See, the issue with testing this way is that everything has to be like ultra precise. They literally told us you have to do it extremely precise. If there's even like a space off in your output, it's gonna fail because it's literally just straight up comparing the output with what it
Wait,
knows
they're
it's supposed to
grading it
receive.
by that? That's so dumb.
Yes,
But
it's
that
an
only allows
automated.
for one
It's
solution.
an,
Why would you think
yes,
that works? Have they done programming before?
because
What?
it is not. It isn't, and
No.
you have to match it perfectly because if the output was 1 to 3 and it was 1 to 3 with one space in between and you outputted
Well,
1 to 3 with two spaces in between, then haha, you just lost
I can
points
understand for output.
because you
Oh,
failed the test.
do they exact match the output? That's not too bad. I
Yeah,
thought
the
for a
exact
second they were
match.
exact matching the code to a predetermined
Oh no,
solution, and
the
I was like,
code? No.
that's. Do you see what I mean? I was like,
Oh
do you
my,
have pre-assigned variable names? What do you do? Do you give
oh,
up? Do you leave uni?
you
Do you just
try.
accept the fail and figure out
If
what
they really
percentage on
did,
the other exams?
oh my god, if they did it with predetermined, none of us would have passed the. None of us would have passed the course.
I lost 20%. I don't know what it's like for your uni, but in the UK for uni, it's like 45% to pass, 50% to
Yeah,
get a
here's like
third.
56. You
Mhm.
need like a 56 to
The,
pass
the,
in most
the
courses.
highest grade here is at 70%. I got marked down 20% once, and the only comment was too many nested statements, which was true, but considering it worked perfectly, like, I didn't get told I had to run quickly, I just got told I had to run and be correct, and so I'm still grumpy about
True.
that.
Did I expect you to do optimism? What? You weren't even taking a computer science. Why did I
to
care about stuff
to be
like
fair, this was like
optimization?
in my masters, so it was a joint
Oh,
class
I see. It's
between.
more.
Yeah, I did some
I
computer
see.
science
It's more
classes in my
advanced. I
last
was like,
year.
in the first degree, expecting math
N-
students to
no,
optimize. Crazy.
no,
Okay, that
they're
makes a
kind of
lot. That
strict,
makes
other.
more. That makes a little more sense. But yeah, it's like, oh my god, I remember some of those tests were really bad. With how hyper specific you need you need
Mhm.
everything to be. Usually the instructions wouldn't explain it that well as well, so you just had to run it and then see when it says, and then when you get the result and it said it didn't match, you would have to look at the output and manually figure out and just go, okay, so
Oh,
here there's like an extra
wait, I had that in one of my exams. We didn't really have we had a thing where you didn't get much
Mhm,
coursework on a maths degree.
mhm,
But we would have these little online exams every like half term to check you were doing okay, to check you were keeping up with the work.
mhm.
And so it wouldn't affect your grade, but you'd have to go to these like scary meetings
Oh,
where a
I
lecturer would be
remember.
like, "Are you dumb?" And you'd have to be like, "No, I promise I'm not." If you
I
got a bad
remember we had
grade.
something similar. I never once got a good score on it. I never once got a good score in the midterm because
Oh.
I would procrastinate the entire semester, and then at like the last month for me to just study everything.
You see, I did that in my first 2 years, but once I got to my masters, I couldn't. The maths was too complicated. I wasn't smart
Oh
enough.
yeah, you can.
I could not do that. I had to just study from day one and still be overwhelmed. I
Oh
used
my god,
to.
that
I
is so
used. Oh my
so
gosh.
relatable. It is so relatable. Nowadays, most of the stuff I do is projects and
Oh,
not
hi,
like
Kizan.
courses with exams.
How
I
you
hate exams.
done?
I haven't done ever since I started
I
my
miss
master. I
coursework
haven't
so
done a
much.
single exam.
Okay,
Not a
feel
single
how
one.
brutal
Just
this.
course.
Excluding my dissertation. My dissertation was 30% of my master's degree. I had 87% of my degree on exams.
Ah,
Think how
man, that
horrifying that is. Think how miserable of an
terrible.
exam week that was. And they were in like 2 weeks, and it was all the exams in 4 day
I've had a friend
periods
that
at two
went to
points in
like
the year.
I have a friend that went to like I think it was like Cambridge. So the way the tests work there is during your entire degree. You don't have like tests. You just do the. Oh, that's what I heard. Correct
Mhm.
me if I'm wrong, because I would imagine you know more than me. But
Uh,
from what I've heard, they wouldn't do much exams and stuff for individual courses.
mhm.
Instead, at the end of the degree, there would just be a few huge exams that would test you on
So
everything that you've learned. And
it,
just thinking about this puts so much horror into me. Like,
I think
holy
it
shit.
depends on the subject, but I know for maths they don't do exams at the end of term. So, for example, I went to a uni that had 3 terms, and you would have 2 examination terms and 1 coursework term. And so you would have exams at the end of the examination terms. Um, but in Cambridge, you have the 3 terms, but you have all of the exams at the end of the year. So
At
you
the
have to
end of
study
the.
for all 3 terms at
Yeah,
once,
it
which is
is
just
crazy.
brutal,
It is.
terrifying.
Why do they do it like this?
They
I
also
heard
don't
about
give
it
you
and it
written
was so
notes,
sad.
which you can very easily get the notes online. They're kind of rude about it, and so you have to make it so that you only access it outside of term time. So you can't legally distribute course notes for Cambridge without like
That
breaking
is
some of
so
their
weird.
policies during term time. But if it's
That is
outside of term time, it's available on the internet, so you can find the notes. But they don't
that
give
is
out
so
any written course material.
what what the we literally had everything in my first degree. The thing that killed me was the presentation. Every course would
Oh,
have
I
a
loved my
presentation to go along.
presentation. I got full marks on my presentation. I was so proud of it. And then I
Hmm.
was horrified because they asked to use the video of it as the example, and then I got stressed, but I let them, so.
It's fine as long as it went well. But yeah, I remember that the presentations took me so far. Like the reason why I could just not listen to anything and then just learn everything by myself was because of the presentation. And then COVID came, and boy, did things not go. Oh my god, I remember having so much trouble concentrating in class, and then COVID came, and I just completely lost it. On some courses, I literally just wouldn't come to
I found it so
just
much
join the Zoom
easier
meeting
to
and then
study
just
during
go somewhere
COVID.
else.
It was so much easier for me
I
because
hated it. I
I
hated it so
I
much.
I never went to lectures in person, I'm gonna be honest. A lot of the lectures weren't. The lecturers were really good, but the halls weren't set up very well, so the lecturers often wouldn't have microphones. And especially in the earlier
Ah,
years, you'd be in a class of like 200, 300, and it would just be this little old man like whispering, and unless you're in the front two rows, you can't hear. Um, and
yeah,
so
yeah.
it often was, unless you had already gone over the notes for the class beforehand, it was really difficult to follow the lectures just turning up to them. And so once I got behind and I wasn't already like pre-studying for classes, I would just not go to them and watch back the recordings at the end of the week and study on my own beforehand.
Honestly, better. It's better if you can pull it off. It's just you need a lot of self-discipline to study.
Yeah. Sometimes I would just be
And
like, no, I'm too stressed. I'm just gonna play bad video games for a week and then be extra stressed the next week. But, I made it
yeah,
work.
see,
I
the easiest
graduated.
way, the easiest way to get the self-discipline required is to have a month before your exam and go, oh, holy shit, I don't know anything about the course and there's an exam in a
Oh
month.
my goodness, yeah.
I
I
remember one time I had like I had like the exams of like 3 courses. The exams of 3 courses. And I did not study anything. And like a
oh
month before it, I was like, holy shit, I've got 3 courses I know absolutely nothing about. And we also had finals at the same time.
oh
So I
hi
remember
Adam.
studying for
How you
everything.
doing?
I was studying for both the finals and the 3 courses. Holy shit.
Oh, I remember being so grumpy
So
that
much.
we would have um the winter exams were the worst because you would have your winter term from like September to December, and then you'd have the big quotes here winter holiday, and then on like the 3rd of January till the 8th of January, it was always a 5-day window, you would have all of your exams, and so you'd have up to 7 classes exams in that 5-day window, and then any coursework would be due in the Monday after, but it was just
Oh
directly
no.
after Christmas, so you could never have any time off for New Year's or Christmas because that would be half of your grade for the year in that
Oh my
week.
god.
Um,
Oh, that is so bad. That is so bad. I mean, here at least it was better because we don't celebrate the Christian holidays like
yeah.
Christmas and stuff. So because of that, we didn't have that problem. But I'm imagining it, and it just like having 2 exams in a week is stressful enough. Imagine
Oh,
having more.
oh yeah. I think the worst I had was for some classes you would have multiple exams for the one class, so you'd have like part A, part B, part C for the same class.
That's
And
so
so
annoying.
sometimes you'd have like I think the most I ever had was 22 classes in 2 weeks, 22 exams in 2 weeks. Um,
20. What the fuck?
yeah, well,
How? That means you had overlapping exams on the same day.
oh yeah, it was
What
really
the?
bad during lockdown because we had 24-hour exams, and so I'd sometimes have 2 exams happening at the same time. And I just have to split my time between the two, and depending on what
What do you
classes
mean?
people were doing,
wh-
they would
What
they
do you
would
mean?
have
Hang on.
overlapping
No, no,
classes or
no.
not.
Hang on. What do you mean split the time between the exams?
So during lockdown, instead of having in-person classes, we did them remotely. But my uni was one of the ones that instead of having like a 3-hour set exams, they for the first set of summer lockdown exams in 2020, they gave everyone 24 hours to do the paper, and they said, yeah, this paper should take you like the usual 4 to 6 hours, but because people are in different time zones, it wouldn't really be fair to there's a lot of
Oh,
Chinese international
yeah.
students. It wouldn't be fair to make them get up at like 1 a.m. and do the exam, so we're just giving everyone a 24-hour interval. But because of the scheduling, if, for example, you were doing a master's and so we're doing extra classes in your earlier years, so you could do a master's in 1 year instead of two, you would have 4 extra classes, so you'd be doing 7 or 8 instead of 5, and then one be coursework based, and so you'd get
Oh,
overlapping exams.
oh my
It
god.
wasn't very nice. I did not sleep very
No,
much that week.
that sounds awful. Oh my god.
Oh
Like, oh,
wait,
so you did like extra classes for them. That is very cool, man. I really
no.
feel like I'm dragging my master. It's like the second year, and I'm probably gonna take another year as well.
To be fair,
'Cause why not?
I ended up taking an extra half a year to do my masters because I ended up getting like the flu. I feel so silly, but I just had like diabolical flu the week of one of my finals. And I felt really dramatic for 2 days, but I had a fever, and so I tried to go to one of my exams and they sent me home. I was just like, hello, I haven't
Pride.
fainted today. I think I'm okay to do this. And they sent me home. And so
Thanks,
they were really nice
someone
about
being
it.
grateful.
They were just like, it's okay, we're not going to lower your grades. You're quite clearly ill. We'll let you do them again in the summer. But then I just had to have like 6 months working as a research assistant, not doing anything, waiting to do the exams again. So
Wouldn't you forget everything
yes,
by
it was
then?
difficult. I was so confused by the end of it.
Oh no, that is the worst. I remember one time we had like the internet exams. They would have us like all open the cameras on Zoom, and then they would watch us to see that like
Oh,
we
I
didn't
never had a
cheat.
camera exam. I've had a
And I
like
had a camera.
camera on
Well,
job interview, but
I
never an
failed the
exam.
course because my internet connection was so bad that it wouldn't cut
Oh
off, but it would sometimes freeze. And it would literally freeze for like a second. It's not like it freezes for a minute. It would literally freeze for
no!
like
It's the
seconds
thing
sometimes.
is, it's so
And my uni
easy
was
to
like,
cheat in
no,
those
but
systems.
what if you cheated during the like half a second the screen was froze? And they just like failed my exams, even though they were fine. They just failed them
Oh wait,
on like technical grounds.
I'm missing redeems. Thank you for the highlight, Atom. And oh, I need to do a fun fact about tanks. Hmm. Wait, let me consult my sheet of fun facts. I've got an
You have a
index.
shit.
I have a
What
channel
are you
point
doing?
redeem of fun
Pull it.
facts, and people really like tanks, and so I've been looking up tank trivia. Um,
I
um,
see. You should pull one out of your mind. Who needs a cheat sheet?
no, I'm dumb. I can't do that.
Here, I can. Here, do you want me to give a fun fact?
Oh yeah. Wait. We get a loan fun fact from Ryan, an extra one. This is fun.
Alright. Do you want to do this one, and I'll do the next? Or
Yeah.
okay. Oh, I gotta think. Give me a sec. Come up with
Now
stuff.
you see why I have a cheat sheet. Like imagine doing this during like a fast-paced game. It's
I did.
scary.
I used to. I used to have a redeem for a fun fact. I would just say a fun. Just pull one out. Except it didn't have a category attached. It was random stuff. I would literally just look at my inventory, see what items I have, and just go, arrow. Here's a fun fact about arrow.
That's kind of cool though. But I'm not very good at giving concise fun facts because often I know trivia about subjects I find really interesting, and so once I start yapping about them, half an hour passes. You may have noticed I can get distracted
Yeah,
easily.
I think both of us. You may have noticed, but I can get distracted. We've
um,
been yapping for like 3 hours.
that's fine. That's what streaming's for, isn't it?
True. Man, I've literally had people just call it like, yes, literally yesterday night. Someone just came up to me. Hey, since you're a walking encyclopedia, I have a question.
Aww. I aspire to be better at trivia though. I feel like a lot of my favorite content creators or streamers are just people who know cool things, and so I gotta up my trivia game. I
True.
wanna I
Do you know
wanna.
what the best way to learn trivia is? The way that the pros learn it for like competitions, for like the game shows and stuff.
Oh, what's
They learn
this?
it by reading a lot of children books.
Really? I just watch too many video
Yes.
essays. I'm gonna be honest.
It's oh,
I
I love
I
videos.
love my
I
background
ran out
YouTube
I
noise. I
ran out
can't
of
code
channels.
without it.
I ran out of channels to watch. I used to watch
Oh,
a lot of really
what
good
kind of
ones like
subjects do you like? I might have some recommendations.
literally anything interesting.
Oh wait, do you like
Wait,
ones about books? I've been really
yes.
excited about. I'll send you it after stream. I found this really cool video essayist. They're like a geography PhD student, I think, and they're going through and they're explaining the geography of the different regions in the Hunger Games
That is
based
quite
off how
fascinating.
it's designed in the book and how like a post-war America would be. It's very cool.
That
They
is interesting. Do you have anything that's like science related? I remember watching a lot of like PBS space time
hmm.
and stuff.
I can have a a look. I can have a look.
Right.
It's
Thank
what I
you.
watch quite a bit of. I like watching
I can
stuff
give you a
about
few channel
space.
recommendations as well if you
Oh,
want,
yeah.
for some good video essays.
Mhm.
It's like usually the ones I watch are like general stuff. You know, sometimes they talk about finance, sometimes psychology, trends, all kind of stuff.
I feel
I don't
like
have many math ones. Many like
a,
science
I mean,
ones.
a lot of the big like maths channels are 3 Blue 1 Brown. That's my favorite
Yeah,
one, which you probably know
he's
about.
really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he yeah. Who
Um.
doesn't know about
Yeah. I
fluent?
remember every now and then I agree to like tutor one of my coworkers' kids if they want to do maths at uni, or if they're trying to apply for a selective sixth form and they want to like say they do maths, and I'm just like, say this is your favorite YouTube channel in your interview. Say this is your
True.
favorite YouTube channel in
Holy
your
sh-
interview. Say you're reading Simon Singh's books. You've got it.
Holy shit. That is
Even if you can
true.
read one of them, even better. There's audiobooks. Tell your dad to get you an Audible subscription, and it'll get you into uni. Tell them the code book was your favorite book from last
How
year.
do you get into the uni? Do you have to do you have like the like an SAT kind of test?
Wow! Oh, Jake, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Jenny. Thank you. So for uni, okay. So there's different systems in the UK. So in standardized university texting, it's different for Oxbridge, but you have 5 universities you can apply to, and you have to apply to all of them at the same time. And you write a short profile describing yourself and your
Oh,
interests,
I hate those.
and
I
then you
hate
also
those so
submit
much.
your grades. And you can also submit any extracurriculars, but outside of
Oh, so
certificates.
you don't do so you don't do like an
There
SAT
isn't a
exam?
specific exam, but they
Oh,
count the exams you do when you're 16, so your GCSEs, and then they also count your A levels. And there used to be one in between called AS levels, but they kind of got rid of them. But then for some
okay.
universities, and so this is one that I did, there's some extra exams. So for maths, because this is the one I know the most about, there's the STEP exam and the MAT exam, which STEP is from Cambridge, MAT is from Oxford, and so it's a specific exam that goes beyond the assumed material of the like a standard maths or further maths A level, and so you need to do them if you want to get into the
Like
higher
extracurriculars.
universities.
Ah, I
Yeah.
see.
So
That
there's
is
3 step
interesting.
exams in increasing difficulty.
That is interesting because we do have like a version of an SAT here that just combines like pretty much everything. Like it asks
There
about
isn't a unified test here.
English, math, literally asks you about everything.
Mhm. I
From what I know, I've never personally done it, but that's what I know that it has.
I didn't. I was really lucky because I got to go to what's called a grammar school. So it's like a selective school where they
Ooh,
let students in based on grades. And so because my school had a
yeah.
pretty good track record with getting people into big unis, I got to do the SATs, so like the American standard exams. But they didn't
Ah,
tell us. We just came in one day and they were just like, "Oh yeah, it's SATs tomorrow. Have you all ready? They're pretty easy compared to the English exams." And so we were all like, "What do you mean? Some of us are applying to university internationally. We need to do well in this. You could have told us we're doing it early." So we all just got jump
holy
scared on it, but because they do it,
yeah,
they
it is very scary. Also, for saying something in the chat, the Germans were very obsessed with wonder weapons, with like super
oh
weapons during the
yeah.
World Wars. They were trying out a lot of different stuff.
I
They
mean,
tried out
there
blimps. They tried
was.
out like airplanes,
Mhm.
super tanks. This is how the rockets came into existence. It was also one of the wonder weapons, the V1 and the V2.
The one that I
The
know about
V1,
relating to that is the super
you
train
know about the
tank they set
V2,
up
right? The
that
what?
had really bad aim. I've forgotten the name of it. It was I think it was a rail-bound tank cannon that had really bad aim, but it could be fired across nations. So you could fire it from Germany and like skip France. It had, maybe I'm being a bit dramatic, but it had ridiculous range.
Oh
Um,
my god.
but the issue was because of how strong it was and the propulsion and targeting systems at the time, it was incredibly inaccurate. And so they used it for, I think, one battle before retreating it. And there's no confirmed casualties from that battle, even though it fired continuously for 3 days. And the 10 suspected casualties are when they hit people who they weren't aiming for. So it wasn't that scary. But there were other railguns that are scary.
Weapons were failures.
Yeah.
Most of the wonder weapons were failures, except for the V2. The V2 was kind of successful. By the way, do you know why it's the V2?
No, I'm not
You
sure.
probably know that the V2 is missile shaped, but do you know what the V1 was? Nobody ever speaks about the V1.
Wait, I don't think so. What was
speaks
that?
to the V2. So the reason why nobody speaks about the V2 is because the V1 is literally a pilotless aircraft. It's literally a plane that doesn't have a pilot in it.
Wait.
This is where the idea for the V2 came from. They literally took a plane, took out the pilot, and just went, we could just throw this thing at someone.
We can just
don't
throw
need
a plane at someone.
we can just throw the plane at someone. And then during the V2, they never actually used the V1 during combat. And then the V2 came, and then someone was like, wait, if we don't have a pilot, do we actually need to make it plane Surely, if we're just throwing it, we could make something better, like a dart.
That's so dumb. Oh my gosh.
They had a lot of problems as well, but it was kind of successful. They had a lot of problems with people drinking the rocket fuel because it was mostly alcohol. So the
How have
engineers kept
humans
drinking.
lived this long? Mice
The
don't make
engineers kept
decisions
drinking
like
rocket fuel,
this.
so they poisoned it to stop the people from drinking it.
Oh no. What if they siphon it before they start drinking it? Then you get no fuel and dead engineers.
How do you think people forgot? I don't think they made it so it kills people, but people got diarrhea.
Oh my gosh.
Alright, goodbye.
Oh,
I'm
I
finished.
need that.
Goodbye, my drink.
Oh,
But
bye-bye,
the
drink.
VT was
Have a
amazing.
good
And
rest
then
of your
the British. Speaking of the British, because we've got a British person here, do you know where the myth that the carrots are good for your vision came from? It's
Yes,
actually
I know
related
where
to
it comes from. It's because they didn't want to confirm to the Germans and their allied parties that they'd decrypted the methods, and so when German spies were confused how they were correctly identifying the areas planes were flying over approaching cities, they started spreading the rumor that they'd been specially rationing carrots to the night watch, and it was giving them increased vision, which was how they were spotting the approaching planes. It's
In
so
reality,
dumb.
they had radars.
In reality, it was radars and then decryption. It was so cool. Yeah.
It is. Yeah, radars are really amazing. Really amazing.
Animals
They
that
let us
have natural sonar are so cool. Imagine just being able to chirp and know where things are. I'm so envious of echolocation.
Actually, is sonar and echolocation the same thing?
I feel like echolocation relies on you making a sound and responding to it, I think. I'm not sure. One of them requires you to make a noise. I think. Wait.
Echolocation requires you to make a noise because you make it's literally in the name. It's an echo. You make a sound and then you hear the echo, and then based on the echo,
Sonar's the technology.
Pretty much the same
Echolocation is the biological version.
Echolocation is the biological version of radars. This is how radars work. They just send out a signal and then receive the signal back, and they just look at the difference in the waves.
I will say, it's alarming to find out how bad boats are at sonar and radar still.
Do you know that modern submarines are so good at being undetected that they often collide with each other?
Well,
because they cannot detect each. They literally can be right next to each other and not detect each other, and so they just collide. It just happens sometimes, and usually when it happens, they just go about their way.
Well,
just act like nothing happened.
There's quite a spooky thing of this is in relation to drug distribution, so it's a bit sinister. But when people are trying to smuggle drugs to Europe, they'll often use submarines to bring them over, and they'll use set air capacity submarines, so they won't have any filtration systems. They'll just have set air capacity, go underwater, stay underwater a lowish altitude the entire distance, and then emerge when they're in a empty cove. And it's the thing of we only the international police water people think how big the ocean is. Imagine how hard it is to catch a submarine when you
You
don't know when it's
cannot
happening,
catch
where
it.
it's landing. So difficult,
This
and
is why
there's no
submarines are used.
radar,
You literally cannot catch them.
and
The whole
so
point of nuclear, this is why nuclear submarines are a thing.
yeah.
They go out, they never come back to land, and they just sit there with a few nuclear missiles. So in
I
case shit hits the fan, they can always do it. They can always do a response
whenever
strike.
people are just like, oh yeah, the government lost another nuclear submarine, it just got declassified, I understand it's difficult to keep track of them, but I feel like they should do a better job.
You know that when I think it's in the British Navy, whenever they lose out submarines in the ocean, they never say that they lost them. It's always, oh, they're just on patrol.
The on patrol.
They're always on
Yep.
patrol because you never know if you just lost you never know if you just lost contact with them and they'll come back or if they're actually lost.
It's scary. I look.
'Cause
I'm.
you can never find the remains as well. Like with
Yeah.
airplanes, sure, there would be an airplane somewhere and someone will find it eventually. But with submarines, good freaking luck finding something at the bottom of the
It's
ocean.
so scary. I will say, I'm not someone
I
who
will
really
never get
believes
into a
in
submarine in my life.
mythical
Freaking
creatures
death
or
machine.
monsters, but I wouldn't be too surprised if there's like a 200-foot tall octopus that just like goes around beating up nuclear submarines for lunch. Like I believe the ocean is capable of it. I don't
The
believe in the
ocean
Loch Ness
absolutely is capable.
monster, but I think
The
there's an
the ocean
octopus down
absolutely is
there that
capable
could
of it.
win a
It
fight with a
probably
nuke.
wouldn't. I was gonna say it probably wouldn't eat nuclear submarines, but then I remember that giant whales usually eat octopuses. Yeah, usually eat not octopus, whales. And
Yeah.
you know what? A submarine is a whole lot
I mean,
can be a whole lot similar to a
there's
whale.
some deep sea creatures that really like eating metal, I think. They really like
Yeah,
rust.
but would they eat just straight up? I don't think they would eat like straight up metal. There's no protein. There's like nothing in there. There's no carbs.
I'm not sure. I think
There's no carbs in there.
even the octopus gotta care about their
They would
carbohydrates.
literally die. Like
Yeah.
they would literally die. They eat like one big meal per. I don't think there would be a giant octopus that hunts the thingies
Oh,
purely because
I I'm
usually
not
with
suggesting
stuff
this
that
as fact. I'm not claiming that there's
no
a 200-meter tall octopus that's slowly beating up the
clearly it would be
various
bigger.
nations'
It would.
barracks of nuclear submarines. But I
Yeah,
think if the ocean put its mind to it, it could.
it could. Oh, absolutely, it could. Just the reason why I don't. And I'm still gonna say it, and I don't mean it literally, but there literally wouldn't be one because the way that most deep sea creatures work is that they have like one big meal and then they just digest it for a really really long
Yeah.
time. And so if they hunt a submarine, they're not gonna have any carbs from it, so they're just gonna die. They're gonna
Yeah.
use too much energy actually hunting the thing because food is really scarce down there. Usually when they hunt, it's only because they know that they're gonna have a good meal. It's like if they really
I
did
will
hunt a
say,
submarine, they would
I
die
know
from starvation.
I know they're not like a deep sea creature, but I'm really scared of the one that has like its own light bulb on a stick.
Oh,
I have
those things are
nightmares
scarce.
about that one.
There was the anglerfish.
Yeah, I'm glad you understood my description because I managed to describe it in the
I know
dumbest way
exactly what
possible.
you mean. No, you described it in the same way that a kid would describe.
No,
I like how sometimes you're like giving off the vibes of a kid and sometimes the vibe of a grandma, and it's somehow all happening at the same time.
that's my
So
like
fascinating.
secret appeal. That's the Gapmo way. You gotta.
The cat more
Am
true
I 200 or am I like just You'll
12
never know.
true.
The answer's
Oh
200.
my god,
I'm grandma
anglerfish was
here.
some time ago. I was playing with I was playing with Lina. The It
Mhm.
Takes Two, and there was an area underwater where there was an anglerfish patrolling around, and holy shit, I shit
Oh,
my pants when
so
I saw
scary.
it.
The ocean, I feel like
It
more
was
people need to use the ocean as inspiration for horror characters because that place is
so
scary.
it is scary. Literally, we fought, and the worst part is we thought that thing was just a decoration because we got close to it and nothing happened. So we're like, oh, okay, it's probably just just for decoration. And then suddenly it charged, and we almost shit my pants when it happened. Holy shit, what a
no!
jump scare.
You see,
Because apparently it only chased you if you were in the light of its light bulb. So when we
then
came near
oh,
it from directions
you
other than the
angled
front, it
it.
wouldn't attack.
Oh
But
no!
then when it got behind us, it noticed us and just rushed. And holy. Also, someone is talking about high explosive. Let me read this. It's a common misconception that high explosive shells or weapons work by burning the enemy. But the way this actually works, the pressure difference gauge between two
Oh
bears is in the
yeah.
muscle across the inner cell
Mhm,
code.
mhm.
That's why high explosive shells don't have to actually penetrate tanks. They can just shut them.
It's
There
because
are
they
more
have.
such as the Wolfen. Yeah, true. There's like a lot of really cool stuff that you can do with tanks. Like I know that one of the things that they use that there's like a weapon that the way that it works is that it's built it has like two stages in the bullet. The bullet would first penetrate into the tank, and then the scraps from the bullet would ricochet off the walls of the tank and just bounce around inside of it,
Wait,
essentially
what the
turning the
heck?
tank into a death blender.
That's so spooky. I feel like that's
um,
like a Final Destination way to die. That's.
it is a very horrific way to die, basically. And the thing with those kind of weapons, I think I don't remember if it's a bullet or a missile that would do that. It's called
Wait,
the shell is called AFK. Yeah, it's like
Johnny,
with
how
those
did you
things.
have the
Whenever
full acronym just on demand off the top of your
yeah,
head?
that is very impressive. Yeah,
Well, I
it doesn't penetrate it. It doesn't like go through it, but it has to go through some of the walls, and then it like bounces inside. That's what I've heard that it does. And honestly, really scary, really scary shit. And there's basically no surviving that one. I think it's the same with bunker. It's the same with like bunker penetrating shells. They also make them in a way that I think they're like mortar shells. Oh my god, there's so many interesting variants that people have made. There's, for example, a mortar shell that explodes on and shoots out scraps in like the same height as
shrapnel
the
is
mortar,
scary.
and the idea was that you could shoot the mortar at like usually like bunkers would have like lines of sight or something for
Mhm.
like both air and so that people can take out guns from inside and like put them outside. So they would have like these small windows, and the idea was that if you could make the mortar explode right where the window was, all the scraps would shoot inside the bunker.
That's
This shit is
cool.
scary, man. And they had like, oh my god, and you know how in movies, um they sometimes go to like what was it? They go to like air vents and throw in a grenade, and then it like comes inside the bunker and explodes. This was such a huge problem during the World War that they had fake vents that would just lead to
Yeah.
that would just lead to another fake vent. So
Mhm,
if you
mhm.
throw a grenade
It'd
inside,
get
the
thrown
grenade
up and
would
it'd
come.
come back
Yeah,
out again.
yeah, that is such a cartoon. That is such a
Oh my
that is such
gosh.
a cartoony way of dealing with. So when people would throw grenades in, it would just go out. Let me read. What was it? Shell slam into the tank so hard that it breaks shards of armor off the inside of the tank, which then starts ricocheting all around the basket and starts shredding the. Is that how they work? We might not be talking about the same thing. Then, hang on, let me check. I don't know if you're talking about the same thing. Both are very weird because I know that there's like a type for bunkers as well. So that type of logic wouldn't work with like an underground bunker. Yeah, I don't think we're talking about the same thing, but the thing that you're just describing is still just as scary. Man, like armor penetration stuff is scary. Like the shit that it can do. Just when you think you're safe in a big hunk of metal, and then suddenly,
I
my
think
god.
governments should invest more in books and less in scary things. I think we should have
Yeah,
more
yeah. We should just
libraries
instead
and
of
less
tanks, we should
less
just throw big
weapons.
books. We should just throw big books at the enemy.
I mean,
But yeah, we're not talking about the same weapon probably.
biased mouth.
But
I would
man,
argue that if you have like higher levels of education and career stability, then there's less conflict and less need for scary things. So in the long term, books will be tanks.
yeah, but the things if you have more education, there's no less scary things. The things just become way scarier until nobody wants to fight.
Well,
That's how nukes work. They're just so scary that nobody wants to fight them.
I actually did. I can't talk about it. I did maths on something kind of related to this on.
Can you even talk about it?
I can't. It was one
Can
of
you even say it?
the papers that I was
Like
a co-author
100
on,
things
so
you
I
wanted to
can't
follow.
mention it. But I've done
And
some.
yet here you are
I've done
mentioning.
some. Well, it's very vague. I've done some cool maths on
Oh.
intimidation modeling. So the different
Ah,
ideas of different disarmament and
yeah.
mutual intimidation
Intimidation is the
tactics.
like political deterrence is the first step. If you've ever read like a book about like missile defense and particularly against nukes, they would talk about the various stages of the missile defense, and the first stage is political deterrence. It's always best if you can just intimidate the enemy into never using the weapon,
Yeah.
into never shooting the missile. That is like the best way to do it. Especially with nukes, because you know the biggest problem is with the nuke.
I mean,
The
it's
biggest problem is that if you get shot by a nuke, you're probably not gonna get shot by just one of them. There's probably gonna be a
yeah.
barrage of missiles, and and currently there are no reliable ways to tell if one of those missiles has a nuke. So
Yeah.
if you don't 100% defend against the missiles, you get fucked. Because what if it just so happens that one specific nuke got across your defenses?
It's very spooky. It's very.
Yeah, nukes are very scary. The thing with nukes, just the potential of using them is way scarier than the damages. If you really think about it, they have way more value in being used as like intimidation tools. Because
Yes.
if you want to wipe out the city, as impressive as
Well,
it is to wipe
it's
out the city with just
nukes
one bomb,
exist
we
as
can do it.
mutually assured destruction, not as an actual
Yeah,
weapon. There's
yeah,
other
yeah.
equivalent armories that could do the same amount of damage. It's
Yeah,
just that.
we could wipe out. Humans are more than capable of just
Oh
wiping out an
yeah,
entire city,
America could
especially
wipe
during World
out
War II.
Earth like 200 times over on its own. It's
I hate
scary.
how, yeah, you know how in movies, whenever there's like a missile strike, it's usually like one or two nukes flying in the air, and it's always like very obvious that there's the nuke flying in there. It never works like that. They come in
No.
barrages. They
It's.
come in barrages of like
I think we should have
tens or
more books,
hundreds of
less
missiles
missiles.
with like
This is
a
my
few.
campaign. More books, less missiles. They should have like
There are
cute
actually
animals in
campaigns
them.
worldwide. There are actually campaigns worldwide to dismantle nukes, saying nobody should have them. And honestly, we've come a long way from the Cold War in dismantling most. Most of them probably don't even work anymore, just
Yeah.
by virtue of being old.
Well, yeah. The.
See, unlike you, they didn't get finer with age. They just got too malfunctioning.
Yeah, I was going to go into a tangent about how the issue with disarmament is identifying whether you have reactor grade plutonium or nuclear grade plutonium and ensuring that people are disarming while still maintaining nuclear energy, because that's a really good clean energy source. But I think we should talk about something that isn't scary missiles.
Mm,
I'm a scaredy mouse.
maybe something that isn't scary missiles or scary sea creatures or scary tank penetration.
Um, what's
Hey,
your
let's talk
favorite
about rail
biscuit?
guns. Aren't rail guns really cool?
What's your favorite biscuit? What's your favorite biscuit?
What's my favorite what?
Biscuit. You know, like you have it with tea and
Oh,
coffee.
oh, there was a store that every time you order the coffee, you'd get like a little rectangular biscuit, and that one was my favorite. It didn't have anything in it, no chocolate, no nothing. It was just like a piece of dough, and it was really freaking good.
Where's my fun fact?
Like,
Oh, we got distracted. Okay.
you didn't even give the fun fact.
You said you were giving a fun fact, and then we started talking about
I
weapons
asked
of mass
I asked if
destructions.
you wanted me to give the next, and you said yes. I
I
didn't.
thought you meant next
This
isn't the present fun fact. I didn't think
oh,
there was gonna be. There's one per
right,
stream.
right, fine, fine. Let me give you.
Okay. We'll
Right,
we'll
fine,
we'll
fine,
do a
fine.
fun fact
Okay,
each now to make
okay.
up for it. We're sorry. um. Oh.
Then there was a miscommunication.
Okay, so this is probably something you know about, but I was reading about the evolution of caterpillar tracks that became modern tank tracks, and I was reading specifically about the dreadnought wheels' origins in agriculture, which is pretty cool. So, um, I don't know the full logic of it, but one of the defining criteria for a tank nowadays is approximately that it has caterpillar tracks. And the earlier form of this was for agriculture vehicles, for farming vehicles. In harsh weather, they really struggled with some terrains, so they used things that were kind of reminiscent of what would nowadays be snow tracks, but it's essentially additional wheel covers that were normally between 11 and 14 segments, depending on the size of the wheel. And they would attach them over the existing wheel and they would bolt them on, and then they would use that to be able to go over the fields in heavy snow. And then an English polymath observed it and realized it would be beneficial for just scaling tough terrain in general.
Mm,
And that's where the structure of adapting cat tracks from agriculture to military vehicles started from. I know that was like a bit imprecise, but
interesting.
yeah.
I'm gonna give one as you probably already know about this considering how much you know about tanks, but the way that anti-tank mines work to make sure that they don't these are like the bigger and the bulkier ones, to make sure that they don't accidentally get triggered by just normal people stepping on them, and to make removing them very hard, because you don't want just a line of infantry going into the road and accidentally trigger an anti-tank
Ooh,
mine. You want to hit
yeah.
tank, so they make them they do two things. First of all, they bury them very deep in the ground, and they make them not that sensitive. In this way, because they're not very sensitive, it requires a very heavy object to be on top of it to activate this. This means that when normal people walk on top of it, it doesn't do anything. But then when a tank goes over it, because it's so heavy, it activates the mine and it explodes. And then it does like it does like a propellant upward, so it like hits the tank. This also makes it really, really hard to detect anti-tank mines because they're
Yeah.
like very deep in the ground,
Mhm.
which makes anti-tank mines a pretty big problem for tanks.
They're pretty scary also
Yeah,
if you're
tanks.
in a
Yeah, it's really
geologically
easy.
unstable area because they can be very spooky with earthquakes. They can be very spooky with earthquakes.
True. Yeah. See, actually, minefields that remain from wars are one of the biggest problems, which is why the Geneva Convention forbids using some form of mines that are very difficult to remove. Because to this day, we still have a lot of minefields around the world that don't have any use. It's just there was a war there and now there are mines and nobody can remove and nobody can remove it without exploding themselves. So the mines are just kind of
Yeah.
staying there.
There's a lot of like urban legends in the UK that probably aren't true, that some of the old military research locations used to have mines around them that had to be dug up and de-armed. But that's always like a popular
Really?
local conspiracy
That's why you
theory.
keep seeing it in movies. That's why you keep
Yeah,
seeing
I
in movies
think
where people wander into minefields. Because
it.
some of them literally have nothing but a fence around them and it's just so easy to get inside.
Yeah.
And it's literally a freaking minefield. You never know if the mines are still, maybe they're malfunctioning from being around for so long. But maybe some of them still work. Because especially
Yeah.
the older mines that are like more primitive, they might still work because they're very simple in structure. They're basically like a spring connected to, they're basically a spring connected to a brick of explosives. So very scary.
Counter fun fact: Russia experimented with booby-trapped mines. Wait, what the heck? Did... Oh, that kind of makes sense.
So
They'd
like
have
if
a
the atom bomb
second
was
mine
dug
for
up,
the
it all
mine if it got
disappears.
sticked up.
That is
That makes
crazy.
a lot of sense. I don't like it, but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's
People still find unexploded bombs in the
yeah.
earth?
People
Yep.
still find unexploded bombs. Yep,
Yeah.
they're still around. Although the unexploded bombs that you're talking about are from either mortar shells or airplane rounds that will
I
drop from the
know.
airplane and just not explode when they hit the ground.
One time there was an allotment. I didn't have an allotment plot on it. I'm not that fancy, but it was one that I helped out at because there was like a little community section you could help look after, and the allotment got evacuated one day because someone was like digging deep on the soil because they wanted to return over the soil because their potatoes weren't doing very well, and they found part of a like shell, and it wasn't part that had an explosive in. It's part of a shell that had broken off in a raid, but the entire allotment got evacuated for like 2 days as the military came in.
I've heard
And
stories
people got
of
angry
people.
because they stood on the vegetables. The military did not care for the allotment paths, and there was
Oh my god.
riots in the
I
Facebook
remember.
group.
I think it happened in the U.S. Although I'm not sure if it was in this, but there were cases in the past where entire airports would have to get evacuated because someone went out to explore like an area on like a family trip, and they found an unexploded mine, and they just took it
Oh my
as a
god.
souvenir. And then they got caught at the airport with a fucking mine in the
I don't
like.
have the most faith with the NSA. I am aware that a lot of airport security is largely done to be intimidating, not to be effective. But do you think they'll spot a mine? They're not that dumb.
It's not.
Like
No. They find them. They find them when they find them when they try to get on the flight, and there's a literal mine in there, and then the airport has to be evacuated. The issue is not with the TSA. The issue is with the people who are stupid enough to find just a
I feel
mine,
like if the
just a
TSA
little.
didn't spot a mine, the issue is with them too. I feel like that's like pretty high on your job list.
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah. I mean, but like, you gotta admit, the fucking idiots who just find like an unexploded mine and bring it back as a
Why would you
souvenir.
bring a mine on a plane where you're going to change
This is
pressure?
this is based on a
That's
real.
so
This is based
dumb.
on a real story. Come
How
on,
have humans not gone extinct? I know why mice are still around, but the more I find out about humans, the longer I wonder how you all got here.
you know, you know that humans have always been the same. There's like a very great saying that says, As technology evolves, humans don't become smarter. We just do the same dumb stuff, but in smarter ways." And you can tell because if you go to like all like Roman structures and stuff, you can still find writings that say stuff Brutus was here. They one time they found in like a cave. They found like a writing that they couldn't decipher, and a lot of researchers spent a lot of time like researching into it, and then eventually someone was able to translate it, and it just said something like, "This is high. This is a high spot."
Wait, let me try and find the name. The guy who was getting slandered in the clay tablets.
Oh yeah, the
Do you
guy
know
who
the
sold
one?
the bad copper.
Yeah, the
It's like
bad copper
merchant
trade.
from
um,
he
complaint
sold
tablet
bad.
to Inase.
Oh
It's
man,
so
Nisa.
funny. I really
Nisa.
enjoy the fact that there's a tablet that's been preserved from the Roman era where a child has chiseled out a complaint to their mother. And I can't remember it verbatim, but it's along the lines of, "You no longer care for me. You say you love me as a son, but as I see my acquaintances in new robes, and you do not spare any new robes for me, even under the summer festival, and all my colleagues wear new robes and look down on me, and you say you love me, but you do not hold me to this pedestal." And it's you're not getting new drip just because it's a new year. You're gonna grow again in
Yeah,
10 minutes. History.
yeah, it's nice because it's the same. It's really easy to imagine. You know the usual caveman description of like, oh yeah, the cavemen were dumb. That's why they didn't have. It's not about being dumb. If you go back to the past and you could talk with the people, they're not stupid. They're just uninformed. It's the
Mhm.
same as like people saying, oh, a medieval peasant brain would explode from the. And no, it wouldn't because they're not stupid. If you bring them to the modern age and explain stuff to them, they would probably understand it just as much as the average person would understand stuff
Mhm.
because they're not stupid. They just don't know the things that
I
we
will
know.
say, they might accuse you of being a witch a lot in the process. Because they didn't really. You've
I,
got to go after that line where people will stop accusing things of being witchcraft.
I mean, honestly, with me being a demon, being called a witch is probably
I mean,
probably
it
better.
might be even more difficult for you then. I
Being
don't
called
think
a
the
witch is
ears would
probably
help on
better
my
for my
part.
reputation. I mean, if they see a mouse, would they not also call it a witch? If this is
They'd
sounded like
probably
mouse heroes.
assume I've been cursed, so
True, true. You could just say I've been. Do
I've
you
been
know? There's like
cursed.
they had a lot of funky theories. Like there's a thing in so there's a law in biology called biogenesis, which is that stuff life doesn't just appear spontaneously. It comes from other. A rat doesn't just spawn in the
Mhm.
grain warehouse. It comes from a rat already being there, and he just went into the warehouse. And the reason why is because people legit used to believe that if you just had a warehouse with like grains in it, and rats would just spontaneously appear inside of the
Just like infinite
they would
spawning
spawn there.
rats.
Yeah, it's
Oh
like
my
this.
gosh.
If you build a structure in a certain way, it becomes a rat spawn point, literally like that. And then biogenesis came around, and then they made abiogenesis, which is the study of No, sorry, it's the other one. They made the law of abiogenesis, which
Mm-hmm.
says that something doesn't just appear out of nowhere, and then they made the field of study of biogenesis to learn why did life appear out of nowhere. If things aren't supposed to appear out of nowhere, then why did life appear out of nowhere? And honestly,
Question
they've
mark,
made
asteroid?
asteroid. Oh my god,
Oh,
they
hey,
made
Ast.
so many.
How you doing?
Have you heard about self-replicating protein systems? One of the coolest things ever that I have learned about. They're basically proteins that make more of themselves. It's not life. It's not life. It's not a cell. It's not an amoeba. It's not life. But it
But it's
is a
self-replicate.
protein.
But
But it is
what?
something. It is something that you would expect to see in a living being. It's literally a
Hmm.
protein. It's literally a molecule that if you give the molecule the materials that make up the molecule, it would just make more of itself. And the fact that this is not life, but it's just something that replicates itself, is so freaking crazy.
It's one of those things when I will say I sometimes I get a bit confused when they're just like this one's life and this one isn't. And I've read the definitions. I know the lines in the sand, but I'm just like I don't know. I feel like self-replicating something that's pretty close to
Sure, right? And
yeah.
what about have you heard about mega the mega viruses, the very big
Yeah,
ones?
the ones where people are just like, oh, viruses aren't alive, but like
Yeah, viruses
bacteria
aren't
are,
alive
and I'm
because they
just
can't.
like,
Yeah,
hmm.
viruses aren't alive because they can't replicate by themselves. And then we found giant viruses that can sort of almost
Well, then you
replicate by
also
themselves.
have animals that require other animals in the ecosystem to be able to replicate. So, for example, there's some
That's
fish that
true.
plant their eggs within specific plants, and if they don't have those
Like
plants, the
worms
eggs
and
won't
stuff.
grow.
Yeah, yeah.
And so
No,
it's
and
like,
like parasitic worms and stuff.
yeah, you very rarely have animals that can replicate entirely on their own. They need surrounding
Hashtag
creatures in
call
the
out to my friend
ecosystem.
the mushrooms. Mushrooms are are eldritch horrors.
Mushrooms are kind of cool, though. Maybe I just think eldritch
Mushrooms
horrors
are
are
very
cool.
cool. But mushrooms are also the closest thing we have to eldritch monstrosities. If you really think
No,
about
it's
it,
the sun. It's the sun.
how much, no, how
No,
much
I've
do you
been
actually
convinced.
know?
The sun is an
See, the sun
eldritch
is not
horror.
because the sun is not an eldritch horror because I know exactly what it is. It's just a huge ball of. It's just a huge ball of huge flaming balls.
Yeah, it's
I
only
mean,
like 100
the
degrees. It'll
armor.
be fine. It's just like fire,
It'll
like
be fine. See, the outer layer is not even that hot. It's only like 1,000 degrees on on the surface.
not eldritch horror coded at all.
I mean, sure, like there is the Eldritch of yeah, this thing is bigger than anything you could ever imagine, and it
Mhm.
would literally kill you if you get close to it. And it's even though it's so far away, it is still actively trying to kill you with those
Yeah,
solar rays.
and then it like spits out solar
And
waves, and it's
yeah, and solar solar flares and shit. Yeah, and sometimes there are just random spots that appear over it, and and if it sent a solar flare in just the right direction, we would all die. See,
Mhm.
I get it, but still, the sun feels sort of explained. What the fuck is going on with mushrooms? Can anyone tell me?
I mean,
What
I read
are
a
they?
good book about them this year, but I still don't know. We have so much to learn about plants.
We
Like,
have so much
we
to
should care a
learn.
little bit less about Mars and a little bit more about plants. Mars is very cool, but like, think if we
I don't
spent.
think. See, I get where you're coming from, but like, astrophysicists are not microbiology.
They're not, but
Like,
I'm just like,
I definitely get where you're coming from, but
if
those are like different
if
people doing
finding a
different
new
stuff.
mushroom
If
had
they
the same amount of associated aura as going to the moon, I think we would be further as a species. Like, I think if we just gave people more social cred for knowing about weird plants, we would cure at least 20% more diseases.
This is literally how shamans. You're literally describing how shamans and druids.
Yeah, we need to give people who know about plants their street cred back. It'll be for the good of humanity.
Do you know what shamans that literally anyone could become a shaman? The way that it would go past is usually via a dream. Like they would have a dream where another shaman would tell them everything they need to know, and then they would just wake up one day and congratulations, you're a shaman, and you can use like magic and shit.
Oh
That
my
like spells.
gosh.
I remember I took like we need to take like the it's called the way of the spirit. I don't know I don't know the definition in English, but it's basically
Mm-hmm.
non-STEM subjects. So we need to take a few courses in a degree, and I took intro to psychology and intro to anthropology. And wow, that class, the intro to anthropology, was one of the most interesting courses that I ever took.
Oh,
Like, it was so fascinating to see the differences.
I wish.
One thing that they talked a lot about that is very interesting and that I hope doesn't go into controversial territory is that usually when there's a concentration of power in a society, there would also be a concentration of spirituality in certain groups of people. To give an example that would demonstrate this, for hunter gatherers would believe in stuff like mana. Mana was just everywhere in nature. Some objects can have more of it and then they have special properties, but it's just something that is always there. On the other hand, in the modern day, on the other hand, we have very concentrated. We have like very concentrated religions where no, it's not that mana is everywhere. It's like the mysticism only exists within God. God is everywhere, but only
Mm-hmm.
God has like the mysticism, and the only people who can talk to him are like this select group of people that have spent their entire life dedicated.
Mm-hmm.
When in the past religions used to be just whatever, man.
Yeah,
The,
religion's
the,
a
the
lot more
volcano that spit
centralized.
out lava is magical.
Yeah.
They acted as both like explanations for the natural phenomenon, and they also doubled as like being a parallel for the concentration of power in the society.
Mm-hmm.
There's literally an almost one-to-one scale between
Yeah.
how concentrated the religion is and how concentrated and how concentrated the power is in the cities and not in the cities and like for groups of people it
There's
goes with like
also the secondary reactionary correlation of times of unrest and revolution generally correlate with times of low faith. So when the religious order that's associated with the existing power, if you want to be cynical and like view it as a system of control and comfort that's associated with the current ruling power, starts losing influence over the population, it tends to be one of the best indicators that there's going to be either like political or
that.
unpeaceful unrest. It's one of the big
Yeah, I get
correlating
that. I
factors.
think I think we should. I think this is as far as we should go into the.
We were reading about it in one of the book club books this week, so I've just finished a book about it
I
in one of the
that is
chapters.
that
So
is very fun. But I don't know. I'm just very in love with the concept of like the mana and the shaman. Just the fact that anyone could just become like you could literally go to sleep tonight, have a funny dream, and then the next day, then you could be a shaman. That's just
oh, I
how
don't
it
know if I'd make a
works.
good shaman.
Anyone anyone could become sure like it's not anyone you can just decide that you want to be a shaman one day, but shamans can come from anyone. It's not that there's like a select group of people that dedicated their life. You just go to sleep, you wake up one day, and bam, you're a shaman.
That's kind of wild.
Yeah, and then there's like the more concentrated stuff, and then eventually you had religions with multiple gods, and then eventually it became just one god, and it's like it's a very interesting parallel when you actually dig into it. Um,
I think.
and we also learned, yeah,
Oh, I was gonna say like the history of parallel parallel discovery and occurrence of like similar religious patterns and completely isolated cultures is really cool as a thing to study, and like
that is
parallel mythology. Um,
that
both
is
in
also interesting. But let's be real, all the mythologies clearly come from the legends of Gilgamesh. Hashtag Gilgamesh, my beloved. Where's all the credit? We need to give credit where credit is due.
Yeah.
I love how, because the Legends of Gilgamesh is so old, it's so old that people have forgotten about it, and we still keep finding new stuff. So sometimes it's like, wake up, babe, a new epic of Gilgamesh just dropped.
Oh
Because
my
some
gosh.
archaeologists somewhere found a tablet that has more story.
New Gilgamesh posted.
Isn't it crazy? It's the same stuff with very old people like Confucius. You know what Confucius was? Sometimes archaeologists would unearth a book that just has more stuff written by him.
Oh,
And it's so crazy that people who have been dead for like more than 1,000 years, it's like, wake up, babe. New
this
Confucius's
is a
book
big
just
thing with
dropped.
quite a few mathematicians. There's quite a few mathematicians that reference in their notes having solved a theorem that isn't solved to this day, but no one can find the writing where they allegedly like proved or solved it. So the most famous example is quite a few of the theorems the Fermat proposed. He wrote in his notes as if he'd confirmed and proved them,
Oh,
and due
right.
to his academic rigor, people like believe that he solved them. But some of them, it's not his last theorem. He hadn't proved that one. But some of his other theorems that are still unproven, suspected that he had a proof for them, and we just don't have the record for it, and we still don't know it. And it's
Oh my god.
crazy.
It is crazy. Well, wasn't it with Fermat where he had like, oh, I remember, was it like the final theorem? There was like one theorem
There's
where he said
Fermat's
he did it,
last
and then
theorem.
nobody could figure out how
It's
he.
still one of the Millennium problems, yeah. That's the last theorem. There was Fermat's little theorem and Fermat's last theorem.
Yeah, and nobody could figure out how he did it. He was like, I did it, and people believed him, and we have no idea how he did it. And nobody.
I did one of my research projects on that, so
Oh, that's nice.
it's confusing.
Oh my god. This reminds me,
There's a
there was a
Japanese guy
case.
who thinks he solved Fermat's last theorem, but I didn't read the full paper. The full paper's over 700 pages, but
Oh
I
my
don't think he did. I'm gonna be honest.
god. He probably.
I read the review publications, and I understand the logic that disputed whether or not it was published, and he happened to be on the board of the academic paper that published it. So I'm like, I'm not reading all that, but I'm leaning towards it's not correct. I'm leaning towards we still don't have a solution for Fermat's last theorem.
Probably. Do you know, there was like, oh my god, I remember one time the professor told us like, oh yeah, here's a funny story. So we're talking about whether, do you know what P and NP are? I was the
Not sure.
P and NP. So they're like the groups of problems. P is the group of problems that have an algorithm that can solve them in polynomial time. And NP is the group of problems that,
I know
yeah,
him. I know him.
you cannot, we don't know if you can solve, nobody has a solution for them in polynomial time, but we can verify that if you give, but we can verify that a solution is true in polynomial time. So theoretically, if you could like run over all the possible solutions, then you would find in polynomial time the real solution, because you can always verify it.
I feel like this is a very composite thing to find cool, but the intersection of maths and philosophy, where it's like proving that something is provably true, or provably false, or provably undeterminable, is very cool, and the fact that it's such a recent part of maths is very interesting.
It is a very interesting direction, Snuff. So anyway, the thing with the P and NP, now most people believe that they're different, that they're not the same, because if they are the same, it has a shit ton of implications that are, it would be awesome, because if you can solve one of them, you can solve all of them. But yeah, so anyway, there's also like NP hard and NP complex and all kind of different shenanigans, but basically there's the professor said, yeah, one day there was like these two Chinese blokes who just sent me an email one day and asked me, so as the world's leading, and they said to me, they referred to me as the world's leading expert on the P and NP problem, and they claimed that they found a solution that proves that P equals NP. Just imagine being a professor and just receiving one of these mails. And like just two random Chinese blokes just send you a mail that says hello, and like he's not like, sure, he's not a nobody, but he's not like a super famous world level thing. Just two Chinese blokes just found a random professor, send him an email like, oh yeah, we've solved one of the biggest problems, if not the biggest problem in modern. It's literally like could qualify as the biggest problem for the current world of computer science, and they're like, yeah, we've got a solution for it, and it just went to like a random. I do imagine. Do you think maybe they just sent this email to a bunch of random professors and hoped that at least one of them would?
Maybe they were trying to make a YouTube video or something. I don't know. I emailed 100 YouTube professors and this is what they did.
Yeah, and he spoke about it. He said that, oh no, they were obviously wrong. It was obvious from the start, but I really liked how they referred to me as the world leading expert.
That's how you get someone to reply to your email. You gotta tell them that they're cool and they have good opinions.
True, that's probably what they did. They hope that if they flatter people enough, someone will take them seriously. I mean, let's be real though. If you actually got a solution, go to a lawyer. Yeah, go to a lawyer. No, you don't even need a lawyer. Just go directly to the Nobel Committee and just just claim your Nobel Prize. I mean, let's be real. If someone can verifiably prove that P equals NP or P does not equal NP, they would absolutely win
Oh
a Nobel
yeah.
Prize.
I
Just
feel like
no
yeah.
questions asked. They'll just immediately win one.
Wait, this is a thing. Is there like a computer science equivalent of the Millennium Problems? Because I know they have them for some
I
other
don't think
subjects.
I don't think because the field of computer science is not not as old as a millennium.
Oh no, Millennium
There's
Problems were
only
decided in the year 1999 for the year 2000.
I
It's
don't think but we just certainly have some big problems that are considered like the main thing is
there was
the P and NP is like I think even might be the biggest one because it's such a
PNMP
huge
is
deal.
actually on the list of Millennium Problems for maths as well because it has a
Oh,
lot of big
that makes
implications
sense.
for
Yeah, because
maths. That's where I know it from.
it has P equals NP has so much implications
It's
that this
yeah.
is literally one of those world-changing events if
Mhm.
it ever happens. It's like just although right now it does seem to be that they're not the same, which is kind of a bummer. It's kind of a bummer because if they were the same, then just a shitload of stuff would just would just become immediately more efficient, basically overnight,
Yeah.
if they were the same.
Oh hi Tuppy.
For anyone in the audience is probably not understanding what we mean by saying they're the same or not the same. So to give a little bit of an explanation here, basically the issue is so P are problems that can be solved in polynomial time, and P are problems that can't be solved, but if you have a solution, you can verify it's correct. The idea is that if you can prove that there, even for one of the things in the NP group, there's a solution in polynomial time, it means that there's a solution to all of them. And this means that for a bunch of problems that we didn't know how to solve, we can now solve them way more efficiently than ever before. And there are so many problems that belong to the NP group.
And
And because of that, if someone could prove that there's like an algorithm to even solve one of them, or even just say that they're the same, even just prove that they're the same, even if they don't know the algorithm, it means that an algorithm exists that can make a whole lot of algorithms way more efficient. Basically overnight. Basically overnight, they would become a whole lot more efficient. And so this is a pretty big deal. And there's also a bunch of other implications for all kind of math
there's
stuff.
a lot
Where
of
it would
maths
mean,
implications.
yeah, there's a lot.
There's a lot
There's like
of maths implications.
yeah, there's like a lot of facts and statements that we don't really know much about that would become we would like know a whole lot more about them if it happened. So this is like a really big deal.
As
And
like
sometimes it happens. Nobody found an algorithm, but sometimes it happens that we discover something in NP is not really NP.
yeah, they can be classified sometimes, which is kind of wild.
Sometimes stuff gets put in NP because nobody has found the right algorithm, and then someone finds an algorithm for it, but it's not transferable. So it can solve one problem, but it doesn't apply to the rest of the problems. So it just means that it's been because we know for a fact there's even a class that's called NP hard,
Yeah.
where we know like it's been proven that if you can solve any one of those, then it's enough to solve everything else in NP. So those are like
And
the really
you
important.
also
These
have
are like the most important ones in the NP.
there's also the chaos, which I don't understand the full maths on, but I've been reading a cool research paper on is it like BQP complexities, which are complexities under quantum Turing machines with a certain level of errors in polynomial time, and so it's like a
That
fun
sounds
split off it.
interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of cool
Oh, you get like because this is like
because you have
see
the
the
different
way
algo
yeah.
approach for quantum computers, and so you have the different reframing because you have
Mm. Oh,
QP and
I was
QNP as
thinking
well.
that is true. I was thinking in a different direction because so when you have a problem that is in NP and is unsolvable in polynomial time, usually the approach is approximations. You go,
Yeah.
okay, well I can't get an exact match, but I could in polynomial time get a match that is at least as twice as worse. Usually it's like at least 2 times as worse, or at least like 5 times as worse as the best solution. Usually that is the sort of stuff that people aim for. So I was thinking more along those lines when you said that there are issues. But holy shit, quantum computing is so freaking cool.
It's so cool.
It's so cool. There's like, yeah, everything is like probabilistic and stuff. But there's like a lot of
I loved
very
the
funny.
probability maths for it is very fun, but also
Yeah, it is very fun.
too confusing.
There's also a
I
lot of
don't get
very
it.
a lot of very funny problems with it. For example, you cannot copy stuff. Like if you have an array, you couldn't copy it. Why? Because copying means reading it, and when you read it, the superposition collapses and it stops being. The superposition collapses, and so you essentially lose the array. You change the value of the array by observing it. So they have a whole lot of really funny,
One of my
really funny
friends
problems.
is working as like a researcher for the engineering side of quantum computing, and it's really interesting because every now and then I just ask them questions, and they say really smart things, and then at the end just go, and I don't understand, and I'm like, I think you do. I think you do. It's just confusing. I think no one understands.
I don't think anyone really understands fully. At this moment, I have currently a course in like using AI to find out to like run tests for embedded systems like chips. And this is like a seminar, so every group has to present something. And me and the partner that I'm with in the project, we're currently thinking of doing of finding articles about the use of AI in like embedded software, but for quantum computers. And we haven't started looking into it, but it sounds fascinating as heck. Basically, the idea is that when you have a chip, the chip can do many things, and it's really hard to create specific case tests to cover specific events to find out bugs. And because of that, they're trying to use AI to like generate the tests to see if because you need to run the only way that you can know that there isn't a bug is to run a test and see that the test doesn't fail. So they're trying to say it's kind of so it's not very successful right now, but but a lot of people think that this is the right path to solutions.
It's got a cool possibility.
I don't know how much. Yeah, I don't know how much you know about it, but these things are like expensive as.
Yes, familiar.
For big chip manufacturers like Intel, do you know how much Intel spends just on testing out the chips? Crazy amount, because you need to have people basically tailor make the tests for each stuff. So you need a lot of people working for a long time testing out a lot of different.
And it needs to be a high level task, so it's not like easy employment task. You gotta.
These are like complicated tasks that you need people to constantly be doing, and it can take a lot of time to do it. But you can't skimp out of it because the last time Intel did it, they had a bug in one of their chips. I was
gonna say Intel haven't done the best in it, so maybe they didn't spend that much money on it after all. But I just learned that Intel recently. That's my MO.
Yeah, I mean, in the past they didn't really have such a. Today they have a much more robust system, but in the past they didn't have it. So in the past, they used to have a lot more bugs. There was even like the critical bug in the division.
Yeah.
It's like the division between two big numbers, and it literally gave a wrong result. That one literally caused the recall. They had to recall the fucking chips because they had a mistake in them. It was crazy. So anyway, after that incident, Intel realized that, okay, well, it's going to be a whole lot more expensive to recall the chips than just hire a bunch of people to test them. So now they have way more advanced. So anyway, the problem is that quantum computers have the same problem where it's really hard to verify that everything works correctly, but at the same time, the problems are vastly different. Because usually in a computer, you wouldn't test that like a wire is not faulty. You won't test if like for faulty wires and stuff. Usually the stuff that you would test is if the logic is correct. But you do actually have you have all kind of fascinating problems with quantum computers, like your gates might not be adjusted correctly, or there might be outside interference which causes the superposition to collapse way too early. And there's like a whole lot of like very interesting things that can happen, which is why you need special tests for them as well. And it's really funny because it's like the same stuff, it's the same problem, but the specifics are like vastly different. The actual problems that happen are like the explanation for them are vastly different from in a normal computer. And it's the same problem. It's the same problem that you run a certain case and you get a wrong result, and you gotta find those.
Yeah, it's
if you can.
No.
I find it fascinating.
I think it's cool. I was trying to figure out. I was just looking at the Millennium Problems, and I was trying to figure out which is the one people are most likely to know. Because I feel like people who nerd out about computers, it's definitely going to be P versus NP. But I feel like the Navier-Stokes equations are quite famous, which is another one of them.
The what equation?
The Navier-Stokes equations.
Mm,
It's equations for fluids and air movement and modeling.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one actually.
No, the other one that's
Let
like
me
famous
check if there's a
is
Millennium Problems for CS. Actually,
yeah. I think all the Millennium Problems are like based in math, but a lot of them are important for engineering or for physics or for computer science.
yeah.
Fluid dynamics. I'm scared of fluid dynamics.
Fluid
I
dynamics.
hear Navier-Stokes equations. I get scared, not because I think about the proof of them, just because I think of about first year mechanics.
Do you know if you look? Do you know that the field of thermodynamics is the closest thing we have to like eldritch knowledge that makes those who know it mad? I mean, think about it. The world, thermodynamics came not because of scientists, but because engineers. The steam engine was created before we actually knew why it worked, and so
Oh yeah.
it sparked a new field of physics that explains why the fuck does this thing work, called
I
thermodynamics.
remember.
So they first discovered, and then the field discovered the second law of thermodynamics, and then they discovered the first law of thermodynamics. First of all, they discovered the second law before the first law. Secondly, the world, like the world leading expert in the field, killed himself and actively blamed thermodynamics for it. And then one of his disciples killed himself as well, and also blamed thermodynamics.
I think they should have had more holidays. I think a 3-day weekend is good, actually. Oh my gosh.
No, I've never learned thermodynamics myself, but I have heard that it's a very counterintuitive field. It's very hard to grasp.
Statistical. I've seen some statistical modeling for thermodynamics, but I've never done any like actual theory on it.
I mean, so is like quantum mechanics, honestly. Also,
I love the probability fields in quantum. That's my jam.
I love it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I love probability.
love
It's so cool. That's my favorite maths, I
probability.
think. Probability and group theory.
I hate
They're so cool.
probability. I hate probability so much, but I cannot escape it because it's literally everywhere.
Why? It's so cool.
I haven't really. It is, but I hate it. I hate working with it, and I hate how the entire field of AI is just built on probabilities because I hate it.
Well, I'm gonna get into maths nerd. I feel like a lot of this is a weird nuance, but I feel like if you're talking about AI training, then it's based on a lot of probability. But if you talk on AI tuning or like AI application and model regression for like
Oh, it is very different. Yeah,
Yeah.
if you're just using applications, then it's more about creative. It's more about having the creativity to know where to use it rather than the thing. But if you deal with the AI training and stuff,
It's a lot of probability.
it's a lot of
But it's
probability.
so fun. I will say
I hate it. I don't have the mindset. You need to have the correct mindset for
I love
probabilities. and I
probability.
just
Probability made so much intrinsic sense to me, and then I did Lebesgue measure theory, and then it stopped making sense, but I still love it.
Probability never made sense to me, and it probably never will. But I will just have to live with the knowledge that I will never really understand what I'm doing
It's so
for the rest of my
cool.
life.
If you just do measure theory in like a standard space and you don't start looking at any silly spaces, it's fine. Like if you just ignore n-dimension Euclidean spaces or Lebesgue spaces, it's all good, and you can just have a nice normal probability map with measure theory, and it's fine. Just don't do Lebesgue. Don't go near him. Ignore him. Maybe the integration, Lebesgue integration's fine, but the probability side of Lebesgue theory.
Not, I don't want to know. I would ask you, but I really don't.
It was
Probability
the
scare me. No,
hardest class in my degree. I don't even know how I would explain it.
I think the I think the hardest class in my degree was like I think it was called advanced data structures. The reason why it was so hard was not because the data structures themselves were complicated, but because the way that the exam worked is you would basically get a few questions and then so the whole point of the course was learning how to properly apply the data structures. And these are like basic stuff like stacks, like trees, like, red and black trees, Fibonacci trees, stuff like that. The problem was that the way that the questions would work is that each of them would be a problem that you would need to use the data structures in a specific way to solve it. This means that it is almost purely built on just creativity and being able to figure out the algorithm fast enough, which made it one of the hardest. You literally cannot, you cannot study for it. It's not
And
about
Neopets.
memorizing. It's not about knowing stuff. You literally just have to be creative. You literally have to be good enough at problem solving to just figure out how.
You see, I
Oh my
like
god,
problem
I
solving and stuff,
tanked.
but oh, hey,
Yeah, but this is
fun.
like not the fun. Yeah, but see, problem solving is fun, but not when you're stuck in a small
Not in
room
an
with like
exam.
50.
No, you're
Not
right.
in an exam.
No,
And see, exams are fine if it's like testing you on math or like doing standard procedures and stuff. But when it's just giving you a problem and you just have to
some of
improvise,
those standard
you have to
procedures get
improvise
pretty
somehow.
scary. I don't know about that.
And yeah, I took calculus. I get it. Some of them really are very scary, but it's even scarier when there is no
I
standard to
mean,
solve it, and you
maths
literally
is
just have to improvise
examined
something on the spot.
kind of differently at uni. A lot of maths as uni isn't applying a standard question, especially in the latter years.
That's true.
You'll sometimes they give
Thank,
you like a nice
thankfully, I
8 mark
haven't
question.
gotten that far with me.
And
Thankfully,
it's just
I've
like, oh
never had to
yeah,
deal with that
recite this
much of it.
3-page proof, and then you're like, oh, easy marks. But then other times
Yeah.
it's
In
just,
in high school, it's literally just
it's so
memorize. Just
nice. You can
plug and
just
play
you can
equations.
you can memorize like 3 or 4 methods, and you see a keyword in the question, and you apply the method, and it's sorted. You can be like a low quality computer just doing set steps, and it'll be
Right.
fine.
I will say I genuinely do not understand people who struggle with like high school math. Not because I don't think they're like stupid or something. It's just
I
there's no
feel
thought
like
behind it.
maths is
There's no
really,
thought behind it. You just learn the equation and then you use the equation.
I think it can be really difficult to understand when to apply the equations. And if you have like a lot of
Yeah, that is
context, and if you have the kind of application where you're then comfortable doing like maths or computer science to a high level, then it's probably going to seem quite instinctive to
yeah,
you. But,
fair. I
but
know.
yeah,
I know that it's like a bias, and there is a reason why.
what have you done?
And what the fuck happened to
This is why I have too many channel play
you?
redeems. Pay no attention. I'm still cute, right?
Is that
It's
is that a disease? Is that infectious?
no,
Oh,
I'm fine.
it's not infectious, right?
It's not infectious. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I want see. I like problem solving in like not in not in exam stuff.
Where's Sky, Danya?
Mm,
My
but yeah,
toggle's not working. The
thankfully we
Yandere
didn't.
toggle isn't working. I just have to frown for a little bit. That's the
Oh
best
no.
I've got.
Thankfully, we don't really have that advanced math because, like, I didn't do a math. Thankfully, I would never have
Maths
survived
is
one. I didn't do a
cool.
math degree. I did a computer science degree. So we just had to deal with a lot of programming and stuff. And even though there was a lot of math, it was like
I mean, you
the
still need to do a lot of
the
set
basic
theory.
stuff. Yeah, yeah, those like a lot of set theory. I think the furthest we got is stuff like group theory, but we didn't really
I
like.
love group theory so much. Oh my
Group theory is
gosh.
so cool. It is genuinely such a fun thing to work with.
Did you
I
get
fully
into
agree.
looking at like groups that have the same structure as other groups and are therefore can be described in both
Isomorphic.
asymmetric groups? Yeah, because
Isomorphic
that
group. Literally the
you
whole
learn
field
it
of
earlier in
encryption of
computer science than you
cyber
do in maths because it's very relevant for computer science, but it's like quite specific in maths. But it's so cool.
it
It's
is
so
very relevant.
fun.
Literally the entire field of cyber security is built on homomorphic groups. Because mathematically, you can map between two different domains, or one of them is the encrypted domain and the other one is the
Yep.
decrypted domain, and you can mathematically prove that there exists a transition between the two that like keeps them that allows you to do. This is something really cool that is happening lately. We're getting more and more algorithms that work on encrypted data. So imagine when you do a Google search and then your ISP provider, instead of being sent the thing that you're looking for, like let's say you're looking at, I don't know, something that you wouldn't want people to know, like a only corn. So imagine you're trying to go to only corn, And so nowadays your ISP provider can see that you're trying to go there, which is bad, and you don't want them to know. But there are more and more algorithms that allow you to send them an encrypted. So you wouldn't send them the Onicon, you would send them like some sort of gibberish, and then they would run the functions and stuff on the encrypted data, and then give you back a response. And then they would give you back an IP address that is encrypted, and then you can just decrypt the IP address. The idea is because the groups are like the same, it means that you can run the same calculations over the encrypted data, and it would transfer over to the decrypted data. And it's so cool.
Cause yeah, the
It's so cool that you can.
group homomorphisms are a very cool property. Just to think about, but there's also a lot of good applications. But I just like thinking about groups. They're cool.
They are very. Group theory is very cool. Generally, I loved linear. We studied in like linear algebra. I loved that course so much because it was so much fun. We had like.
I didn't really like linear algebra.
I loved it. It's so fun to work with matrices and vectors, though. They're so much fun.
In one of my
Matrices are so
exams, we
cool.
had
You just don't get it.
to multiply a 5x5 matrix in an exam. In a timed
Oof.
exam.
Oh,
Like the class was fine until
Mm.
that exam. I think he just decided he hated us.
It really does sound like. Why would even make it? Nobody does these things by hand.
It could be
What the
it could be transformed to simplify down into a 4x4 matrix multiplication, so it wasn't too bad.
yes.
The
yes. So easy. 4x4
4
matrix.
by
What
4
the?
yeah, you can like do a 4x4 matrix multiplication in
Holy
like
shit!
3
Are we having a
minutes.
raid?
Oh
Oh my
wait,
god.
Lena, welcome in.
Oh my god,
Welcome
Lena.
in, Raiders. How? Welcome
Lena,
in,
welcome
dragons.
in.
Wait, oh my gosh. Thank you so much.
Please
Hi,
welcome in.
Pearl.
How
Hi,
you doing,
Salty.
Lena?
Hi,
I hope
Lord.
you've had a.
Wait, we
I
got
hope
2
you've had a
Lords.
good.
Hi, Jumpy. Hi, Peasant. How you all doing? Hi, Unicorn. Hi, Lena. Thank you so much.
Oh, Lena, we're just nerding out about
No,
muffins.
I do regret to inform you we are talking about maths. I really appreciate you stopping by. If you want to immediately leave, either to have a drink or to avoid the maths, very understandable.
Why would you want to avoid the math? The math is so
we
cool.
were talking about how
Who
cool
doesn't
group
like
theory is for the last 5 minutes. we were
Group
just
theory is so freaking
fangirling over group homomorphisms. That was the stream.
You gotta admit though, it's a topic worth fangirling on.
But yeah, welcome in everybody. I hope you had a good stream. If you wanna go grab a drink, grab a snack, take a break, make sure to take care of yourselves. And Lena, I really
What
appreciate
she
you
said.
trusting your community. Thank you for stopping by. If you need to run up to sleep, I understand. Go worry, go to bed, go get your rest. My name is
I don't
Denya.
understand. If you're leaving and dashing, I want a 15-page report on exactly why. Before you go.
If you have a favorite group or like favorite set and like set theory or group theory, you could submit that instead of your essay. I'm like the nice professor. We're like good professor, bad professor, scary professor, nice professor. Oh hi Enigma. Oh come in. Oh come in. But yeah.
Hello. Oh yeah, that is true. I don't think I have a favorite group. I just like it as a whole.
I don't actually know what my
Can I
answer would
boast?
be.
Can I boast for a moment? I want to boast about something.
Go off.
Alright. So you remember how earlier I said that I had like the 3 exams at the same time as my finals? I meant the high school finals because I did my degree at like.
Wait, really? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I didn't. This is also why I said that I never, even though my country has SAT tests, I never took one because I never took one and I never will because I just went into uni while
You
still
just
being in high
skipped.
school. Yeah, we started at like around 16, I think, and then around 18 I finished like late 18 I finished the degree.
Yeah, I did the thing if I did
Very
some
cool.
classes early, but then it turned out it was just easier for me to keep doing extra classes and just only go to uni like half a year early. So
Nice. I mean, if it works, it works.
yeah,
Honestly, it was
less
fun, though.
paperwork too.
No, I'm lying. It wasn't fun. It was absolutely.
It was fun until I
Imagine being
got
a.
to Lebesgue measure theory. Lebesgue measure theory, I'm so scared of you. It made me feel good about rings and fields, and I don't feel good about rings and fields. Oh,
Fields are
thank you
so
for the
cool,
hydrate
though.
stick.
Fields are so cool, though.
I will
See,
say.
I love some of the courses were fun, but it's not very fun when you have both high school. This is also why they had to give us a special course just to tell us high school level math because we didn't finish. Because we didn't
That makes
finish
a
the
lot
high
more
school level
sense
math
now.
by the time we reached the and
Mm.
yeah, it completely wrecked my
Wait,
social life.
did,
But hey, at least I got a degree at 18, which is kind of cool. Also, I'm
wait.
told.
So you finished the full? Oh, okay. That's crazy. Never mind. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Giga
No,
brain.
I would legit go in the morning to high school,
Mhm.
and then when I'm done with high school, I'd go in the evening to the university. I didn't even
What?
know. I didn't. And the funniest thing was, I didn't even know I was doing a degree. I thought I was doing like a couple of extra courses, so that one day when I'm doing the degree,
Mhm. Mhm.
I would have to do like less. And then one day it's like, congratulations, you finished your degree. You're gonna finish your degree soon. And I'm like, huh? Excuse me, what?
That's madness. I know. I feel like.
Excuse me. I thought I was
Oh
just
my
saying a few
gosh.
courses.
I
What
was
do you
gonna
mean I'm
say
gonna
I
finish
did
my
I did
degree?
like extra classes at uni whilst I was in school, but they I didn't get any qualifications for them. I didn't even get to do less credits at uni. They weren't transferable. I was so grumpy. I was just like, what do you mean I did like 60 I did half a year's worth of classes and they don't count towards anything? No, I don't
That is
want a diploma.
crazy.
What do you mean they're not transferable? I don't want to go here.
That is crazy.
I
Oh
was
yeah,
so
I don't have my
grumpy.
diploma yet.
Wait.
I overslept and didn't show up at the day that I gave them up,
Well,
and
go
I
get your
never really had a
diploma.
use
Do
for
they
it
not need to like
because
print
whenever
it
they
out and
ask me
mail it
for
to you?
something, no, you had to physically be able to. I think I can get a digital copy somewhere, but I never had the need to do it because nobody ever asked me for my degrees.
Oh my gosh.
I just showed them the uni degree, and like that's it.
Mhm. That's
I
crazy.
also got a pretty high. How much did you get, by the way, as like the final score?
Uh, I got a. I don't know what it translates to, but I got a 2-1 in like UK grades.
I have no idea what that means.
Uh,
We use a scale of like 1 to 100 here.
but as a percentage, that was I think I averaged 64, which sounds daft, but the highest grade is 70. It's so funny to me when Americans are like, "Oh yeah, I got 91% and I failed," and I'm
Okay.
just like, "What do you mean? What do you mean you got
Yeah.
91% and you failed?" You know what I mean, though. American grades are so silly.
Oh, yeah. I
Oh
think I
wait,
got like
Tex, thank you
yeah.
for the
I
hydrates
think
and
I
the
got like a
pets.
90, like almost a 93% out of 100.
Holy moly.
I was literally half a point off from like getting honors. I'm still mad about.
Wait, do you wait? Oh, there must be a different grading system there, because you
Yeah.
get honors in the UK. It can depend from university to university, but I think for all the Russell ones, for all the like big research ones, you get honors if you get above I think
It's the
if
way.
you pass all the contents, if you don't get any compensated fails, and if you get the highest grade in your dissertation, I
Oh,
think is where you do to
that's
get an
not how it
honors.
works. Here, honors means that you're like among the top like X%. I don't remember how much.
Oh,
I think like 3%, something like that.
that's kind of
This is what
crazy.
honor means. Yeah, I'm still mad. I'm still mad.
It's so funny.
I was so freaking close. Half a
Aww.
point off. I'm
But I
so
mean, when
mad.
they've been like 3 years older than you, so
Hmm.
when they've been
Oh
like
yeah,
older than you, so they
and
had a lot
most
more
people
time.
were like way old. It's really funny because we took like most of the courses. We had like a special segment for it that was just us.
Mhm.
But then when we went to exams, it would be with everyone else. So I would literally in the courses it would be fine. But then when the exam came in, I would go to rooms and there would sometimes be people like twice, more than twice or thrice my age.
Oh my
The
gosh,
same room. Yeah, but
that's
no, a lot of
crazy.
people were like way older. A lot of people were like way older than us,
Mhm. I feel
which
like
was kind of funny.
you didn't get.
I actually kind of funnily at one point in time I got to teach like a student stuff as part of like I think it was a scholarship thingy. I don't
Mhm.
even remember. So the student that I got was actually older than me.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
I got to teach a first year in my degree who was older than, and he was like 80.
Oh my gosh. Little baby lion.
Yeah, funny. No, sorry,
Wait,
he
no,
was 20. Not
I should be
18.
the
He
big
was
tall one, shouldn't I? Why?
No, because you're shorter than me.
No,
I'm like 175.
no, I'm a few hundred years old. I'm the
I'm
grandma
14
here.
billion years. I'm 14 billion years old. Okay,
Mhm,
like I was
mhm.
like, mhm. Back in my day,
Back in my
there
day.
was in my day there weren't even stars around. The universe was just a bunch of gas.
Back in my day, this wasn't called dressing like a Victorian grandma. This was just being fashionable. I'm
Back
stuck
in
in
my
my
days, we didn't
times.
have any dinosaur jokes because they weren't even alive.
Dinosaurs are so high tech, aren't they?
Oh, speaking of Victorian style, have you noticed? Did you notice that the style of like the oldie creepy stuff has changed from abandoned churches and old buildings into abandoned malls?
Wait, really? I don't
Yeah,
consume much horror content because I'm scaredy mouse. But has it
yeah,
been swapping?
and this is like the same. Yeah, it is swapping. Have you noticed? There's like a shit ton of there's like a shit ton of videos of people like exploring abandoned malls and stuff. And there's okay, have you heard about the back rooms, right?
Mhm, mhm.
So the back rooms is an analog horror that's not based around old stuff. It's based around like office spaces.
Yeah,
It is so cool. It is so cool how the style has changed.
yeah.
Because if you think about it, the goth like the gothic style is usually associated with old decadent with like decayed decadence, things that used to be opulent and big and fancy that have degraded over time until now they're nothing but antiques. And now and in the past the symbol for opulence used to be stuff like churches, like big like castles, like big buildings. But now signs of opulences have changed into stuff like malls, big malls that used to sprawl around, and now decayed opulence has become abandoned malls. And
I do.
so you get the same type of vibes
Mhm,
from like
mhm. There's
it's
some
very interesting.
there's some cool motifs on. There was a period of time in, I think it was, oh, I'm gonna forget the long period. It was either the 60s or the 70s where they discovered ways that they could make entirely glass walls in offices, and they realized that they could structure buildings differently because they made a big breakthrough in how windows were formed. And so there was this big swap to having the kind of modern all glass skyscrapers because you could also build a lot higher because it was easier to make airtight buildings. And with all these
Mm.
changes, there was a lot of issues of lack of air circulation in the early skyscrapers. And I think that's what a lot of the kind of sinister paranormal association with offices come from, because there are some of the first office skyscrapers, if you go inside them, they'll make you sick because the air circulation isn't sufficient, and there's a lot of the different chemicals they used on the carpet or in the furniture that over time would be really like
That is
negligible
very
to a
fascinating.
person,
I didn't know
but
that.
because there's no
I
circulation, the chemicals build up over time, and it was like poisoning the office workers, and they were getting dizzy
That is very
spells and
interesting.
stuff.
I don't think this is the reason why. I
Mhm,
think
mhm,
but this is a very interesting fact. I think the reason why is more so to do with the fact that a lot of people don't like the workplace, and so when they go to like office spaces, they feel a sort of suffocation on like their soul, that their soul is being suffocated, and they're just slowly dying out while in there.
mhm. Well, it's
I don't
it's
think it's a.
motifs
I,
of
I think it's a
oppression.
more. Yeah,
They've gone from kind of like hierarchical royal or upper class symbols to corporate symbols as a like
yeah.
tool of interaction of power as a yeah
Yeah.
sentence.
So because a lot of people feel it's like there is no physical strain anymore, but a lot of
Mhm,
people feel a mental strain, and the way that the analog horror showcases this is by turning the mental into the physical,
mhm, mhm.
by taking the office spaces and making them in the first place, making them in a way that would make it the most horrific and the most cursed, and then putting horrors inside of it. But obviously there are no actual monsters roaming the halls of office buildings, and
Mhm.
for most of them you wouldn't get sick just by sitting there. But there is a type of suffocation that you can feel from doing the same
Yeah.
menial task. You know, I think I
Yeah.
saw somewhere that they said that like something like 30% of people do jobs that are in essence not that important. All kind of bureaucrats and stuff and pencil pushers and like big corporations.
Oh, thank you for
And
the follow.
I, I
Wait.
don't I don't remember much from the statistics, but I just remember that it talked about those people where they're like in a sort of awkward situation where they needed to have a job, so they need to keep doing something, but
Mm-hmm.
the thing that they're doing is not very interesting and not very meaningful. So it's this sort of like limbo area where it's still better than doing a physical job. So they would still rather be doing it, but at the same time, it's not really enriching. So they're still suffering.
Yeah. Wait, my brain's being smooth. My dyslexia can't separate out the words, but I think it's something mental. Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry, my dyslexia too hard are all lowercase letters, but welcome into the library. But yeah,
Hope a plastic chair during my final high school exam in a hall were allowed banks.
oh my
Um,
gosh.
oh my god. Do you know
My
what I
most
remember?
embarrassing story from an exam is I fainted and I just made a really loud thud noise when I fell off my chair.
Oh no,
I
insane.
fainted and I'd signaled to the invigilator because I could tell I was getting dizzy. So I went to
Why did you
stand up, and
faint?
as I stood up, I just fainted, and so I just thudded and then knocked over my metal chair.
Why did you faint? Were you feeling unwell?
I was a student. I have like really low blood sugars, so if it's warm, I faint
Oh,
quite easily. And this was in the middle of summer
oh my.
in like a pretty small room with windows that we'd been in for like 6 hours. So
What
it's
are you, a
towards the end of an
lizard?
exam.
You go to a hot. What are you, a lizard? You go to a hot place and you fall asleep.
I I've been saying mice should hibernate in the summer. I know mice don't hibernate in general, but once they get as big and tall as me, because I'm very tall, I think mice should start hibernating. We deal really well with the winter, but the summer's just I'm not equipped for it. It's too warm. I can't stand it.
Yeah,
Mm, it's
fair. I mean, I saw a joke I would like you to confirm if this is true or not, but I saw a joke once that said that British people are always taken by surprise by the unexpected heat wave that comes once a year.
it comes twice a year now, but yeah. Every year you forget just how much warmer it is inside than out. I think is the bit that's really unexpected. Um, I don't think it's the case in many other countries. I feel like the rest of Europe's slightly less bad at it,
Yeah,
but
and I think it's because of how north of just how north it is. So
mhm.
being warm is not really for most of history. Being warm is not something that they're familiar with. But now,
No.
thanks to global warming,
And we have a surprising volume of surviving old houses. It's so funny to me when Americans are just like, oh, what do you mean 26 degrees is warm? That's like a light temperature. And it's just like, listen, America,
yeah,
there's
because
more
you've got
bricks in a single building in the UK and insulation than the entirety of America put together. We get to overheat. Our
I've
houses are
heard the
built like
things.
ovens.
I've heard how bad the insulation is
Oh,
in the well, you've got some houses with too much, and also houses with too little insulation, and then they get
it's so
fucked in the winter.
inconsistent. Yeah.
It is very inconsistent.
It's quite funny. There's what we call the pigeon test because it didn't used to be super common for it to snow in the UK until it started kind of snowing consistently from the 80s onwards. But essentially you would be able to look at a roof, and if there was a row of terraced houses and all of the pigeons were sitting on one roof, it meant that person hadn't got their insulation done because it was the house that was giving off the most heat, so that's why all the birds are on their roof. And so if you were looking to buy a house, you'd wait to see if there were some birds nearby, or you'd scatter bird seed and throw it on the roof, and if birds fly to the roof and sit on it but don't stay, it means it's insulated properly. But if they land there and stay there, it means the house is full
That
of
is so
insulation.
fascinating.
It, it,
That is
I,
very fascinating.
I think a lot of houses, modern houses, have to be up to code, and then like building codes in the UK are decent. The older houses are just so warm. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, before we had the technology and the time to figure out that, hey, maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't build them like that.
I mean, it made sense at the time, but it makes me
Yeah.
very warm. Why I have my little like study desk office work home area at the very top, I will never know. Sometimes there's a cellar in the library, and sometimes I just go down to the cellar to like lie on the floor underground, and I'm like, oh, this is joyous. It's like 7 degrees. This is euphoric. I'm having a wonderful time.
I have a question. What do you think? Should a caveman or like not a caveman, but like a medieval peasant, if they came to the modern world, what invention do you think would fascinate them the most? I think a fridge. I think a fridge would fascinate them the most.
I kind of want to say an
But fascinate
elevator,
is not in. Ooh,
because like think how excitable dogs are in elevators.
like why elevators and not like high tall buildings though?
Because specifically with the elevator, you have the experience of going in it, and then the sense of vertigo isn't that profound. So if it's like a nicely maintained elevator and there's no like the trundling noises of it going between floors, you go
Like
into a
like
box, and
a
then
high rise, high
you
like
stand in
fast
a box
moving
for 10
elevator.
seconds, you open the doors, and you're in the air. Imagine how terrifying that would be, especially when you've
Mm.
never seen a building
Oh,
at that height. If you suddenly just go up 40 floors to like one of the tall buildings in London.
forget 40 floors. Take them to the Empire State. Have them go like 100 floors. Or
Well,
what is it? The Burj Khalifa.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know how many floors buildings had anymore, and 40 seemed like a really big number to me. So that's what I went for.
I don't think modern skyscrapers have only 40. Actually, let me check how
I,
much that's. If I recall correctly, the Burj Khalifa is the
that's the
biggest building,
tallest.
right?
Yeah, there's the second one that they're trying to build, but it might not get finished. Although
The
they
Burj
haven't
Khalifa, how
finished
many?
Burj Khalifa, have they? How many floors is
163 floors.
floors is the tallest building in UK?
Do you
Okay,
know that they have? Yeah,
it's
they
62
have.
in the UK, so 40 was
I
like.
see. So 40 was
Yeah,
yeah,
we got
something.
small buildings. We're just vibing.
I mean, if you did you know that for very tall skyscrapers they have like a huge stone at the top of it
It's a
that they
really
use
cool
to stand on?
system with the double damper suppression to stop the building from swaying. And then you have
Mm-hmm.
the secondary forces that act as a counterbalance, but also actively control the building's movement so it balances
Mm-hmm.
itself out faster. It's really fun. Talking about informative YouTube video essays, I watched a really good I think it was a Vertiseum video on one of the buildings in New York that it was found out a few years after it was built that there was an issue in the way that some of the structures had been bolted, and it had to like secretly be rewelded. It was very cool.
Oh,
Uh,
I think I remember. Oh, I think I remember reading this.
I think the video came out a
Someone
month or
said,
two ago. You might have seen it. I feel like if
I think yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
mhm, mhm. it
Or they
was
had to yeah.
it was a super famous example, but I've obviously immediately forgotten the words because I am sleepy. I remember nothing. I
Yeah, it
remember
is very late.
books cool, select
Mm-hmm.
star from table. Um,
If you would study though, would the books not be hot? Would they stay cool?
books stay relatively cool. Yeah, I feel
I guess
like
paper doesn't
unless,
transmit
un-
heat that well.
yeah, unless you have like a leather bound book, they can get a bit warm. But I don't own many
Why?
leather bound
Does the
books.
leather transmit heat well?
It's not so much of
Or does
the
it trap?
I think the leather absorbs heat well, so even if you have a book with like a black front cover, the cover of a book would normally be paper or cardboard nowadays if it's a
Hmm.
hardback, and that doesn't have that much space to absorb or emit heat, whereas leather does absorb and emit heat quite
Mm,
easily.
I think leather-bounded books are quite rare these days. It's only the old ones.
Yeah,
Nobody makes them with leather anymore.
I have a few older books. It's kind of cool.
That is very cool. I don't have any books that have like I do have a few fascinating books. I have
Oh,
my collection is quite small actually. I have the journal number 3 from Gravity Falls, the Dungeon Master book, few books about CS, few mangas. I have
oh.
a Minecraft guidebook. Has like
Oh my
recipes and all
gosh.
kind of
I
Minecraft
remember back
mechanics
in the
and
day
stuff.
when you had to have a guide to play
Poetry
StarCraft
novel.
Valley because there wasn't a wiki. Those are the days. Without those
Yeah.
guides, you'd be
Oh, I have a
doomed.
full replica of the Death Note. It
Wait,
even
that's
has
really
some names.
cool.
that even has names inside of it. I went to cons some time ago and I
Mm-hmm.
walked around with like a light Yagami cosplay and I would ask people for their signatures. So now the Death Note is just full of names.
Oh my gosh. I
Yeah,
was
I
gonna
have
say
like
I have copies of the full version of Death Note. That was one of
actually,
the first mangas I read. So
let me look. This thing has so much memories. This thing has like two cons worth of just names and names and names and this thing is full of names. I'm so fascinated every time I say it. And there's like there's a story to every name here. There's like there's like a story to every name here. It's so fascinating. Some people wrote friends, some people wrote family members. One person wrote their mother. I had like 3 person write their exes on it.
oh my gosh. Wait, I thought you meant people like signed their own names, not they just like wrote.
And oh, I did ask people for their own names, but then some people just asked, "Can I put someone else's names in there?" And I couldn't tell them no. For one person,
Holy moly.
I had to forcefully take the note from her because she just wrote so many names.
Oh my
I have a
gosh.
page here full of names from just one person.
That's kind
She
of
would have,
scary.
and then it ends with there's like a list of names, and then it ends with "I wish you would end up in boiling water."
What the
Did I
heck?
sign it? Am I stupid?
Scary
Oh, I
people
think
at
they
anime
signed it too.
conventions.
And some names here are like real names. Some names are family members. Oh, and when I was telling this story to someone in the train, another person in the train asked me if they can write the name of the ex.
Holy, people
I
need
think
to
the ex
learn to
cheated on.
block people, I think.
They did. See, but I think the ex cheated on them, which is why they were so mad about it.
Oh.
But yeah, died due to anime overload.
Just got too engrossed watching Fun Run, forgot to
Yeah.
eat for 3 days, died, vegged.
Oh yeah, I got from I found a Vi and a Caitlyn.
Aww.
Sorry, not Vi. I found a Jinx and a Vi.
Oh.
The
Mhm.
Jinx wrote Caitlyn and the Vi wrote Silco.
Oh my gosh. Wait.
Oh, and then I have a page. I bought an L sticker, so I put it in the notebook, made a heart around it, and wrote L, my beloved.
Aw.
I have the page dedicated to L.
I feel like
Oh,
if.
and then I have a nice drawing of Uzi Dorman. Yeah, I listened to a crazy story. So when I was in the convention, I found on the whiteboard a lot of like murder drones art that was really, really good. It was really, really good. And then as I was walking around asking for signatures, I ended up asking for signature from someone, and they asked, "Can I draw something instead of a signature?" And I said yes. And then they made a drawing, and I was like, "Wait, are you and they made a murder drone drawing, and I was like, "Wait, are you the person who drew on
Wait,
the
that's so
whiteboard?" And I was like, "Yes.
cool.
How did you know this?" And then we talked. I hung for a little bit, and then they took me to the whiteboards, and they gave me like a, and then they made like a drawing of L on the floor just
That's
for
so
me.
cool. I
It was
hmm, I kind of want to go to more conventions, but they're just so warm. I'm back on my hating warm weather agenda. I don't know. I'm gonna go to the expo, which is
Do you know?
exciting.
Have you ever been to a convention with fairies? We had a few of them faint, I think, whenever we.
Yeah, I've been to a
Because
few like
imagine,
hackathons and like LAN parties, so there's always fairies
imagine.
there.
Do you say hackathons?
Hmm.
Oh yeah, Phil. Oh, I've actually been to a hackathon recently. We won like
Oh
third
really?
place.
Well, that's
Yeah,
cool.
we won. It was a really cool one. I'm not gonna say which one 'cause
Yep, yep. I
I don't
I
want to
I
dox
went to summer uni because they would sometimes invite like maths people there to like just because
it.
you'd want maths questions
Yeah,
specific to the event, and so they'd ask other unis because unis often host them if they can send people from like their maths society to help out. And so I'd often go since I ran the maths
the
society whilst I
Math
was a uni.
Society is
Yeah.
such a British thing.
Well, I think a lot of unis have like a bunch of hobby societies, and so every department has their own one. Where they do
Mine
like,
never, mine
wait,
never
really?
had one.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's pretty
we didn't have
popular in
it.
the UK.
You just you just go to the uni and you study and you go home. Why would I want to stay there after
Well, there's
studying?
like sports ones, but there's also like board game societies and anime societies and
No,
stuff.
we didn't have any of that stuff.
I went to, that's how I made all my friends at uni. I wasn't gonna like talk to people. You have to be placed in a board game with them. That's how you acquire the friendship. This society
That
is
sounds
not
really awesome though.
clubs. I
This
think.
is like the kind of stuff that
Hmm,
you see in in like anime and movies where they got the clubs and the stuff.
I don't think.
Man, I feel like I missed out so much on the student life because I never really I never really had one.
I mean, you're still studying now, kind of, aren't you?
True, but yeah, but I also get like the full-time job, so it's different. I don't get the full experience of being a
Yeah.
student. I don't have time for anything. It sucks.
I'm not sure why they're called societies, not clubs. Um, I think they could just be
The
described as
high
clubs.
society.
I think they're just they like being fancy. That's what defines a lot of British
Man,
education.
this shit.
They like pretending they're fancy.
The English really do like their fancy stuff. Man, I'm looking at the notebook here. There are legit like 60 pages of rules. This thing has so much rules. They made a replica with every rule from the series in the book here, and
uh,
honestly, there are probably some rules here that were never shown.
well, I was gonna say not all the rules that were published in the series were real because there was the fake ones that got added in.
Yeah, the fake ones are not here because it's
Oh,
like a
okay.
real. Because this is like a real notebook.
Hmm. Well, yeah.
The rules I love the most is all humans will, without exception, eventually die. That's my favorite one. But yeah, there's like so much loose. This thing literally ties up all the. You literally do not have any loose holes here.
I kind of want to get a copy of that. I love Death Note so much.
You
That.
should. It's. I don't think it's that expensive. It is very cool. It's a very amazing trophy. It's not the weirdest book that I own though. It's probably like the third, kind of like the third weirdest that I own.
Hmm. Wait, what
What
are
is the
the
weird?
weirder ones?
Oh, I have a French. The second one is a French book by the name La Pipi de la Zèbre. I really wish I could show you the pictures from this. It's a. Let me read you one of the pages. The first page. Questa zebra è una zebra un po' strana. Fa la pipì dappertutto. Psst. And there's literally a picture here of a zebra walking on the street and just pissing everywhere. it's a really funny French book. I'm not gonna read the whole story, but basically the moral is that there's like the zebra and it like pees everywhere. It pees onto people, onto the food, onto has like the streets get flooded with the pee. And then the town people get annoyed, so they banish the zebra to a small island in the middle of nowhere. And then the town catches on fire, and the zebra comes back and pees on the fire and puts it out.
France is a strange place. I am. I'm not
This
sure
is
what the
just the
moral of that
second.
one is.
This is the second weirdest book that I own.
Okay. What's the weirdest book you have? I'm scared now.
Oh, oh boy, I think you're asking. Hang on, let me pull it up. So this thing, um, so this thing, I'm gonna tell you the story behind it first of how I got it. The way that I got it was I was in a convention and there was some books running around and they were really bizarre, extremely bizarre. So it just so happens that at the same time as the convention was happening, some peddler, literally a fucking peddler, was with a stall around the convention, and he was selling these really bizarre LGBTQ books. Now I'm gonna, it's not the fact that they're LGBTQ that is weird. I'm gonna tell you what's in the book in a minute, but first. So I went there to buy one of them. He told me that he got there because he was banished from the place that he was before. So he had to change locations. And
Oh
then he
no.
like tried hitting on me, which was really weird because he was
Oh.
like twice my age. And
Oh.
then he wrote, yeah, and then he wrote a memo here in the book with his phone number, which I have never called, which I've never used to date, but it is always here. And he also gave me like I think a vinyl record of something of like I don't know if it's an audiobook or a song he made, and the vinyl record was autographed, but not with a signature. he had like a fingerprint thingy on it, a handprint where he placed his hand in paint and then on the record.
Wouldn't that mean that
Although
the record doesn't
I lost.
play?
Sadly, I lost the record, so
Ah,
I guess we're never gonna know what's in there. Anyway, the book is about the book is about a certain head of a terrorist organization. The
what the
musical,
heck?
it is a musical about
A
that
musical.
organization all being like super gay and constantly talking about like dicks and orgies and something. And it's a script for a musical, which means that there are songs here. There's
What
like
the heck
this
kind
thing
of
is a
conventions
full
are
on
you
this thing
going to?
was not
This is.
casual. This thing is not casually made. It has more than 100. It has more than 100 pages. It is written exactly like a script. There's even stuff here where it's like notes for the director and like highlighted stuff and like scene. There are songs here, songs entire songs here. Like there's a song here about how much he loves orgies, like a song about forbidden love between gay. It is such a bizarre book.
What
I
on
don't even want to
earth?
know how much drugs the person. I met him. I met him, so yeah, he was probably on a lot of drugs when he made this.
No.
This thing is it's
This is
freaking
really
insane.
anticlimactic then. The weirdest book I have is I have a copy of the Codex of Phineas. That's the weirdest book I've got.
From like the Phineas and Ferb.
Codex of Phineas. So it's a famous and like I don't have both copies because it's
Oh,
technically two volumes.
Phineas.
No, Seraphinianus. Codex of
Hmm?
Phineas. If
What is it about?
it's a encyclopedia of drawings and illustrations of
Oh, that's very cool.
botany in a fantasy world, but it makes absolutely no sense and it was done intentionally in a way to kind of make less sense as you go on. It's one of several books in a
Oh
series in
my god, that
history
sounds
where it's
amazing.
intended to be like unintelligible or non-decipherable. But this one is like a fun variation that it was designed in the style of visual botany books at the time.
That
But
is really cool. Man, I is there PDFs of it online? Now I wanna read it.
yeah,
Oh,
I think you can find PDFs of it. Trying to buy a copy of it can be pretty expensive because it's quite
I
awkward to
see. I'm probably
print.
not gonna buy. Yeah, I'm probably not
Uh,
gonna buy it.
but it's pretty cool. There's like
Why do I still have this book? This
this
thing haunts me in my dreams.
I, but yeah, there's some like weird. Every now and then, a page from it will go viral as having like really crazy stuff in it. But it's pretty cool.
That
Um,
sounds very cool. I don't know if I should keep that book or get rid of it because I feel like it's cursed, but also it's really funny. People
um,
ask me what's the weirdest thing I own, and I just pull this out, and no, nobody can top it. I legit just bought it because holy shit, this thing is crazy. I want to own something that's crazy.
oh.
Do you
Wait,
have like, do you have like,
why does Codex of Phineas have a Goodreads page?
huh?
Well, it's impossible to read. That's like the whole point of the book. So it's 4.5 stars on
It's
Goodreads. Wait,
oh my
oh my
god.
gosh. But yeah, it's
Maybe
like an art exhibition book. It's pretty
m-
cool. You're still going? We're
maybe
still yapping.
maybe a traveler from another from the dimension it came from accidentally wandered into our own.
Well, it was presented as if it was like an alternative biology and like an alternative evolution book. So it was kind of presented along those lines, but it was done in like
That
a
is really cool. I'm gonna have to
pseudo
check it out.
satirical sense. I think it was done by an Italian biologist, if I'm remembering correctly. Mm-hmm.
So it was made by like a real biologist.
Yeah, it was made to a lot of it was designed to mock a lot of modern institutes regarding um encryption and different understandings and arguments about genetics. So that's
Yeah, Lash. I should put just chatting in.
oh yeah. But yeah, it's
Also, thank you for the thank you, White Sounds, for the sub. I just know that. Oh my god. But you know, oh,
mhm.
Yeah, I recently found in my cupboard a set of knights, like small figurine of knights. So I set them up in the display case. I'm very proud of them. They're very good looking. Although I
Oh.
think I lost one of the horses.
Oh, like little figures of knights and
Yeah, yeah.
horses and stuff. Oh,
Knights and
that's cool.
horses. They're very cool looking, but sadly I think I lost it.
Aw.
Yeah, I made like a small display case of all the like the cool stuff that I have. Sadly, not everything can go into it. Like I couldn't put the. I have a replica of a flintlock pistol, which sadly is too big to get into the cupboard.
That's kind of cool and scary.
What do you mean? It doesn't. It's just a small pistol. Honestly, that thing is more useful as a club than a pistol. It's so freaking heavy and it has a sharp. It
I
also has a
still, I,
sharp
I
point
still
on the
think
end.
that's pretty scary. If someone tries to like break into the library, I have to hit them over the head with one of my big books on maths. I don't. What do you mean you have a flintlock pistol?
I have a. What do you mean? I think you just described it. I have a flintlock pistol. That thing has like the place for gunpowder. Although it's broken. I think it belonged to my grandpa, and I think I broke it as a child, so it doesn't have the
Aw,
place where you put the gunpowder anymore.
that's
But
kind of cool though.
I wonder how expensive it would be to get it fixed. But yeah, you like it even has, well, you can't do it anymore because the thing is broken, but you would even able, hello Squiffly. You would even able to like lock it and then press the trigger and it would like a clack as
Oh
if it would
really?
actually shoot something. But
Oh my
it's not a
gosh, that sounds kind of scary.
it's not, it's not an actual pistol. I don't think it can actually shoot. I think I never tested it, so I wouldn't know. But it shouldn't be.
Dubious demon.
Yeah, why does the even having a flintlock rifle work? It just works. I don't know. I'm just talking about random stuff because the cupboard is literally in front of my face right now, so I'm just looking at it. I also had a really cool like sand glass thing which I broke somehow. I don't even know
Oh,
how.
like a
Just
sun timer thing?
yeah, the thing that takes a minute for the
They're so
sun to travel.
therapeutic.
They are. I took it out and I walked around with it for a while, and then one time I raised it up and just a bunch of sand, and then I saw a bunch of sand on the table, and I saw that sand was slowly falling
No.
from the glass, and I was like, shit.
Aw.
But yeah, there's not much stuff in here. There's just some knights, some pop figures. There's a few ones, a few Harry Potter ones, which I got from the trip to Universalis. A small kaiju.
I've
My
got my little
dice.
Miku cinnamon roll figure. And then I've just got a bunch of like VTuber standees.
Nice. I don't like. I'm not a huge fan of figurines, which is why I don't buy many of them.
Mhm.
I would much rather prefer weird objects. Stuff like a
Yeah.
flintlock pistol, a music box, a weird book. I like to collect all kind of odd trinkets.
Yeah, that's fair. I only have one like proper figure. Which yeah, there was a Miku cinnamon roll. It wasn't. You can order them online, but it was originally done as a prize for a like gacha machine, like a claw machine in Japan.
Probably make
But
you a
some
little bigger.
people would win them and then like sell them online, and so I was
Of
able
course they would.
to get one of my friends who's going to Japan to win them and bring it back for me. So I got my Miku
Oh,
cinnamon
this
roll.
one.
It's my only figure.
Have
It's
you watched Gravity Falls, the show?
no, I don't. I'm so behind on
Oh
TV
my god.
shows.
Do you know about the journals though?
No, so
Oh
I
my
don't know
god,
much
you don't
about
get
it. I'm
to
afraid.
SMH. Yeah, there's like the main character just gets a journal that details all the like weird biological and stuff that's in the town. And I own like a real life replica of the journal called Journal Number 3. And I have recently learned that apparently, because it's Journal Number 3, there is also in the series two other journals which we do get shown, but we never see like the inside of them.
Mhm.
And apparently there are also real life replicas of those journals. So I'm really hyped on actually collecting
Oh, that's very cool.
the two other. That is very cool. And then if you have all three of them, you can make a machine that connects to other dimensions, and then you can spawn a demon from. Yeah, that's how it went in the show, though. That is not quite the purpose of me collecting.
Don't you want like a little demon buddy? You gotta get back up.
I would, but I don't like him. It's very annoying.
Aw, not very good
He's very
company.
annoying. No, he's not a very good company. See, he's not even a charismatic villain. He's like one of those. He's one of those chatty villains that always trick people and like do cool stuff. But he isn't very charismatic. I don't like him very much. And don't get me wrong, I'm a huge fan of like a good villain. Someone who's like has a good sense of humor and good banter and just jokes with the hero trying to kill him. I love those, but I don't know.
No, that's
I
fair.
don't vibe with the. I can appreciate him as a good villain. He made for a really good villain in a children's show, but I wouldn't vibe with him.
That's fair. I think I might be getting a little bit sleepy. I swear.
Yeah, I think it's time that we end this.
I just looked up and it's almost midnight. I was like, I need to wake up in 6 hours.
Midnight. It's
Yeah.
2 a.m. I think you meant to say 2 a.m.
Oh my
I like how
gosh.
your
Okay,
eyes just
let's let, let,
just
let's
go
go
so
to bed.
small.
Let's find someone to read who's live. Oh my gosh.
So
Um.
question, who are we raiding?
Uh.
Who are we raiding? That
I'm
is
not
a real
sure.
question.
Um.
Nobody I'm following is alive now. Oh, Yuto is.
Is you
We
still
can go raid
stopping?
Yuto, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
Yuto
find
is still
Yuto.
going.
Let's find Yuto.
I'll probably do a raid and dash because I don't know if I told you, but it's called Yuto.
Wait, I
I
forgot
was
because
planning
it's
to walk.
summertime. You're an extra hour ahead of me. I thought you were only 1 hour ahead of me.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
I
gosh.
also forgot about it until I looked at the times in your like stream schedule and I was like 6 p.m. Wait, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's always so confusing. I end up just having to. The fact that the UK goes in and out of sync from its like regular time differential to the rest of Europe based off its weird summertime schedule is so silly. So yeah, mine's 2 hours ahead of me, so it's midnight for me. 2 hours for
I'm actually
silly
living in the future. I know
silly
what's gonna
demon that
happen in
should be
2 hours.
asleep. And in 2 hours we will also be sleepy and still won't have shut up. We might be talking about how cool groups are again. Um.
It's cyclical. It has a cyclical nature to
It's
it,
got a
just
direct
like the.
relationship to the
It's
previous
like
one.
it's
It's a
like a cyclic
homomorphic
group.
mapping of the.
It's like a cyclic group. If you cycle over enough elements, you're. Oh my god! I think we should stop it here. Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Wait, I typed rage you time you does chat. Oh no. Okay, look at me go. I'm very good at technology. There we go.
How are you good with technology? Aren't you old?
Aren't you old?
What is the name? Hang on, I'm not following.
Oh, let me. I can send you the like messaged
Yes,
copy of blah
I
blah
I
blah blah.
just saw that. I just saw them because there's like on the Twitch
Mhm,
the
mhm.
viewers also watch. And then Yuto just popped up.
Yuto's surname is so difficult to spell. I've just about learned how to do it, but my brain is not built like that.
It is very difficult to spell.
I think we're about to raid into Yuto just to see has this game crash. Oh no.
Alright, it's starting right.
Okay,
I
okay.
need like 8 seconds. But yeah,
That's
thank you
okay,
so much everyone
Dolly.
for coming. It was so much fun. And thank you, Dania, for the even though we didn't play Unravel because
It's.
apparently
I'll get a
it
controller for
doesn't
next
like
time. We can do it. We can test it off Steam and then do it again. We got
yeah,
this. We
we
got
should
this.
probably we should probably test it off stream. But yeah, thank you so much. It was a lot of fun just yapping about
I don't actually know what we talked about.
I don't know. I think we talked about tanks at some point.
Yeah, we talked about caterpillar attacks. Okay.
Oh, I was gonna say I didn't give a fun fact. I don't even remember anymore.
Bye 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 bye
Fun
bye.
fact about tanks: they can probably roll over infantry.
Bye
Alright, I'm gonna raid. Bye bye.
bye bye.